author of Tomer Devorah was a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onward. He felt that before it was already, it's too late now. Only when you're 20 you can really get into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to the Tomer Devorah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 distinct strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could spend literally could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just pick out my favorite 4, and we'll wrap it up for the next one. So I hope this will be a useful presentation. I can tell you that it is something really important for me. I first encountered Tomer Devorah. I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy at my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, ooh, this is, am I allowed to even look at this? And I thought, okay, on my shoulder, kind of thing, can I get a brown paper bag, maybe I can bring it home like that. But the first 12 pages just blew me away. It was so overwhelming, so amazing that, as the Rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and I really I got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed my life, and I think it has the potential to change anyone's life. It's really phenomenal work. Change the relationships with people around you, change your relationship with God, and change your relationship with yourself. I will not say that, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment again. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot. It's really, giving you sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life and continue to benefit. Okay, so let's look at the book itself. And here we go. So the book itself, here is the Editio Princeps, the first printing, came out in Venetia, Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The remark, we'll go into his biography a little bit in a second. He had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Casalia. And they were desperately impoverished by the devastating plague that ravaged northern Israel at the time. And they sold all of his manuscripts to a real talent, a real scholar who was selected in Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerfully valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that the author had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he says, now there are 2 reasons for this, and there only was one, and there's actually a couple of wrong citations from it. So you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled. The strange title, Tomer Devorah, a palm tree of Devorah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Rothschild themselves wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Devorah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi was speaking of a different book, which was published earlier, called Rabbi, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and this section bears some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we're going to detail. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes you think that he comes from Córdoba in southern Spain. That's probably incorrect. As you can see from the spelling here, and you see it also on that same base. It's Cordovero. It's a Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce. So it's the name of the Cordovero and not standard, even though it's probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalom HaKodesh, the Holy Rabbi Horowitz, who wrote a massive, very popular collection of Hashkafic and Halachic essays, and he basically said, this book is so amazing, I'm now going to include all of it in my book, Shabbat HaKodesh, and because very short book. The entirety of Homer Devora is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that looks for ethical development, classics like Kovas and Babos, Silas Sharm, and so on, what might say Kirtiavos. But they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to the reader. Some Musar is like really super negative. Lithuanians tend to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like Sheva Musar, the Musar, like others have like Douglas Sahada, humanity, and stuff like that. So this is a particular genre started by the Rabbi, Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world, and what is the soul, and what's the afterlife? It's not theological Kabbalah in the sense that we're not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpersonal relations? That's what he would start with. The fundamental premise of Homer Devora is an exploration of the concept of halasta v'drachav, and you shall walk in his ways. You shall imitate God, but you blaspheme and not feel the imitation of God. So the Ramak asks a really important question. If we have this idea that we are supposed to follow God's ways, so how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to like be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, making cities things like that? Those are all things that Shem does. And for us, how do we know which action to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is go into basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship, then we can say, all right, now we know what we have to do. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to be God, so you know how to use God. And it is overwhelming. So, what was this book? There's a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Spain. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some very here, this section here in towards Israel, and spot with right here, sort of in that central part of Israel towards the gallery. The Ottoman Emperor the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles, as was back into antiquity, and also specifically deep in the Mediterranean. Very strong tradition of textiles. Even one father, Rabbi Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it shmatas, but it's the same thing. Textiles is sort of a nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to the spot because it had this generous tax policy involving import and export of textiles. This was joined with an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the Jews the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, right? The Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extended policies of forced version. We don't know for sure, but it is most likely that the Rabbi was the child, one of 1522, of refugees from Portugal. He spoke Portuguese. And, this meant that they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even have been forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possibly himself born in Portugal, or he was born in Scotland. He definitely raised in Scotland. He was there when he was about 16 years old. But they were of like, I like to think about generations sort of like being related to this horrific moment in Jewish history chronologically as we are related to the Holocaust. You know, comparing these two events, but they were both like earth-shattering events for the Jewish time. And so he was like a first-generation survivor, maybe second-generation survivor from their Spark, and then they actually became class where they were deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research, especially Kabbalistic research. The money generated from the textile trade allowed the expansion of scholarship in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited and were supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos, synagogues, and so on. And the Ramah, was one of them. Spas itself was kind of like a cafe town until then, and in fact, it was sort of like a blip on the oscilloscope of Jewish history, because it really has no significant history prior to this period, and it doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example. The term spot probably comes from the word sofer, which means to look out, because it is quite elevated, it's high, and you can gorgeous landscapes all around it, but it really has no significant Jewish history until 1520, and then it becomes an incredible place of Jewish energies and spirituality and creativity for about 50 years, and then there's a series of plagues that wash through it, killing, among others, the Rabbi, and then it dies down again. It's always kind of like, since then, since the 1970s, it's kind of like been, retrospectively looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible education. Imagine the number of scholars who came there, and specifically lots of Spanish and rabbis who had endured the great expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in this tiny town on a hilltop, and they started standardizing each other in some absolute incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous relief during this time. The Ramach himself was one of the major contributors because he wrote a particular book which was published in his lifetime at a David Regional Bank called Pardes Rimonim, the orchard of pomegranates, in which he basically took out all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in traditional texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a volume work, this is how Kabbalah works. This is the general principle and the general principles we're showing. All of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of support intellectually, spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the art scroll of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which is, I can't even imagine I just said that. I mean, how do you put all those things together, the whole idea? But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big into drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he graphed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic, and he was known as the good person to explain Kabbalah. This, by the way, is a map, a photograph of some of his waves that appear in Spot, and they're frequently coated in this distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prosthetic thing, prophylactic against the iron. Just to give you a sense of who is in Spot, what they are doing. This is another section of the famous graveyard of Spot. You see here right at the bottom of the map, right, on the most arrow, and he is really the father of all of these Spot. He was the oldest of the Kabbalists there, and he accepted that Charles, who came a little later. And if you tell us, basically, this Constantinople, but he ended up being Spot as well. But here is the Ramat, and I'm sure you'll be grateful to talk to you. Here is Rabbi Shlomo Al-Tabet, the author of the Prado Judas Kabbalah, that is St. Every 29th. This was his brother-in-law. them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called Yerushin, or literally divorces or exiles. And they would go off and wander throughout the hillside and region of tribes. And they would just like, and the Ramak wrote about it. So book like Sacred Yerushin, in which he, described his travels with his brother-in-law, who was also his Rabbi, and they would like walk along until they felt like special spiritual influences, and they would sit down and daven or say Tehillim, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time until the feeling faded away, and then they went on. I mean, it's kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did. And the holiness of the people, the Kabbalistic, like this Jewish type activity, created a kind of spiritual tourism where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to spots like Iron Firing, Iron Firing, and one of the greatest of them, of course, was the Rabbi, the great came from Cairo, the region of Cairo, specifically to study with the Rabbah. The Rabbah studies, they learned together for about 9 months before the Rabbah died. We all died shortly thereafter. These all, according to the students at the time to tell, is considered that brief encounter with the Rabbah that the rock was his grave. And we're talking right now about the roots of 16th century Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is heavily depends upon the Rabbah. So that's sort of like the stuff. Now we're going to get into the moving part of my lecture, looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah and how it relates to behavior before us. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Most of the biographical details of his life, and we have, first of all, his own writings, and he does write some autobiographical information like this and the other things. We also have the testimony of the collector who purchased all his manuscripts that are listed at the Charlotte. Not used to speak for a little bit. So here, my wife is just another word that's only said that's Basalo. He wrote quite a bit, like published this Homer Deborah. I was thinking, my gosh, what? Who wrote this amazing book? So we had to produce data about it. We missed out a lot of good appointments. We don't get what happens with other children. We don't know if we had other children besides Vidalia, who was the lone executive of this year. But it is the 16th century. Printing is around now, so it is possible to put together a lot of details about that. Also, there's a strong bibliographic tradition, right? Have a Rabbi like the Rabbi or the Arizal, you write down all these personal details stuff as you revere them. So you do have quite a bit of data. Not as much as you'd like. But I have a hard question. A hard question. Yeah, okay. All right, so you ready for the difficult stuff now, the over stuff? Okay, so here's the fundamental question of Kabbalah. Fundamental question of monotheism. If you believe that God is infinite, then how does an infinite being translate into a finite universe? God truly has no boundaries whatsoever, then what can God? And I either somehow completely subsumed God, it doesn't feel like that. Most of the time I feel quite distinct from God. I feel like people this is not God, right? So how is that bridge between infinite and finite get from A to B? So the Kabbalists, so we see this really in very, very early sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Ramah parties involved. As it were, engaged in a process of self-contraction called shrinking, in which you remember your high school biology, kind of like the reverse of like when the paramecium swallows up something else. God has it opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a not God place, But then, if God is not in that place, how can anything exist there? What exists other than God? So, he inserts himself, and there's lots of diagrams of this, and we usually see like these big central circles with a tiny little block coming into the center and things like that. God reinserts himself into that vacuum, and that is the physical world that we live in. It's kind of like an intentional removal of God and then careful reapplication of God. But it's very also the metaphor that's frequently used is that spiro are these successive sort of containers of eventually translate into the material world. You may have heard this doctrine of Shvirat Kelim, the destructive vessels, which basically go like this. That God as the metaphor is God like pours hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot is unable to contain hot oil, right? The hot oil is like the infinity of God. The ceramic pot is the attempt to create a finite container, but it can't handle it. It's overwhelming. So the pot snaps, the pot shatters. It doesn't use everything to be soaked in liquid. It serves tea and glass cups, and like one there before one of the cups is sick and shattered and put the hot water. So it was like that. So the first container, which is that there, so let's just sort of technical. It shatters, and that rains down the mixture of that hot oil together with the material of the alien, of the vessel, and it falls into another clay vessel, still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters, and then that means you have a mixture of the first two vessels with the light of God in it. There's the third pot, of course, so finally, by the time you get to the bottom, mountain, where we live, then finally the oil has cooled through its interaction with the broken pots, and then it can consist. So the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer or this gender, is a mixture of the material wash of the broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows it to contain its existence. The four levels of existence, there's those who speak, which is the highest level of humanity, that there is those who walk, that's animals, the second highest, the third level is vegetation, the fourth level is domain size, and violent things, living rocks and chairs, things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's just so heavily weighed down by materialism, literally material, that it cannot be isolated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramak and his student, the Arizal. One of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim calling the Arizal, not so many follow the Ramak. Because the Arizal, and I don't really understand this because we're talking about how, but the Arizal portrays this whole process as some kind of strange cosmic accident. I don't really understand how that is. But the idea is that the universe, what the Arizal describes it, has been set on fire. And we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material entities, and the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks. This gives Hasidism, in particular Chabad Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvahs and have people go out on the street and give out Shabbos kindness, because every time you do a mitzvah, you are releasing the holiness, you're allowing it to go upwards to the original source. The Ramak has a much more kind of sedate approach, which says, no, it's not an accident. This is the way which God intended it. This is the way the universe is designed. It's not all independent of the crisis. So it's not as easy to sell. I'll use that even a little better to understanding this idea of spirit. Is that, okay, so you can't let the sun make it out. It's way too powerful. Words are can't put it. So what you can do is you can get a mirror, hold up the mirror, and you can start glance at the reflection of the mirror in a passing way. The mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also supports it, right? It's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of coloration, a little bit of a dulling. Still too strong to look at it steadily. So you get another mirror, you put it over here. And you look at the reflection of the sun, easier. And then if you have 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth with a pinball machine, then finally at the bottom, the mountain is going to actually form a really regular sunlight because of the dilution of the light throughout the day. So that's kind of like Kabbalah 101, Shira Sakeli, and now let's try to understand how does that relate to what the Ramak is saying. The Ramak is saying, you'll recall that we have to know who God is in order to imitate Him. But it is philosophically impossible for us to know who He is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. The only thing that we can say about God, as a Kabbalist, is we can say something about the way in which God interacts with our physical universe. We can observe God, as it were, like if you're a physicist, we have those bubble chambers. You can't see our electron, but if you put it over in these bubble chambers, you can see the path of that lives there. Right? There is a biblical metaphor, and you can't see my face and live. You can see my see where I live. So the Sphirot are God's unification. Sphirot is God saying, I've been to the universe the way I want it. I chose these Sphirot for a reason. But first of all, to know what these Sphirot mean and translate them into your life. And as you can see, they all have names. Right? Keter means proud, Chokmah is wisdom, Bina is understanding, Chesed, word, spirit, and so on. They all mean different things. There are lots of correspondences, speech, meaning, babies, and things like that. You have to study these things and the various possible implications of life going through different ways. And from that, says the Ramak, you'll be able to understand how to do that. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways in which it's just incredibly powerful. So in his book, Talmud Torah, he goes through each one of the spheroids and he explains this is what God means in terms of testing. What God does to test it, and then you do these things as well. And it's phenomenal, really. The first two chapters are about 10 parallel examples. By the way, you may notice some differences. Kabbalah follows the Aruta that has God and Keter, crown, has two qualities. These are the first two qualities with which God interacts with us. Amazingly, the first one is mercy. Even before God creates us, He forgives us. Even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, I'm going to forgive that human thing. So that's what the first chapter is all about. God in, of course, the good Yehovah of Rabbi, 13 distinct ways. And so that's what the Ramak is going to do. He's going to walk us through 13 ways. And then secondly, in chapter 2 is also a chapter. And it's about God's humility. It's also a long chapter. Way too much for us. But chapter 1 is what we're going to look at. The third chapter is mercy to the Keter. God's first interaction with the world is through forgiveness. That's 13 different ways. And so now we got to learn those 13 ways and how they apply in our own lives. Now we mentioned one last week, you probably memorized 13 attributes as Jacob and Rosh Hashanah and Kippur maybe 200,000 times, right? Those are called in Kabbalah the lower 13 attributes. Those are the simpler ones, the easier ones, kind of like more basic. And they relate to like need for sustenance, Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of thing. But there is a higher 13 which we say only on Tashlet, and a few other places. We count them open. That is what the Ramak is talking about. And now, those are the 13 those that explain how we're supposed to behave in 100 points. Okay, everybody survives the bubble. So, shall we go on? If you're ready, any questions before we go on? Clear as the sun. Okay. Yeah, okay, so let's do selective strategy. I would love to do all 13 of the strategies, but it would take us way too long, and I'm going to try to stop before 9:15. So I'm just going to shoot five of them that I use frequently, that I think about when I'm angry with someone or something. I think of the Tomer Devorah. I remember one particular leader or another particular attribute, and I said, yes. It's not like I sit in my head, but and see it, the insulted king. The insulted king. Here's the thing that Mark starts. He starts by telling us the secret that only the Egyptians know. Quotes it in Parties from Everywhere. He says that the name, one of the highest names, we spend a lot of time thinking about names are significant. We can't even say the shape of the world and the names of God. But the name that the angels use for God, the angels use among themselves. They call him the Melech Talu, the insulted king. Now, what a strange name. What does that mean? The Ramak explains that, creation, this is the idea, creation is not a one-time thing. They're not deists that God created the world like a clock, wound it up, and walked away. God is constantly involved in creation. It's an internal process. It's my generations before God. And the fact is that nothing at all occurs unless God gives it energy. Every single practice, every single piece of our life is facilitated by a burst of energy from God. Right? And this measures that not a blade of glass metals, unless there's an angel striking will. So the energy is constantly flowing to us from God, allow us to do everything we do. And it's often the angels that is also true when you choose to stay. So if I were to go to McDonald's and have a cheeseburger, every single person also says, I'm swallowing the cheeseburger. God is saying, here you go, here's some more energy. Please don't get you. Okay, all right, I'm some more energy. And God is allowing my heart to beat. God is allowing you, walk over and say, can I have a shake with that, please? And there it is. Every single moment of the day is completely supervised by God and completely sensitive by God. Even though it's exactly the opposite of what He has asked me to do. So cheeseburgers, and I'm taking the energy He gave me to eat cheeseburgers. And this is why the Halakha comes up with this and they say, this is astounding. How can God such a chutzpah, such an incredible chutzpah that He can use His energy to the development? You can think all the comparable kinds of things that we in human interactions too. Like God forbid, go away with a child with an addiction, and say to the child, I'm going to give you this money that you need, but please, don't spend it on basic or whatever stuff you put. And if you give the money to the child, and the child goes, spends exactly what you don't want. Something which is harmful to you. And nevertheless, they'll come back again and it's money again. And that's just the way that we interact with God. And a lot can look at this and they just call it, this is the insulting. How can you call it? And so the metaphor for us, as the Ramah says, is the very first thing God does. He knows that we need to use His energy against Him. Nevertheless, He says, I understand that going in, I accept it, and I'm going to allow them to continue. I'm hoping that they'll get past it, and of course, what past it, but that's nevertheless what He does. The second level, this is by Ramesh, speaks to us from an artist from Thailand, who's actually very excited about the Tomer Devorah, and she did a 13-part series describing each one of the angels. Some of them, I put two of them, they're absolutely fantastic. This one is called Medical Practice in my type of way. She calls it but this gets also a little bit weird. have this passage in Turkey album, and see the very familiar. It says that, whenever you get a single mitzvah, you get a snake, you get an advocate, right? As it were, and I'm sure you probably remember when kids, instead of bracha, your parents would say something like, oh, you're going to make a big mala, say a bracha nice and clear and loud, because the idea that when you do a mitzvah, possibly, you energy to the universe, which we call a mala, a messenger, or an angel. And this is pretty basic, kind of like all of physics. But the opposite is not possible. And it also says if a person does an avera, they create negative energy beings called the contagion, an accuser, or a Nazi. And this negative energy being, we must understand it as a real conscious being, not just like kind of diffuse energy, but some kind of like a demonic force that's out there to do because a person who has an hateful act, and suddenly a person releases this negative energy. And the mark brings them that's that passion on her side. And you go up to Shemayim, all those potatoes that you created in Passion Shalom, they're all waiting for you. And they say to God, "Blow me up, man. Don't kill me. I belong to this guy." Also called the olives, peach, because they are like peaches on your soul, constantly. Such an energy, probably is so this is all kind of spooky stuff, but this is the first. So the last says, as we discussed in the first level, nothing happens in the world unless God gives it energy. So if nothing can exist without the energy of God, how do these things exist? If we created an energy, but what keeps them going? By all rights, they should go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to keep them. They're kind of like an energy vacuum. Like you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy. And by rights, they should come back to you and say, hey, you created me, I'm an hateful being, I'm going to give you seven. I'm going to keep energy from you, and you're going to take off your energy debt. I'm going to take everything. But Hashem is no sit out of. Hashem says, oh man, I believe create this awful huge amount of energy drain. I will never let you take it. I'll pay what you say, and I'll make sure that he has enough energy to keep living without going back to its creator, raining on the creator, until the creator can properly do. And that true God is a way to create that energy deficit and bring it back into God. So these papers that's like, in human terms, you have someone that wants an awful act in your life, and that awful act continues to itself in your life. Like, let's say, for example, someone you've told them a million times, sequence hearts and hearts, and they keep doing the same thing. You go to the spot, and there it is again. Go talk to him again. He's not nothing with his car, or she's going, I forgot whatever. But, shouldn't you just call the tow company and call worker and have that car run away? Instead of doing like you say, totally nice office. Give him a chance to figure out how to solve it. Eventually people get it. Don't come down at the time of that. That would be devastating to your work relationship. A lot more. There's a third one. The mock here refers to the again, it gets into very deep holistic ideas of where Hashem has created, so the four worlds, the Holy Spirit, Sia, and the forgiveness happens in the third world, and and God, as it were, normally runs everything that has to happen in the world sends out like agents. Says, I have all of these halachic that were created, and then we go when you get the weather run, space station, whatever necessary, a lot of do those things. You make a big deal about it, right? I need to go solid. I'm going to do it myself, not necessarily anyone to do it. Athletes and like first level and lasting damage, everything like that. I'm not forcefully get involved. I'm not about to. I'm not going to delegate. The example of this is Tanakh of the metaphor of washing away the Torah stuff, the filth of the daughters of God. And that's like actually a literal metaphor. That's simple. Literal metaphor. And this is all put a picture here of my parents. My mother, she was well. My father,
There he is. How you living, Pim? Sure. Are you ready? What percentage is your phone charged? That sucks.
I know that.
What percentage body fat are you?
When I was about 8 years old,
What the fuck are you saying, man?
and this was like back in the late 60s, early 70s. Basically, my parents bought.
Oh, these are the levels of forgiveness is a Kabbalah crash course. The one thing for which I'm not gonna need forgiveness is whooping your ass. Are you ready? Zoo. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna beat you as many times in a row as possible. You're gonna hate it. What's up, Tim? No. Correct. Do you think you're dumb? Because you're not. Okay, I mean, why does that matter? Doug, are you gonna accept my fucking invite? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off? Doug, are you gonna accept my fucking invite? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Are you sure? Oh, okay. Good point, Doug. You see some high IQ move. That was not it. That sucks. Oh, Zoo, no way. You're gonna fuck this up. No, you're gonna fuck this up. Oh, that was even worse than I thought. What are we doing? Get your dick sucked? Attaboy. Do people go out on Sunday? Incorrect. It's possible. You could get a girl over to your house if you do so. Dude, I can't believe that we didn't score that goal. That might be the first time that's ever happened. Okay. I'm not saying that you don't have a high opportunity to get your dick sucked tomorrow outside the house, you do. But if you wanted, you could probably get an in-car hooker. But if you live with other people, then I understand. Probably outside of the house is better. Why don't you just go to a brothel bar? Oh, well then get some chick to come over and blow you. Oh, that's not good. Right. Did people go out on Sunday? Dude, I learned how to do this fucking bowl. If you do it right, it's fucking amazing. Look how sick this shot is. Oh wow. What a good shot, dude. Are you proud of that shot? Okay. What is this? What what is this thing? To what thing are you going? What kind of influencers? Okay. Tell her about me. Oh, yeah, it's a good idea. What are your thoughts on this shot? Dude, I told you I was going to be here so many times. Oh, what a. No fucking way. Dude, bravo. 10 out of 10 is right. I know, that's why I bought it. With like the coins you were on this tab. You probably have a lot. Yeah, but you still have. I wonder if I can check for you. I don't know how many you have. Click on your profile. I know. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? You're gonna miss your shot. Bravo, what a great shot. This is an important shot for you. Dude. Oh shit. Stop. Dude, you have a chance to win. Yeah, sure, yeah. Now you know who he is. What an amazing shot. All right. You've never met him. Don't know who the fuck he was. You didn't know him. You don't know. I had to teach you who he was. Incorrect. Adelaide, a metropolitan area of the No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Okay, you did. I know everything about you, dude. Oh, Zoot, that sucks. Zoot, that was awful. Get it, baby. Because I told you about it. Did you blow him? Oh man, that was close. I'm pretty sure it's straight. Do you like James McCann? He's a comedian from Australia. Okay. Are you ready for me to end it right here? You're welcome, dog. I'm gonna get 2 wins in a row right here. I'm gonna triple 18. Or no, triple 18. That's tight. Are you gonna be Canadian Monday? Tell me your first joke. So remember that time I sent you an invitation and you just jerked yourself off raw? Oh, triple 20. That's what they do. Yeah. You remind me of Bert Kreischer. Do you know who Bert Kreischer is? Yes? He's like one of Joe Rogan's dudes. So he was at a Target, and this kid comes up to him and says, "Are you a YouTuber?" And Bert Kreischer's like, "No." And he's like, "Oh, okay. Why are you filming?" He goes, "I'm a comedian." And the kid goes, "Okay. Can you tell me a joke?" Bert Kreischer goes, I was kidnapped by the Russian mafia when I was 21 years old." And the kid goes, "I don't think that's funny. I don't get it." It's just hilarious. Basically, I'm the kid, you're Bert Kreischer. "Oh, Zoo, are you fucking serious? Zoo, I'm gonna win right here." And I did. That's 3 games in a row, B. Dude, I'm starting to catch up with you. Dude, dude, I'm starting to catch up with you. Dude, did you know I got 87 points? You got seven. You got seven. You got six. All right, I'm gonna end it right here for you. It's over, baby. It's over. That's 4 games in a row. Zook, tell me a joke. You're so lame. You're like, you know that it's rude for you to ask a stand-up comedian to tell you a joke. Dude, you are not a stand-up comedian. Don't call yourself that. Once you do it a lot, then you can call yourself a stand-up comedian. As of right now, if anything, you're an open micer. Do you know what an open micer is?
Yes.
Someone who what? 100%. Oh fuck. Dude, tell me a joke. What you're going to say on Monday? Okay, you finally got me. What are you going to say on Monday? What are you going to say? You know what? I think you're going to push me out. I think you're going to get up there, you're going to get nervous, and you're just going to say, oh, yeah. Get it. Dude, I'm going to win 6 more games against you. And then you're only beating me by 50. Then I'm going to cut into that lead. Oh, that sucks. Dude, that is bad. I'm out. It's done. You lost. Read. All right, so you're up. I dedicate this shot to Tommy. Oh, you're done. You're done. I do all the time. I don't know if Michael Jackson was connected with that person or not. Oh, wow, Zoo. Oh, get that 12, Zoo. Fuck, Zoo. I keep busting, dog. There you go. Dude, I think that you're a better singer than you are comedian. Dude, what's your joke gonna be? Yeah. It's not very good humor. It wasn't funny. What's your first joke? That was great. Would you take that right now, 20 millimeters? 15, dog. That's impressive. Dude, good job. Huh. Dude, it did bad. Dude, are you proud of the way that we played?
Oh, my God.
Like 28. Dog, what the fuck? Dude, I just checked out. You gotta get 32 right now. Get that double 16, son. Dude, who do you think's better at this game? You or me? Dude, I did not do well. You got a 17. A 3. Nothing. Dude, how did I place that? 16, get another one. What a checkout, dude. That was incredible. Get a 16, dude. Dude. Dude, what happened? Get that 13, son. Great job, dude. When's the last time I baked? I was doing it a lot, but it was getting expensive. It was getting expensive. It was orange? Oh, wow. That's not good. Look who the fuck it is. Carom time, baby.
Yeah, no question.
8 inches. Are you talking to Zoo? Who else do you think's here? Hold on. Hold on. Dude, I can't place on my hand for once. I'll be treated. Yeah. All right, play with character right now. Guys, we're waiting on you. Dude, please tell Riser what your intentions are. Please tell Riser what your intentions are on Monday. Ask him what his first joke is. That was your first joke. Dude, what are you gonna say? Are you fucking serious, dude? Wait, Zoo, please tell Riser what you told me when I asked you to tell me your first joke. You said it's rude. You said it's rude to ask a comedian what their jokes are. I said you're not a comedian. Dude, are you gonna go? Go, dude. Dude, are you gonna fucking jerk yourself off or are you gonna go? Come on, man. Dude, what the fuck are you doing? Are you gonna go? Or are you gonna talk? Why did you resign? Yeah, because this kid never got because you quit. Dude, why aren't you talking anymore? That whole sucks. Hold on. I want to see if that. He's gone? Why did he leave? How's he going to do on Monday? Do you think they'd be silent or they would just be like, you're the worst? This fights him. This fights him for wisdom. No! The whole audience just goes, all right, dude, are you going to accept? This is old fashioned normal time. Are you proud of your shot? No. You haven't done it. Oh, that was great. I watched it. Okay, you want to see some shit? Watch this show. Get it. Thanks, man. I wonder if I could make this. I want to know what happens if you get the little caroms all over to the point where you can't put anything down. What happens? Like you can't move the slider. Yeah. The next one question. I want to know what happens. You copied it with this. Oh, the things are called this. Oh, watch this group. Stop. No, dog. What do I do? Dude, I give you 1,000 points with that. And mine are the opposite. Have you seen anybody put two in their own yet? Oh, that was a big miss. Almost like this. What the fuck was that? Look how sick that shot is. Wow, that was dirty. Okay, now I don't know how to do this. Get it.
This is looking good. So you gotta get the back.
That was bad, dude. other one?
Oh, yeah.
No, you can't. Don't even think about it. Don't even think that it's you have a chance.
Like food being different. That's
God, look how sick that shot is. God, look how sick this shot is. God, what a comeback, dude. What a fucking comeback. Freestyle 120. All right. Freestyle 210. What's for you? Who's your favorite sports icon of all time? Perfect answer. Fuck yeah, I know what you're talking about. I bet I know more about him than you. I bet I'm a bigger John Daly fan than you are. Where'd he go to college? University of Arkansas. What major did he win? Incorrect. The British Open. It depends. Usually blonde with a mullet. No one knows the answer to that question. Yeah, and they won a tournament against Tiger Woods and his son. What's a Don? What's a John Daly drink? Are you serious that they don't know? Same. The John Daly drink is an Arnold Palmer with vodka. I think that's what it is. It's a good question. Do you really know the answer? No, I mean he's like lost on it. I can tell you it was like Hooters for a long time. Well, I don't know if I don't know if they were official sponsors, but here's the lore. So every year at Augusta, he would go to the Hooters parking lot with an RV and just sign stuff for people all day and take pictures with people. Exactly. I hope he can happen Gilmore too. He could do a cameo. He, he could do a cameo that would be really good. Yeah. No, not what I mean. He could do a cameo like in the movie. I don't like that it's not going to be. To me, a movie. To me, a movie is a real movie if it's not a real. It's like basically like straight to video. Yeah, but it's just not the same. It's not a real movie. Yeah, it's just like way. Like if it was going to be a really big movie, then they would have it in the theater. Done. You're doing well. So sick. You see what I see? Got it. I don't know. I think you just have to get it, and then you just have to get it, and then have someone come in. This is 120. I had already, I had already, I had already selected it. When you said do the two type one, so it was in my queue. I figured why not just put it down. What do you think? That was a big shot. Oh yes. Bullshit. No way you get this. No way you get this. Yeah. Oh, oh fuck. What the fuck? Oh God. What was that? What was that, dude? This game's over. Which one? Classic?
What do you think is the weirdest snake?
It's a good question. Uh, like, you mean which one has the biggest head?
Just the weirdest, like overall.
Probably Mississippi. It has the lowest literacy rate. But like Florida can be weird.
Yeah, you think Florida?
They have some weird people there. It's like a nice state, but it has some like backwoods parts of it. You have people living in giant reptiles. Uh, you've got a theme park with a mouse surrounded by giant lizards. You've got like a cocaine ass like element of it. It's very diverse. They have like a strange law that is kind of one of the reasons why Florida man is a thing. It's like there's some law in Florida that says like if somebody walk away, why did that count? Oh, because we're playing it. Oh, because I thought we were playing the other way. Oh, they have a thing like if you do something illegal in some states they can't publish it, but in Florida they do. And um, what else is it do? Yeah, maybe Florida's the biggest state. They have like in other states they have like uh, drinking hours, but in like Miami you can drink 24 hours a day. I guess Las Vegas is like that too. But Nevada's pretty weird too. Um, they have. Hey, did you listen to that Howard Stern stuff? That's cool. Yeah. Like what state is backwards historically? Uh, well, Florida has kind of um, anything from the Confederacy kind of has a good story. They like actually chose to be okay. Dude, what is up with that? What if I put one of yours in one of mine? Would it be worth it? Um, what what else? Vermont is boring, or New Hampshire is boring, Vermont is boring, Connecticut is boring, Massachusetts is sort of boring, Rhode Island is super boring. Thank you. New York is exciting and cool. Nothing like really that strict about its history about it. And there's something crazy. Pennsylvania, kind of cool, but nothing too crazy. Delaware is weird. Delaware is a weird state because of its business laws. Like every major company is incorporated in Delaware, all the banks and stuff, because the laws there are very favorable to uh, they're very favorable to corporations. Um, what else? Look at me. Oh, oh, Goofy. Um, all right, what else? Nice. New Jersey. New Jersey. Have you gotten to New Virginia. Oh, I guess it is because it has seceded. Um, okay, so probably Portland. Portland's oh fuck. Portland's motto is keep Portland weird. Portland's weird. Las Vegas is weird. Um, yeah. Boston can be weird. There's a place keep Boston weird. Um, good job. Let's see what else. Uh, it is a little weird. But it's pretty good. It has multiple aspects to it. Oh, yeah, it's weird. It's like its own thing. If you've ever been there, it's like its own thing. Uh, what else is weird? I mean, LA can be weird. New York City can be weird. The weirdest city globally. Um, well, Toronto's the most diverse city in the world. I don't know. Oh, yeah, Vancouver's kind of weird. Vancouver. No, but it's got a huge population. That's in like, um, like more than 50% of its real estate is owned by foreign nationals. So That's kind of weird. Um, what's a huge notable city? Uh, Dubai. Dubai's a weird city. It's like this huge desert that's just has skyscrapers. Um, like Las Vegas is weird. Macau is weird. Hong Kong is weird. Hong Kong might be my choice. That's yeah, dude. It's literally a it was a British protectorate for like 100 years. You have Chinese people speaking English in it really, really well. What a shock. Um, Hong Kong here. Um, I don't know if they're weird. They're different. It's just like Christmas. I guess weird is culturally different. But, um, what else? Amsterdam is weird. Amsterdam, I think. Yeah, but Amsterdam, they have legal drugs and brothels. That's weird. Yeah. Tel Aviv is pretty weird. It has the highest rate of homosexuality in Israel, yet it's surrounded by very religious people. Um, South Africa or Cape Town is weird. It's like on a predominantly black continent with very diverse people there. It was a British and Dutch colony. Yeah, um, but people liked it because of the weather. When the French colonies didn't have as nice weather, I know a lot of South Africans. In fact, my synagogue, almost a majority South African. They're, it's like 50% South African, 50% everything else combined. Irvine kind of South African because they're like the same latitude, but just on the other side of the equator. It is. It's just like whenever we're at like 30, 33 degrees north latitude, they're like 33 degrees south latitude. The weather is very similar. And after the apartheid period, like they started becoming targets. Yeah, I mean, it's just like hold on. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, am I not? I know yeah, apartheid. Okay, yeah, you're 100% right. Um, why did I say that? Right? I don't say that word that often. Apartheid. No, I think different. We're gonna apartheid. Yeah, we'll look it up. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's okay. You're not gonna get this. No. Okay. Um, why do non-South Africans commit apartheid as apartheid? Apartheid as apartheid. And I've lived under both regimes for 16 years. My parents were great before me. Okay, so I didn't pronounce this shit. Okay. In American English, the H sound is in practice when preceded by a consonant such as T. In particular, in English, we use T to represent the Greek sounds of theta and delta. Thick and thin versus this or that. And so when we encounter an exception such as cocoa or apartheid, the T is pronounced and the H often dropped in head. Okay.
So it's Cook's head.
No, I'm gonna look up Chat. ChatGPT will explain to us like
Fascinating. Explain it like I am.
please explain the pronunciation differences like the comedian word and that. They say yo dog. I got you. This is exactly the kind of thing really might come in my muscle around with. Super guy borderline so bored like a thing. Real pronunciation. Apartheid, arcade. Um, okay. Apartheid. Apartheid. Origin. Afrikaans meaning apart. Definition. Pronunciation. How to pronounce. Okay, in American English, it sounds like apartheid. In British English, it sounds like apartheid. Nobody pronounces it apartheid. Does anyone pronounce it a car, a car, the, apartheid is hilarious. That's hilarious. And it sounds like something someone would say. Completely wrong. There's no apartheid, why it makes it connect. Dude, I think it's fucking apartheid. It's not.
You stupid fucks.
Okay, is a part pronounced apartheid or apartheid with a bit of a Dutch-style hide at the end, like hiking with a boot. It's made from apart and hide. Apartheid. Why Americans say apartheid or apartheid? Yeah, so why am I saying apartheid? Because it's spelled that way. Apartheid. That's exactly how it's spelled. Apartheid. Apartheid. I mean, I use both of them, but well, I don't know if I've ever said apartheid.
Have you ever South African saying
No, apartheid. Um, but it's like it seems like it's a Greek, like the Parthenon. I think that's where I was getting that from, but it's not. It's apartheid. So I think we should change it to apartheid.
I think is they South Africans so they think that they're ducks.
I think so too. I've never used it in front of them. I was asked about it one time what my thoughts were on, yeah, why is it not announced a party is? Great follow. Why apartheid is why apartheid is not pronounced apartheid? Because it's not an English word originally. It comes from Afrikaans, and in that language, hide is pronounced like him, or hide, not head, or hid. Breaking it down. So, what is apartheid? It's what words are like apartheid?
Yeah, I got a part yeah, it's smaller right now, unfortunately.
Well,
It's too late for that.
it's not. Why have you been up? Why have you been up for like till like 8:30 in the morning?
Like, what time do you go to sleep?
Dude, I go to sleep at like 11 in the morning.
Are you? You're not even the first. Like,
I
you remember we had this conversation.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
I'm gonna go to sleep for like good hours, and then like literally like the past 4 week is like I'm going to sleep at 11.
Yeah, you're right.
I think maybe it's like our bodies are so used to like the night being awake during the night that it's just like it's very difficult to change.
Yeah, I'm seeing someone who fucks me up. I can tell you that.
Now you're pointing the finger at Sue.
I point the finger at suit and apartheid. I'm telling you, in the future, people will call it apartheid.
Yeah, or they could at least change the spelling.
They should. It should. It should be apartheid, like APARTID.
spell it differently for like no reason.
I don't understand it. In the future, though, people will say it the way that I say it, and that's hard to do. Yeah, or they'll change the writing of it, and it'll be apartheid because I guess it's because it's an Afrikaans word. Yeah. How does it change?
They have like way too many like words in their language or characters and whatnot. Like so they deconstructed their keyboard into all the basic building blocks to build each of the characters. And it's just like their alphabet is like way too big. So they made all the possible ways to construct a character into like the building blocks of those characters, and then you can add them together and make suggestions as you keep like winding down.
Oh yeah. Oh, hold on. I thought you meant the music keyboard. Yeah. No, I've seen it. Is it, dude? I think they dominate the world because of that. I really mean that. I have a theory about that.
Well, it's not a really theory. You can type like 4 times faster,
Right.
which is like you can do.
Right. But they're like their autocomplete is incredible.
Yeah. I think it's yeah. I don't know how to talk about it.
No, that's great. I don't know why when you asked it. First, I thought it was a joke. Like, do you know what you? Do you know?
Suits stand up.
Right. Exactly. I thought it was a joke. I thought, what did you say? Do you know how a Chinese keyboard works? And I was thinking, like, no. What's the punchline? But then I thought you meant like a musical keyboard, and so I was like, you mean it's not like black and white keys like a normal one? And then I recognized that you were talking about the Chinese keyboard player.
Yeah. No, I tried watching one video of making something a year ago. Don't get so
Dude, it's incredible that they have that one, and their autocomplete is like 30 years ahead of English. An iOS version that just sucks complete dick. It's like, aren't you guys seeing like the people who are using these keyboards? Like one of them like has to like literally go through 25,000 words with each press to autocomplete for you. And the other one's like one in dog. Well, here's dog, or you know what I mean. It's not even like close.
next year if I didn't see a video on like the typing competition.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Well, I don't know if it's the same documentary, but yeah, it's incredible. And how when they first started with computers, they had to like figure out that autocomplete thing, or they wouldn't have been able to like type at all.
Yeah. There would have been no mess it up.
Yeah.
They provided their Taiwan version of the Chinese language of that some China had their own different version of Chinese that was based on some old military version that we had on.
All right, will you get your sleep?
Please pressure. lecture.
I'll do my best. You know that there's a big UFC tonight?
I don't have a gig for USD, and I think that it's barbaric, but at least it's consensual fighting, I guess. But it's still pretty barbaric.
Dude, you just gave me an idea. I don't know if this is a good idea. It's not, but I bet it would be a really big. I think it would be really big. Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay, imagine it's like UFC, but let me think how this could work. Okay, it would be UFC for women, and they wear strap-ons. It would, I guess, they would both consent to a like. It would be like, yeah, but they consented. Like you had just said, like they were, I guess because it's consensual, that stuck in my head. Like, if you have it where it be not consensual, I guess, like if it were just like one person beating up another person, yeah. But I can see that working. I can see that people loving that shit. So basically, you get two lesbians, and they like to fight.
I understand how it works.
Yeah,
You don't need to explain it. I mean, it's the person that penetrates the other
exactly,
first for 5 seconds.
exactly.
Yeah, that's like pretty.
It's disgusting. Yeah, no, it is. Well, it's not like something that into which I would be. But when you said like they were consenting, it just brought into my head like consent. What if you had it where they didn't consent? And then I thought, well, then that's just about beating somebody up. But what if they still wanted to fight, but made a sexual aspect? Anyway, I'm sure somebody started that before. And
I was listening to a podcast like 2 days ago, exactly this UFC, but version of it.
oh, wait, okay, so people explore.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So you don't like
It
UFC?
wasn't an argument. No, I love UFC. At the same time, it's just I'm endorsing this.
All right.
Like, I don't mind. It's entertainment, but at the same time, it's like football. People are cheering for football and whatever, but the people online or whatever about like CTE and like brain problems with like
That's true. So this way, I guess they would just have sexual trauma.
I mean, I still punching in the UFC version, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, I have no sex fight. I bet you that becomes a thing someday.
I mean, possibly.
It's not my it's not my thing.
I would like to see the seniors in the sense like boxing, where it's like grandmas in the ring fighting.
Senior citizen boxing grandmas.
Yeah, like people betting on grandmas in the ring.
Why is it nerfs like a sport?
Nerf guns.
Yeah.
I mean, consider airsoft paintball.
No, that shit hurts. I'm talking about something that you don't have to wear like goggles.
Laser tag.
Yeah, didn't I show you that thing? I think we did. That laser tag that you play with your phone. Yeah.
You want to be in the Olympics for that dinner.
Yeah, I mean, laser tag is tight, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't have that as well. But just Nerf guns, where you just had like a warehouse and just with inflatables, and you had people running around with Nerf guns shooting each other. I think that would be very popular.
I mean, the Nerf guns don't go that far. You like God on
Well, the dodging part would be part of why it's cool. And it's also cool that they don't shoot that far. So you'd have to like run up to the guy and get kind of close and fire. And you know they make those Nerf guns with like huge like amounts of little bullets. I don't know why that's not a thing. You could play it with between adults and kids. You could have like 10 kids versus.
I know. Or I guess you could call it young teams, like 8 teams or something. They all have to find that way. Into $2,000. You send them into a hardware store. They have to go to rat, and then all the rats get thrown to the water, and they have to like hire it and like people on the other buttons.
Great idea.
Like their buttons and shit.
I like it. So how would you do it? Like in an Olympic-sized pool?
Yeah, like a river,
Okay. You know what I think would be really big nowadays if they did it again is BattleBots. Do you remember BattleBots?
yeah, it's basically like 2 minutes around the stands.
I get you. All right, Pim. That, I know what you're talking about.
Like lock on or something.
Yeah.
And they literally climb a tree, like an 80-foot tree in like 4 seconds.
That one,
And then they like slide down like a giant like fire.
right. I find that to be very, very satisfying and soothing. Like how sharp their giant fucking saws are.
But when you're like sawing, it's like a 2-person saw, like chopping down like the tree stuff that deserves like a oddly satisfying credit.
Right. But when they're chopping like a little, like, I don't know, like a triangle into a tree, then they do the other side and watch it fall. Or I don't know if this is the same sport, but like even when they do the log rolling on the water, they try to get somebody else off. That's pretty cool to watch. Like I love this. So are you talking about chainsaws or are you talking about lumberjacks?
I don't know. Yeah, yeah. Maybe they, I don't know that chainsaw is, but I guess it's honestly
They have the. I get that. Wait, with the chainsaws? Right. They do the one where they just like have to. I don't know. There's just something satisfying about watching the chainsaw go through lumber, like where they cut it and it's like in the. They just try to make as many like discs of it as they can, and they're like competing against each other. And they also have it where like it's going so fast that they have to put like water on it to like give it like so that their chain doesn't get too hot. They do something like that. It's fascinating.
Yeah, maybe I've seen like a chance competition like one way way back when years ago, but I don't really remember that one.
They make a kind of chainsaw proof or resistant pants that I find really interesting too. That like basically you can take a chainsaw to them and it doesn't kill you. I think that's fascinating. They wear those.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre, based on a story.
Yeah,
It was.
I think so. Yeah, that's that. You won't really let me say this. Yoda, can you please tell me like William Montgomery the comedian, what real life Texas Chainsaw Massacre was? Yoda, absolutely. So apparently there's this guy in Texas, right? But instead of like Whataburger or Radisson Horse, my man was making lamb shoots out of people. I mean, what is this Hobby Lobby meets hell? The real life inspiration behind the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The movie wasn't actually based on a real chainsaw massacre in Texas. It was loosely inspired by a real sicko from Wisconsin, not Texas, but nevertheless. Oh yeah, thank you. Whatever, I don't know how to pronounce it. And again, the real life psycho named Edward Theodore Gain, born 1906 from Wisconsin, nicknamed the Butcher Plunger. Vibes, creepy looker, obsessed with his mom, lived in a farmhouse full of body parts. Finds dug up graves, and made furniture masks and suits from human skin. He murdered at least two women. When police came to his house in 1957, they found a box of noses, human skin lampshade, a belt made of nipples, a woman's face peeled off and hanging on the wall of the church. But wait, where's the chainsaw? There was no chainsaw. That chainsaw part was out of the flare, edited by director Toby Hooper, who got it. Who said he got it the idea from staying in a hardware store, thinking of a faster way to cut through a crowd during holiday shopping. The movie is inspired by that game. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Psycho, and Silence of the Lambs.
Did you say a belt made out of nipples?
Did say it. I don't think they allow you to sell that kind of stuff. You can't sell something.
I know that. Don't think a museum or
So there's only one of them in the world.
yeah.
Because they used to make necklaces out of like people here as a Vietnam. But if it's just a nipple belt, I would say it would be a way of how you could like show people how many American GIs they've killed. Make like their ears on a necklace. Uh, so like indigenous people helping and you look how many people you killed through that. Okay, but the nipple belt probably
The Hollywood value created from that guy.
yeah, probably like today's money. I mean, it's just worth what somebody would pay for it. But I bet somebody would pay $1 million for it. Yeah,
I guess it's just like very rare and it's expensive.
lower. Right. Now let me check. Let's find out other weird shit before we go. Aside from like a nipple belt, indigenous people with like scalp people, didn't like the Viet Cong cut off GIs, ears, and make necklaces out of them? What other weird shit have people done like that in history? Yo, Doc, buckle up. because human history is full of straight metal set nightmare stuff. Okay, scalping and ear slash head necklaces. Indigenous tribes, step normal as Viking soldiers. It wasn't uncommon to collect body parts and scalps. Plain stripe for spiritual or warrior clout. Ears and noses, Vietnam War soldiers and older Asian Middle Eastern empires. Heads on poles for traditional aspects. Fun fact, some Mongol warriors would sew enemies' ears together into long necklaces to prove body counts to their commanders, like a murder version of the friendship bracelet. But I heard what they would do sometimes too is if they didn't have enough, they would go to a cemetery and try to find freshly buried people and then just dig them up and then like count them. So they're like inflated numbers. Skull cups and goblets. Scythians, ancient steppe warriors, the Mongols would turn enemy skulls into drinking cups. Vlad the Impaler, aka Dracula, dude was real. He had a whole forest of impaled bodies and reportedly dying among them, straight up like a haunted Applebee's. Shrunken heads, the Saw people, Javrovian tribes in the Amazon, like the Shura people, would shrink enemy heads called Sansa to trap their spirit and flex that W. They boiled the head, soaked the lips shut, filled it with hot sand, and wore it like a charm. Western collectors went wild for these in the 1800s, so they started making fake guns out of sloths and bones. That blood bones, you boil the head, you soak the lips shut, and you fill it with hot sand. And it likely like condensed. Fat, blood, bone, medieval humans. In Europe, people ate mummies, drank human blood, and used ground up skulls for medicine. Yes, even royalty like Charles II was king on king's drops, which were made with human skull powder. In some battlefield rituals, people would drink blood from a warrior's heart to gain strength. Trophies of war, Nazis, and the Pacific Theater. Some Japanese and Americans in the Pacific took skulls and teeth as souvenirs. There are photos of American GIs being up enemy skulls for bombs, which got published in Life magazine, which was a huge scandal. Bones and jewelry are tools. Ancient and tribal societies realized finger bones as fruits, human ribs as needles or palms, teeth and nails in necklaces or charms. Some believe they offer protection or magical powers, others just flex on their enemy. Honorable people mentions Aztecs built entire stone towers, some teeth, and sacrificed enemies. Celts supposedly nailed heads to their walls like trophies. Maori preserved tattooed heads and smoked both to honor and with war spreaders. There you go. People are fucked up.
I mean, if you get magic powers, I think this shrinking has very
Would you wear one? Would you wear one?
I thought living in like Mexico and like weird style, yeah.
That's cool.
I think if it even legal to making this go serial
It's legal owner if you get skull in the United States. It just, yeah, it, there's some kind of laws on it. I'm almost certain it is. I mean, I've never met anybody. Is it legal to own a human skull in the United States? No, no, great question. Yes, it's mostly legal, and, but there are state by state exceptions. So common sources are medicine specimens from old anatomy labs, antique dealers, ID collectors, fake Ripley's, or Instagram taxidermy people. You'll even find some websites like Skull Store, Bone Meal, and eBay back in the day where human skulls were sold. There are some states that restrict it. So they're like 10 states that are allowed, or 7 states or so. Or 7 states that ban it, I should say. Um, there's no specific federal law banning it, but unless it's Native American remains, traffic parts across state lines, probably, if you can't prove it came from a legal source, it could be banned. A fun, creepy fact: in 2016, a man in Florida was arrested for trying to trade human skulls for weed. No joke. And another guy in Pennsylvania had Texas out looking to buy a skull, no questions asked. That dude got charged. I wonder why he got charged. Why did he get charged? Like, what did he do wrong? All right. No, he just put a Craigslist ad up saying he was willing to buy a human skull, no questions asked. They say he got charged, but that doesn't mean he was found guilty. That is terrible. No. No, we do that as Orthodox Jews. We feel that the body should remain intact through burial. Yeah, we donate. We don't donate our bodies to scientific research.
Do not believe in science, like medical science.
No, we do. Other people can do it, but we just don't do it. I mean, there are some Jews who do, but mainstream traditional Orthodoxy, the bodies can be preserved through burial.
This was very a significant part of like a whole lot of people's lives. Like there's entire countries where like it's like impossible to find people that are Muslim or Jewish or whatever their religion is. So it's kind of like that's
And it is a nice place.
how much of this population do you think is religious?
I used to have the statistics, but it's like, well, how do you define religiosity? And you consider, like, we can go,
Do you consider foreignness a religion?
yeah, I mean, we'll just get the answer. What percentage of the world is religious? So they say 84. They say 84% of the world's population, but I don't agree with that. You meet a lot of Christians who said that they were just born into that. They don't really practice. You can find Jews who say that. Islam, Hinduism, So some people just identify culturally. So I mean, that's why it's like a hard thing to factor in. I mean, if you were to take,
if you believe in it, then you're good. And if you practice like once on Christmas or every day, either one of those can be considered religious.
yeah, but I mean, like even Judaism or Israel is a secular state. Most of the people there are not religious, so you wouldn't even include that. Um,
Oh, really?
yeah,
I thought there were like a lot of people there.
no, it's 80% Jewish, and about 15% Muslim, 5% Christian. But of the Jews who are there, most of them are secular people, meaning they're either agnostic or atheist or whatever. They maybe just see Judaism as a cultural identity, but not necessarily a religious identity. The black hat theist rabbis are less than 5%.
Right. Yeah, what do you think is the most religious country?
Um, Probably like Vatican City, if makes sense.
That's
Okay.
but it's
Well, I mean, it probably is. They know like 1,000 people. They probably have one. So, are you talking what percentage of the population is religious?
yes.
You know, I used to know that I thought it was Jordan for some time, but I couldn't figure out. I don't know why I want to say that. What is the most religious country in the world?
I'm gonna say somewhere in the Middle East, like Iran, some Middle Eastern country.
Incredibly Somalia says practically 100% Muslim, 99% Muslims. Mauritania, about 2% Muslim. Afghanistan, 99% Muslim.
Yeah, I Afghanistan at least that's what my list actually live.
No, it's not.
It was one of my guesses in my head that I made.
Okay, but it's not the Middle East.
Afghanistan is in the Middle East.
It's the definition. I mean, we'll look it up. So I said Jordan, and Jordan is like 97% Muslim and 3% Christian. So I mean, that's a big. Okay, but that's is Afghanistan in the Middle East? It's not. It's South Central Asia.
Or we see what the
Middle East is Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iraq, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Iran, Turkey, Yemen, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and sometimes Egypt. Central and
this one says that include like
Hold on. Every stand is in Asia. But who are you saying? Who says this? No, Doug. Go to the Wikipedia and they highlight it, and Afghanistan is not. The Middle East is the Arabian Peninsula, Egypt, Iraq, Levant, and Turkey. So, if you want a list of the states that are there, it's Algeria, Bahrain, Cyprus, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. No one includes Pakistan. No one includes that. Hold on. The second Bush administration in the first decade of the 20th century called the Greater Middle East, Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, and Turkey. So you can agree with George W. Bush. He also, I bet, pronounced it apartheid. If anybody who pronounced it apartheid, it was you. That's how you know it's right. Doug, he also pronounced it. He pronounced nuclear the way that you pronounce it. Do you? Sometimes you say nuclear. That's cool.
That's how
That's how some Americans say it. Which is interesting because if you just have it spelled, it's spelled nuclear. Like, why people think to add syllables to it?
Diesel. Do you say diesel or diesel?
Diesel?
You pronounce the S. I've heard everyone say diesel.
Diesel?
They use a Z sound.
Yeah, probably both. But diesel? If I'm like,
It should be the S.
it should be the S, yeah.
There's no Z.
Do you say Z?
Yeah, like that's how I'm pronouncing it. Like diesel.
No, do you say,
Cell.
you don't say Z, you say Z?
Yeah, Canadian, so it's Z. It's my mistake.
Fuck you. Spell color.
Oh, do you say H? Do you say H? Like, actually put the H sound in the H? Or do you say H? H or H?
H. No H. Do you pronounce it? Do you pronounce herb or herb? I like that. I don't think anybody like proper pronounces it herb. Or do they? No one says herbs. Oh, like yeah, some good herb. No, they say. Okay,
It's more like her.
herb. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm watching? Well, after watching Family Guy, cool script, but usually just do it. Do you?
I don't even know if
It's a weird thing. It's it's like an oil. It's not whipped cream. It doesn't have dairy or something like that. Yo, dog, where's the cool way out of it? It's it's water and vegetable oil. Usually like coconut oil, palm oil, almond oil. It's not like real whipped cream. Hydrogenated vegetable oil, like coconut and palm oil. Before you go, here's one last thing. Yo, dog, get Napoleon and get margarine because it can be taken like a long travels and not spoil like butter. In the 1860s, Napoleon III of France challenged scientists to create a cheap substitute for the abundant lower classes, especially one that can handle long storage and travel without spoiling. Butter was expensive and perishable. The French chemist named Hippolyte Morris came through and invented margarine in response to the challenge. Margarine was made from animal fats and native vegetable oils, designed to be cheaper and last longer. So Napoleon III's role was more like the initiator of the idea, than not the inventor himself. Peace, man. Enjoy your Cool Whip and margarine. Thanks, man.
Incredibly fancy snowsuit, which was sort of like a spacesuit. It was like silver in color, and had like flags, and, like patches and stuff like that. So this is like the man on the board and everything. And I thought it was like the most amazing thing ever. I also thought it was wonderful. And I'm walking home from a school, going into it. It was like a kind of a yucky fall day. I'm wearing my super space suit, brand new. And I walked next to the ditch, and I said, "This is great. I'm wearing my spacesuit. I could go right into the ditch." And I dove into the ditch. I discovered my spacesuit is not in fact part. And I came home, and I was completely covered in the ditch. I walked to the store. My parents had a store, and we lived in the apartment on top. And I was like sopping wet, sticky ditch water. It was cold, right? September, October time, and out there, so thankful. Not a word of criticism. Just took me upstairs, helped me get out of this disgusting clammy thing, against the bath. Not a word of judgment against me. She never said like, "Oh, take care of yourself." So you're doing your job. Snowsuit. But it was just she herself said, "No, no, son. That's like when Hashem forgives us. He doesn't give it to some employee to do it. He wants to take care of yourself. He says, "You're ready to be forgiven? I'm going to do it personally." Very, very powerful for that kind of voice. Oh my gosh. This one is my favorite. And I use frequently. I call it the extra ones. And it's when you fucking discuss the passage that it makes up. And this is actually one of the pieces of art I have on the back of the desk that this was inspired by a discussion. This is supposed to be like me, and this is supposed to be like my wife. And the metaphor inside. If it takes too long to give you all of it, but basically Rabbi describes a bizarre incident I think it's in Safanya, that is also discussed in the Pardes Rabbonim, of how Hashem is so angry with people like that. He wants to destroy them all. So he sends Gabriel, Balak in charge of destruction. Go down, get some of the coals from under the Galgal, which is some kind of like strange thing, like under the Aron Kodesh and the basic Mikdash, is like something that nuclear sort of later sort of lost our energy kind of thing. And Gabriel is supposed to go there, supposed to get some of those radioactive coals and spread them out over the entire Jewish people and supposed to be destroyed. Gabriel goes there and he opens up the Galgal. And he looks inside, he's about to take some of those coals out, and inside the coals, there is the image of a glowing hand. And Hashem says to Gabriel, just wait a second. The hand represents Chesed, the hand represents Tzedakah, giving to others. And after a while, the Rothschild says, for 20 years, Gabriel's standing there with, the suntan from the radioactive elements there. Hashem says, okay, forget about it. We're going to let it go. Calls it. And the whole story, as Roth explains to you, is that Hashem knew that he was going to be angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself in advance a reminder of something that he should expect. He left in the Galgal itself this image of a hand, as it were. I know it's a bizarre anthropomorphism, I don't know about that, but the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they are charity. They do goodness. And so therefore it said, now here the Ramak says explicitly, especially for your spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens like once every 20 or 25 years, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token you have to prepare in advance. It's like forgiveness requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that when you get to that level of anger, you remember that token, and it will kind of like be just like a little stop sign. You can run right through a stop sign. I've got not really good. You can run through a stop sign, but it is some kind of reminder. And the reminder that I have is that my wife always makes me lunch. Even if she is a little irritating, she can rarely happens, but she always makes my lunch. She always thinks it's a waste of my food. And she delicious, and stuff like that. I like that. That's magic, but it just assists action. Another one is maintain for a blood. I'm showing these pictures of family pictures because there's no greater rewards for interpersonal reactions in the family. This is where you really get to the hardest levels of learning how to live with other human beings. This is some guy, and this is cute son, about 2 years old, about to get his first hair. And he looks somewhat handsome. I'm not exactly sure what he's going to do. And the Ramak says that we have this passage, we'll read it on Rosh Hashanah, right? And we say it 6 all the time. I want to share pain. I will give pain to whoever I want. Pain, Kasher. We have to share. That's not it. Well, I remember it later. I'm glad this applies to people who do not remember. But anyway, Hashem, as it were, has kind of like a fail-safe in his forgiveness. That for every human being, he sets aside special oaths there, special treasure for their mind. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room, so to speak, sterile, No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memories of whatever this person's event was doing. And nothing can touch that. A person can do, like, you may have this idea that, oh, I did an Avera, 1,000 Avera points. I just cost myself 2,000 Avera points. And I only got 20 mitzvah points in that special room. They're gone immediately. The answer is no, that's not the way Hashem does math. Those 20 mitzvah points are there forever and ever. They cannot be touched. They're like solid, and that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, I was looking at it with this, we have small children. I know it's hard to imagine this, but when they become teenagers, it's like they're taken over by babies and much more difficult to deal with. And, you know, it was a hard kid to deal with in a lot of ways, but if I can remember, like, what it looked like when the first time, you know, vulnerable and certain, and, you know, it's not just those 20 minutes and love that person forever. That little quarter look, by the way, this is what it looked like after the haircut. I'm not entirely sure that this is a good idea, but so I'm going to give you now the last one. Of course, I'm very Chaim and Matthew, my eldest daughter, and this is the 13th level. Is the remark says that if all the other 12 levels fail, this one never fails. You're really trying hard to forgive someone, and again, sometimes people ask me, what about this? Actually, I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life. The regular slings and arrows and outrageous fortune. Never mind. You know, like, those kind of oftentimes experiences. I don't know what to say about those things. But in regular life, it says if you can't forgive a person with the other 12 levels, this level will always fail. It is guaranteed in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person. But I have to say it's like hugely exhausting to do it. I have used it on occasion, maybe 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it like extinguishes a part of your soul. It is really, really hard to do. And basically, what he says is every human being had moments. Usually, when they're kids, but every human being had a moment where they were completely toppled, nothing wrong. They were beautiful works of art, with everything and nothing wrong with those things. And what you have to do is go back to that place. You have to imagine that person as that perfect human being before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, what he does talk about childhood, is in Uncovered. There's that beautiful section from the Navi of how Hashem found us in the wilderness and then became our husband there. And that moment of pure joy, you're under the foot, and so fortunate. How did I get so fortunate to marry such a wonderful person? And nothing is wrong. The entire universe is aligned in your favor. Later you'll have arguments. Later, you know, but that moment of purity and energy that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, you may still be angry about who knows what other things, but that anger will be muted by giving loving message of yes, we have that connection at that time. And that's the 13th. It is exhausting. When you're really angry with someone, it's hard to think of that moment. But it is, you know, well, we're still married, but 4 years later, right? Okay, so I'm going to conclude now, and I'm just going to tell a story about the same daughter. This is Rafaela when she was about 2 years old or so. And I think one of the most powerful lessons that she got I ever learned was from Rafaela. And it goes like this. So this was when I was doing my dissertation, and my wife was working at Westchester at the Federation, and I was unwisely charged of Rafaela, his sister, And I would be writing my dissertation paper all over the place, and the kids would basically be doing whatever they want for the rest of the house. And then I look at my watch, and I know how I have 15 minutes, and then they rush around to things up. Finally, but my day was okay. And one day, I'm working really hard on a particular writing, and I realize I don't hear the kids. They've done something really tasty. So I come out of my office and start walking through the split of the house and right there in my seat, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of plumbing. They washed each other with the toilet brush, and toilet paper everywhere, soaked up the floors. It was like, and yet Rabbi was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was a good 15-minute window before my wife would get home. And I was livid, right? The veins in my forehead started pulsating, and I started like tensing up. And the kids knew they were big, big trouble. Rafaela, if I were she, I would have lit out of it. I would have like immediately headed for the hills because they were going to be big trouble. But instead, this little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me and threw herself at my legs and hugged my legs up. How can I be angry with the good thing, right? She has, instead of running away, which is the obvious thing, she ran to me and she said, "Oh, I didn't know we weren't supposed to do this. I'm really sorry." And I immediately forgave her. I didn't. And I think the lesson through is really obvious that, we may think we're smarter than God. We may think we'd be able to lead attitude before Hashem realizes that you're the ones who mess things up. It's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to, overcome our fear and hesitancy and run to Hashem. As it was clasping around the legs, and say, Tati, sorry. I hope that this introduction to Talmud Torah has been useful for you. Very good. I wish you all to see that Torah. If you make sure that you should share that applications. That's a thunderous applause, by the way. Okay, I suppose I could take a couple of questions from the audience. Does anyone have any questions, arguments, objections? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of that actually, but I could see it US. Well, he does talk about his wife. He does talk about the marital relationship, rather surprisingly sometimes. But he doesn't like personify it. He's just grateful for her and so on. But it's a little bit like this thing that she wants to remain anonymous, maybe. And it's not at all unusual for 16th century life. Today, uh-oh. So I'll repeat the question for those of you who are doing that. Usually, good looking women in the audience who ask, did any of these men do the logs? They seem so disconnected and all that fearing of another. The truth is, the talk speaks very much about physically getting into the weeds of daily life. In his chapter on, I can't remember which chapter it is, but he has a huge discussion of do not turn your eyes away from poverty and distress. He has a whole discussion of how, you're supposed to be engaged with people's suffering because that's why we're here to try and alleviate other people's suffering. Definitely in that area. He also discusses in another place about how what these great rabbis would do Erev Shabbos. And so many of them were doing totally mundane things to get ready for Shabbos. And that is like, you think that the important rabbis would have like house help to do it. No, these are things they sweep, they do sponge up, they do these things because that's part of it. My favorite, by the way, is Rabbi would always prepare the herring. He actually would prepare the sheep. Yeah. Okay, so I think on the contrary, especially when it gets into the marital realm, the Kabbalists were deeply involved in discussing the aspects of it. Sometimes it's actually sort of R-rated to read what they say about what it is to be married. Like, why did God create us with two sexes? What was that all about? So the Kabbalists would know this tremendous amount of Torah in the fact that they're man and female. That's it. Okay, I'll see. I have some Zoom questions. But I do have to call my next week. Yeah, well, it definitely talks about it quite a bit. I don't want to put that in the recording. Okay, we got okay, lots of things from Tablets of Stone. Tablets of Stone is actually a student who lives in London, so I don't know what time he's there now, but I hope he gets some sleep soon. The question of evil is a huge, too difficult question to answer right now, but it is a really important one, and the Kabbalists do have a solution. Well, it's nice to see you. She says this was so inspiring. What about self-forgiveness from Richard McDonald? Yeah, that's a tough one. Self-forgiveness. So the Ramak in Talmud Torah principally discusses the way God forgives us and how we should take those lessons for forgiving others. He does not go into discussion, as we read Rothschild, of how does God forgive himself, therefore we should forgive ourselves. He doesn't take us there, I think for obviously reasons. But the fact is, I found that by learning how to forgive other people better, I've gotten a lot better at forgiving myself. Most people are good at it, but often when we forgive ourselves, we tend to do it in a very superficial way. And in the dark of night, we reason why we shouldn't forgive ourselves. But when we read the Talmud Torah and feel empathy for other people's failings, then it's easier to keep yourself a little slack on this way. It's definitely a topic with a lot more exploration. Way up top. And I've done here my 5 fab. General purpose of my fave 5, my 5 ones. Is there a resource or summary to implement the entire work? So I actually have a whole series of lectures on each one of the levels online. So this one entitled Kabbalah of Forgiveness, which is the title I gave to the book that I wrote about this. And there's actually, in English, I think there are maybe 4 or 5 translations out there. Some of them are really quite excellent. And there's also on Sparia, translated as well. 2 or 3 English translations on Sparia. So there's a lot of resources for that. And thank you very much for enduring this presentation. And I hope you all have a few minutes until 8. It's like online, but like regular. There's a microphone here. There's a live stream that
Okay, welcome everyone to tonight's part 2 of our True Will lecture series together with Dr. Noam, with Dr. Thank you for being here. Those who are watching at home. We had a conversation with my Rabbi this past week talking about some potential additions Rabbi had to the Matzah, and then discussions about the problems of salvation practices. And I said to my Rabbi, I said, I think for a lot of people in the shul, just getting them to say the word we have, not add more, is probably enough. I said, tefillah these days is hard enough. And he had a mind to Bar Shem, and I thought very sure. He said, it's not about, he said, Halabai is saying the words of the city. He said, Halabai, he did see. And I think that it kind of, he caught me. He was giving me a mustard he wasn't intending to. It's like, if one could go through all Rosh Hashanah not clap one thing. We're not going to do any tshuva because we didn't ever say anywhere in Shana to do tshuva. And so, it might be a subtle reminder that the goal of all of this davening and all the time that we're spending together is really to engage with tshuva, different opinions of what tshuva means, but ultimately trying to connect better with ourselves and each other. Dr. Gibson really confident that having this new series, and tonight we're going to be taking a deep dive into Torah Devorah. And with Dr. Gibson, we're very grateful for him for sharing his time, his expertise with us. And as a bonus, we have some merch for those who came. Dr. Gibson actually published a book on Torah Devorah to offer for those who are interested. He has some free copies here for those who want. So we know where he lives now. So excited. I'm enough for you. Anyone like a copy of Dr. Gibson's book? So they are here in front. But we're grateful not just for having the book, the man, but to learn life.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. I appreciate the introduction, and thank you all for coming early. I only brought a small number of books, so pass around right now. So those of you who are early, just so my goal for tonight, I am trying a little bit of it logically by live streaming this on YouTube, but I'm not sure it will work. We'll have a go at it. At any rate, what I'm going to try definitely is to move this down to this, so it's not quite so. No, I think it's the wrong thing. Here we go. And part of the one online for okay, so my goal for tonight is, as you can see from the present, we're going to do a little bit of history first. I'm going to talk about this remarkable, amazing 16th century master Kabbalistic text called Torah Devorah. It is a work that really deserves a lot more attention. In my humble and limited understanding of the literary traditions of world religions, it is just a gloriously, supremely wonderful book that talks about something I don't have any other tradition that has anything similar. It really is something unusual, and it deserves a lot more attention. So we're going to talk just a little bit about what the book is. We're going to place it in its historical setting in the famous Safed circle spot in northern Israel, which is in itself a fascinating historical chapter in Jewish intellectual history. And then I'm going to take you into sort of Kabbalah 101. So if there's anyone in the room who's under 40, possible, this is your chance to leave right now. Although the truth is that the author of Torah Devorah was a very strong advocate of studying Kabbalah at the age of 20 onward. He felt that 40 was already, it's too late now. Only when you're 20 you get into it. So I'll give you just a little bit of introduction to the basic ideas of Kabbalah as it relates specifically to the Torah Devorah. And from that point, we're going to go into the actual crash course in forgiveness. There are 13 distinct strategies for how to forgive people in this book. And we'll have time to maybe do 3 or 4 of them. Ideally, we could have an hour on each one of them and not exhaust all of the tremendous wisdom in them. But we'll just about my favorite 4, and we'll wrap it up for the night. So I hope this will be a useful presentation. I can tell you that it's something really important for me. And I first encountered Torah Devorah. I had just turned about 30, and I came across a copy at my local bookstore, and I was kind of like, I knew it was Kabbalah, and I was sort of like, ooh, this is, am I allowed to even look at this? And so I looked over my shoulder, kind of like, can I get a brown paper bag, maybe I put it home like that. In just the first 12 pages, just blew me away. It was so overwhelming. It was so amazing that, as the Rabbi said, I spent a fair bit of time translating it, and I really I got a lot out of it. It's one of the 10 books that changed my life. I think it has the potential to change anyone's life. It's really a phenomenal book. Change your relationships with people around you, change your relationship with God, and maybe even change your relationship with yourself. I will not say that, now once you read this book, you suddenly forgive everybody and never have another angry moment at the end. That's fantasy, but it does help a lot. It's really, giving me sort of a toehold to be able to climb some of those great challenges in life and continue benefiting. Okay, so let's look at the book itself. Click on the screen here. Here we go. So the book itself, here is the Editio Princeps, the first printing, came out in Venetia, Venice in 1588-89. It was published posthumously. The remark, we'll go into his biography a little bit in a second, he had passed away a little over a dozen years prior, leaving behind a widow and an 8-year-old son named Natalia, and they were desperately impoverished by the devastating plagues that ravaged northern Israel at the time, and they stole all of his manuscripts to a real Talmud Chacham, a real scholar who was a collector named Moshe Basola, who realized just how powerful and valuable they were, and he went about publishing them. This was one of the first drafts that the author, had put together. It clearly has not gone through a second careful draft. There are mistakes in it. At points he says, like, now there are 2 reasons for this, and only this one, and there's actually a couple of wrong citations from Gemara, so you can see that it's his first draft. It was untitled, a strange title, Tomer Deborah, the palm tree of Deborah, was given to it by its later publishers. We don't know exactly what the Ramak himself wanted to call it, or even why Tomer Deborah was chosen. It doesn't occur in the book at all. It may be because Rabbi Basola was thinking of a different work, which was published earlier, called Elima Rabati, in which the author laid out 70 palm trees, and in this section there is some resemblance to one of those palm trees. That's a supposition, but we can go into any detail. One small detail that I should mention is that his name is frequently rendered as Cordovero, which makes me think that he comes from Cordoba in Spain. That's probably incorrect. As you can see from the spelling here, and we'll see it also on his save and his gravestone, it's Cordovero. It's Portuguese spelling, but it's kind of a strange thing to pronounce in Hebrew, so it's sort of manually Cordovero, and that's how the standard, even though it's probably not correct. Nevertheless, it gained phenomenal popularity soon after its first publication, largely because it was picked up a generation later by the Shalom HaKodesh, the holy Rabbi Horowitz, who wrote a massive, very popular collection of Hashkafic and Halachic essays, and he basically said, this book, Tomer Deborah, is so amazing, I'm now going to include all of it in my book, Shalom HaKodesh, and because it was a very short book. The entirety of Tomer Deborah is about 30 pages long. Chapter 1 is about a third of the entire book, and that's what we're going to focus on today, the chapter on forgiveness. This particular book represents a new initiative in Jewish intellectual tradition, specifically that of what some have called Kabbalistic Musar. Musar is, of course, like the literature that builds towards ethical development, classics like Ovis and Levamos, Sil Sharm, and so on. One might say Pirkei Avos, but they all have like different sort of tracks, different sort of ways of appealing to some. Musar is like really super negative. We Lithuanians have to really enjoy that style of, harsh criticism, like Shevek Musar, like raw, that Musar like the people of the shape. Others is kind of like godless of the greatness of humanity and things like that. So this, the particular genre, started by the Ramak Kabbalistic Musar, which uses the Kabbalah as the launching pad for discussing ethical concepts. It's not theoretical Kabbalah in the sense of like, how did God make the world, and what is the and what is the afterlife? It's theurgic Kabbalah in the sense that it's not trying to like create a golem or some kind of magical act. It basically asks the question, what does the Kabbalah have to teach us about our interpretations? That's what we really start with. The fundamental premise of Tomer Deborah is an exploration of the concept of halachta b'drachav, and you shall walk in his way, and you shall imitate God, or to use the Latin term imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. So the mock asks a really important question. If we have this idea that we are supposed to follow God's ways, so how do you actually do that? I mean, are we supposed to like be destroying cities like Sodom and Gomorrah? Are we supposed to be, making decisions over who lives and who dies and plays, things like that? Those are all things that Hashem does. And if not, how do we know which actions to choose and which actions not to choose? So he says, if you want to do that, first we have to understand who God is. And the first thing he does is going to basically an anatomy of God, a personality analysis, if you will, of God. There are some serious limitations to that, as we shall see in a second. But once we have this kind of working idea of who is this God that we worship, then we can say, oh, now we know what we have to do. That's exactly the proposition of this book. Know God so that you can know how to behave, know how to take God. And it is overwhelming as an mission. So, when was this book written? There was a really amazing, unusual moment in 16th century Scotland. Two things came together. One of them is a remarkably forward-thinking tax policy by the Ottoman Empire that had opened up some of these areas. You see here, this section here is which includes, of course, Israel, and Scott is right here, sort of in the central north of Israel, towards the Sea of Galilee. The Ottoman Emperor the Ottoman Sultan offered a generous tax policy to textile merchants in particular. Jews, of course, have a very long association with textiles. It goes back maybe to antiquity, and also specifically in the Eastern Mediterranean, very strong tradition of working with textiles. Even my own father, Alva Shalom, was involved in textiles. He called it chmates, but it's the same thing. Textiles is sort of a nicer way to say it. And so lots of Jews started coming to Spot because it had this generous tax policy involving import and export of textiles. This was joined with an incredibly negative event in Jewish history, the Jewish the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and then shortly afterwards, not exactly an expulsion, but Jews were driven out of Portugal as well by extended draconian policies of forced conversion. We don't know for sure, but it was most likely that the Rabbi was the child, he was born in 1522, of refugees from Portugal. He spoke Portuguese, and this meant that they were fleeing essentially the Inquisition in Portugal. They may even not get forcibly converted themselves. We don't know whether he was possibly himself born in Portugal, if he was born in Scotland. He was definitely raised in Scotland. We know he was there when he was about 16 years old. But they were sort of like, I like to think of it sort of like being related to this horrific moment in Jewish history chronologically as we are related to the Holocaust. Right? There are difficult things comparing these two events, but they're both considered like earth-shattering events for the Jews at the time. And so he was like a first-generation survivor, maybe second-generation survivor from their start, and then they ended in a spot where they were deeply involved in all kinds of Jewish research, and especially communist research. The money generated from the textile trade allowed for the expansion of ownership in the region. Lots of rabbis were invited, and it was supported by the wealthy merchants who were able to, provide for them to have yeshivos, synagogues, and so on. And Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordero, was one of them. Tzfat itself was kind of like a nothing town, and in fact, it was sort of like a blip on the oscilloscope of Jewish history, because it really has no significant history prior to this period, it doesn't occur once in Tanakh, for example. The term Tzfat probably comes from the word Sofer, which means to look out, because it is quite elevated, it's high, and you get these gorgeous landscapes all around, but it really has no significant Jewish history until the 1520s, and then it becomes an incredible place of Jewish energy, and spirituality, and creativity for about 50 years. And then there's a series of plagues that just wash through it, killing, among others, the Ramak, and then it dies down again. And always kind of like, since then, since the 1570s, it's kind of like been, retrospectively looking back towards that period of genius. But it was a period of incredible genius. You can imagine the number of scholars that came, and specifically lots of Spanish and Portuguese rabbis who have endured the way of expulsion and came there with, these apocalyptic ideas, and they found themselves all together in this tiny town on the hilltop, and they started synergizing each other and doing some absolutely incredible things. Kabbalah, as we understand it today, received a tremendous leap during this time. The Ramak himself was one of the major contributors because he wrote a particular book, which was published in his lifetime, and it gave him regional fame, called Pardes Rimone, the orchard of pomegranates, in which he basically took up all of the bizarre and strange and scattered ideas that appear in traditional texts like the Zohar and others, and he systematized them. He wrote in a two-volume work. This is how Kabbalah works. The general principle one, the general principle two, and so on. All of a sudden, all kinds of people who were looking to Jewish mysticism for some kind of support intellectually and spiritually, they said, oh my gosh, this is like, the article of the 16th century for Kabbalah, which is like, I can't even imagine I just said that. Like, how do you put all those things together? No idea. But it was like, oh my gosh, I actually understand Kabbalah. He was really big drawing diagrams and pictures, and so he laughed out Kabbalah. It was comprehensible. It became an instant classic, and he was known as the goat of Kabbalah. This, by the way, a map or a photograph of some of the graves that appear in Scott, and they're frequently coated with this distinctive light blue paint as sort of a prosthetic against, but prophylactic against the of the eye. I'm a little nervous for such a good thing. So please, you can't think all the time. Just to give you a sense of who is in Scott at this time and what they're doing, this is another section of the famous graveyard of Scott, and we see here right at the bottom, the Rabbi, right? Moshe Cordero, and he's really the father of Kabbalah in Scott. He was the oldest of the Kabbalah. Later, in Scott as well, the author of the Shema and Master Kabbalah himself. So here is the Rabbi, and just to show you the great instruction, here is Rabbi Shlomo Al-Kabetz, author of the Chagot Allah, that we see every Friday night, virtually universal impact among the Jews. This was his brother-in-law, slightly older than he, and the two of them had this strange kind of habit that they would go out on what they called evolution, or literally divorces or exiles. They would go off and wander throughout the hillside of the Lucian spot, and they would just like, and the Ramak wrote about this in the book called Sacred Jerusalem, which he described his travels with his brother-in-law, who was also his Rabbi, and he would like walk along until they felt like special spiritual influences, and then they would sit down and they would tell them or say to them, and they would stay there for an indefinite period of time until the period fades away, and then they would be gone. I mean, it sounds kind of bizarre, but this is the kind of stuff they did in Scott. And the holiness of the people and the Kabbalistic activities like this Jewish type activity created a kind of spiritual tourism where so many other rabbis, especially Kabbalists, were drawn to Scott by piling on island fire. And part of the great that was the Greek Church, the Greek Korea, who came from Cairo, Cairo, specifically to study with the Ramak. The Ramak was the Arizal's Rabbi. They learned together for about 9 months before the Ramak died. The Arizal died shortly thereafter. But with Arizal, according to his students, Rabbi Chaim, always considered that brief encounter with the Ramak, that the Ramak was his Rabbi. So we're talking right now about the roots of 16th century Kabbalah, and really the way in which we understand Kabbalah today is totally dependent upon the Ramak. Okay, So that's sort of like the history stuff. Now we're going to get into the really part of tonight's lecture, looking at the actual ideas of Kabbalah and how it relates to different behavior between those things. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, please. Most of the biographical details are right. And we have, first of all, writings, and he does write some autobiographical information on his together. Testimony of the collector who pushed for his manuscript. Because you're here, my wife is here, so I don't know this, but also was solid. He wrote quite a bit, published this form of Deborah, and it was, it's an amazing book. So he had to produce data about it. He got a lot of really important. We don't know, for example, there's another story. Amazing. We don't know if he had other children besides the Dali, who was a lone executive of his will. But it is the 16th century. Printing is around now, so it is possible to put together a lot of details. But also, there's a strong hagiographic tradition, right? Like have a Rabbi like the Rabbi or the Arizal. We write down all these personal details about them as years ago. So we do have quite a bit of data. Not as much as we like, but quite a bit. That was an easy question. I have a hard question, a hard question. Yeah. Okay. All right, so you ready for the difficult stuff now, the lonely stuff? Okay, so here's the fundamental question of Kabbalah, and also really the fundamental question of economics today. If we believe that God is infinite, then how does an infinite being translate into a finite universe? God truly has no boundaries whatsoever. And what am I? And I either somehow completely subsumed with God, it doesn't feel like that. Most of the time I feel quite distinct from God. Sometimes I feel really distinct. So maybe I feel quite distinct from God. I know I feel like it's deep from God. What is this is not God, right? So how is that bridge between infinite and finite cost? How do you get from A to B? So the Kabbalists, you see this really in very different sources, but it's explained with great clarity by the Rabbinic parties. God, as it were, engaged in a process of self-contraction called shrinking, in which, if you remember your high school biology, kind of like the reverse of like when the cow needs it swallows up something else. God, as it were, opens up a vacuum within himself to say, here is a God place. But then, if God is not in that place, how can anything exist there? What exists other than God? So then God inserts himself, and there's lots of diagrams of this that we usually see, like these big concentric circles with a tiny little rock coming into the center and things like that. God reinserts himself into that vacuum, and that is the physical world that we live in. It's kind of like an intentional removal of God and then careful reapplication of God, but in a very different way. How so? The metaphor that's frequently used is that of the spheroid, which are these successive sort of containers of godliness that eventually translate into the material world. You may have heard of the famous doctrine of Shmirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessel, which basically goes like this: that God, as it were, the metaphor is God like pours hot oil into a ceramic pot. And the ceramic pot is unable to contain the hot oil, right? The hot oil is like the infinity of God. The ceramic pot is the attempt to create a finite figure, but it can't handle it. It's overwhelming. So the pot smashes, the pot shatters. The gravity of the Soviet Union is used to serve tea in like glass cups, and like one of every 4 or 5 cups will certainly shatter when they put the hot water. So it's like that. So the first container, which is ketchup, or let's just assume it's ketchup or it shatters, and that rains down the mixture of that hot oil, which is like godliness, together with the material vessel and it falls into another clay vessel. But it's still too hot. So that second clay pot also shatters. And then that means you have a mixture of the first two vessels with the lighted garments, goes to a third pot of course, until finally, by the time it gets to the bottom, where we live, then finally the oil has cooled through its interaction with the broken pots, and then it can exist in history. And so the idea is the world we live in today, like let's say this computer, this Stender, is a mixture of the material of broken clay with a tiny spark of godliness that allows it to contain its existence. The four levels of existence, there's those who speak, which is the highest level of humanity. Then there is those who walk, that's like animals, the second highest. The third level is vegetation, and the fourth level is domain silence. And even silent things, maybe rocks, chairs, things like that, have a spark of godliness in them that allows them to continue their existence, but it's just so heavily weighed down by materialism, literally material, that it cannot be separated from its godliness. This is, by the way, one of the major differences between the Ramah and the Studio Arizal. And one of the reasons why you have lots and lots of Hasidim who follow the Arizal, not so many follow the Ramah. Because the Arizal, and I don't really understand this, I'm really talking about knowledge here, but the Arizal portrayed this whole process as some kind of strange cosmic accident. I don't really understand how that works, but the idea is that the universe, by the way the Arizal describes it, has been set on fire, and we are in a crisis where we are sparks of holiness trapped within material entities, and the purpose of our existence is to free those sparks. This gives Hasidism, particularly Chabad Hasidism, a tremendous impetus to get out there and save those sparks and do those mitzvahs and have people go and spill it on the street and give out Shabbos candles, because every time you do a mitzvah, you are releasing the holiness, you're allowing it to flow upwards to its original source. The Ramak has a much more kind of sedate approach, which says, no, it's not an accident. This is the way in which God intended. This is the way the universe is designed. It's not at all any kind of like crisis. So it's not as easy as sell all of it. I'll give you one more metaphor that I think is even a little better for understanding this idea of the spirit. Is that, okay, so you can't look at the sun with the naked eye. Like, it's way too powerful. Bird's eye redness, you can't do it. So what you can do is you can get a mirror, and you can like hold up the mirror, and you can sort of glance at the reflection in the mirror in the passing way. The mirror itself absorbs some of the energy, the radiation of the sun, but it also distorts it because it's not perfect. There'll be a little bit of coloration, a little bit of a dulling, and so on. Still too strong to look at it steadily. So you get another mirror, you put it over here, and you look at the reflection of the sun, easier. And then if you have 10 mirrors all set up like this, reflecting the light back and forth like a pinball machine, then finally at the bottom, you can, as it were, really regulate light because of the dilution of the light throughout the day. So that's kind of like Kabbalah 101, Shira Sakeli, and now let's try to understand how does that relate to what the Ramak is saying. So Ramak is saying, you recall that we have to know how he is in order to imitate him. But it is philosophically impossible for us to know who God is. God is incomprehensible to us. God is infinite in every way. The only thing that we can say about God, so the Kabbalists, is we can say something about the way in which God interacts with our physical universe. We can observe God, as it were, like if you're a physicist, they have those bubble chambers. You can't see an electron, but if you put it in one of these bubble chambers, you can see the path that it took, right? Or the biblical metaphor, you can't see my face and live, but you can see my behind, you can see where I've been. So the Sphirot are God's communication to the universe. The Sphirot is God saying, I could have created the universe any way I wanted. I chose these Sphirot for a reason. But you're supposed to know what these Sphirot mean and translate them into your life. As you can see, they all have names, right? Heads are crown, Chokmah Rama is wisdom, Bina is understanding, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, and so on. They all mean different things. We have lots of correspondences, human names, and things like that. You have to study these things and the various possible permutations of light going through different ways. And from that, says the Rama, you'll be able to understand how to direct your life. I know it sounds complicated, but there are certain ways in which it is just incredibly powerful. So in his book, Tomer Devorah, he goes through each one of the spheroids and explains this is what God means in terms of chesed. This is what God does for chesed. Now you do these things as well. And it's phenomenal. It's brilliant. It's incredible. The first two chapters are about Keter alone and crown. And by the way, you may notice some differences. Chabad follows the Arizal that has God to the center figure of God. Keter, the crown, has two qualities. These are the first two qualities with which God interacts with the universe. Amazingly, the first one is mercy. Before God creates us, He forgives us. Even before we exist, God says, if I'm going to create the world, I know they're going to mess up. I'm going to forgive them in advance. So that's what the first chapter is all about, God forgiving us in, of course, good Gibel Midos of Rachamim, 13 distinct ways. So that's what the Ramak is going to do. He's going to walk us through all 13 of those ways. And then secondly, chapter 2 is also on Keter, and it's about God's humility, which is also a fine chapter, way too much for us tonight. But chapter 1 is all going to look at the 13 attributes of mercy, because that's what happens in Keter. God's first interaction with the world is forgiveness. Does it 13 different ways. And so now we got to learn those 13 ways and how they apply in our own lives. Now, actually, one last detail, you probably memorize the attributes as the same of Rosh Hashanah and Kippur 200,000 times, right? The Shana, the Rabbi, the Amir, those are called in Kabbalah the lower 13 attributes. Those are the simpler ones, the easier ones, kind of like more basic. And they relate to our food for sustenance, our food for, Maslow's hierarchy of needs kind of thing. But there's a higher 13 that comes from the Sarah of Utah. He said only on Kashlet, Utah Samosa, Mosa out of pressure. That is what the Rothschild has done. And now those are the 13 shows that explain how we're supposed to behave in front of God. Okay, everybody survived the bottle of water. So, shall we go on then? We ready to have a question before we go on? Clear as the sun. Right? Okay. Okay, so let's do select the strategies. Again, I would love to do all 13 of the strategies, but it would take us way too long, and I'm going to try and stop before 9:15. So I'm just going to choose the 5 of them that are my favorites that I use frequently. There's something, I think of the Tomer Devorah, and I remember one particular need or another, one particular attribute, and I say yes. It's not like it writes it in my head. This can't say it, right? Like, it's insulted. The insulted. So here's what the Ramak starts. He starts by telling us a secret that only the angels know. He quotes it in Partisan one of he says that the name, one of the highest names, that we spend a lot of time thinking about names to do different names. I do say the Shem for the names of God. But the name that the angels use for God is the angels use among themselves. Is they call him the Melech Ali, the insulting king, or the Melech Me'alah. Now, what is strange about that? The Ramak explains that, creation is the idea. Creation is not a one-time thing. We're not deists that God created the world on the clock and found it out and walked away. God is constantly involved in creation. It's an external process. It's not separation before God. And the fact is that nothing at all occurs in this universe unless God gives it energy to happen. Every single breath we take, every single beat of our heart is facilitated by a burst of energy from God. Right? And it's noticed that not a blade of grass grows unless there's an angel striking it saying, grow, or grow of it. So the energy is constantly flowing to us from God to allow us to do everything we do. And say the Malachim and the angels, that is also true when we choose to do Averis, when we choose to stay. So if I were to go to McDonald's and have a cheeseburger, every single act of peristalsis, like swallowing the cheeseburger, God is saying, okay, here you go, here's some more energy. Please don't eat that cheeseburger. Okay, all right, fine, here's some more energy. And God is allowing my mind to eat. God is allowing me to, walk over and say, can I have a shake with that, please? And whatever it is. Every single moment of the Avera is completely supervised by God and completely facilitated by God, even though it's exactly the opposite of what He has asked me to do. He said no cheeseburgers, and I'm taking the energy He gave me to eat a cheeseburger. And this is why the Malachim look at us and say, this is astounding. How can you have possible power? How can you have such a chutzpah, such an incredible chutzpah that people use his energy against him, to rebel against him? And you can think of the comparable kinds of things in human interactions too, like, God forbid, if you as a child in an addiction, say to the child, I'm going to give you this money that you need, but please, don't spend it on Vegas or whatever stuff or whatever. And you give the money to the child and the child goes and spends exactly what you get on something which is harmful to you. And nevertheless, they'll come back again and give you money again. And that's just the way that we interact with God. And I'll often look at this and say, they must call it, this is the insulted king. How can we tolerate it? And so the metaphor for us, as the Ramat says, is the very first thing that God does in He creates the creation. He goes and use his energy against them. Nevertheless, he says, I understand that going in, I accept it, and I'm going to allow them to continue. I'm hoping that they'll get past it, and of course they'll pass it, but that is nevertheless what he does, and that's his insight. The second level, this is by the way, a piece of art from an artist in the house. He's actually very excited about the Torah, and she did a 13-part series describing each one of the egos. Some of them, I'll tell you two of them, they're absolutely fantastic. This one is called Let Go Dance. I kind of like it's the Hebrew is no set outlet. She called it who's the takers out of this. So this gets also a little bit weird. But we have this passage in Turkey out of another way. It says that whenever you do a single mitzvah, you get a snake, you get an adverse, right? As it were, and I'm sure you probably remember when you were kids, if you say a bracha, you come to something like, oh, you're going to make a big malach, and you say a bracha nice and clear and loud, because we have this idea that when you do a mitzvah, positive, you release positive energy into the universe, which we call a malach, a messenger, or an angel, if you will. And this is pretty basic, kind of like Kabbalah physics. But the opposite is also true, and not often talked about. The missionary Haggalis also says that the person does an Avera, they create a negative energy being called a Ketega, an accuser, or it's also called a Nazik, a damager. And this negative energy being, the Ramak understands it as a real conscious being, not just like kind of diffuse energy, but some kind of like almost demonic force that's out there to do evil. Because a person can be a man and hate like that, and suddenly that person releases this negative energy. And the Ramak brings down to suggest that after 120 years, when you go up to Shemayim, all those categories that you created, they're all waiting for you. And they say to God, Loni Asan, so and so made me. I belong to this guy. Also called in the Kabbalah an alwyn, or a leech, because they are like leeches on your soul, constantly sucking energy from you because you created these negative things. So this is all kind of spooky stuff, but at the as we discussed in the first level, nothing happens in the world unless God gives it energy. So if nothing can exist without the energy of God, how do these things exist? And we created them initially, but what keeps them going? By all rights, they should immediately go to the source of their energy and withdraw what they need in order to consume it. They're kind of like an energy vacuum. Like, you've got some kind of electric circuit that's draining energy. And by rights, they should come back to you and say, hey, you created me, I'm an hateful creator. I'm going to make you sick. I'm going to keep energy from you. And you can pay off your energy debt. I'm going to take it every time. But Hashem is no say album. Hashem says, oh, man, I can't believe he did this terrible thing. Created this awful figure, huge amount of energy drain. I will nevertheless pay the bill. I'll pay what he said, and I'll make sure that being has enough energy to keep living without going back to its creator to drain on the creator until the creator can do proper tshuva. And that tshuva is a way of negating that energy deficit and bringing it back into balance. So these containers, like I can't remember it, that's like when, in human terms, you have someone who has done an awful act in your life, and that awful act continues to exert itself in your life. Let's say, for example, in my book is someone you've told them a million times, please don't park in the parking spot. And they keep doing the same thing. You go to the parking spot, there it is again. You go talk to them again, it's not, it's not, or it's annoying, whatever. But, should you just call the tow company and have that car drawn away? Instead, the Rabbi would say no, tolerate it, talk to him nicely, calmly, give him a chance to figure it out, resolve at least the wrong thing to do. Eventually, people get it. Don't come down at the time of something because that would be devastating to your long relationship. It's a lot more to it. There's a third, which I call take care of it personally. And the remark here refers to the, again, it gets into very deep holistic ideas of where Hashem, as it were, lives. There are four worlds. The lowest world is sea, and the forgiveness happy is the third world, and the third world will come. And God, as it were, normally, almost everything that has to happen in the world sends out like agents. He says, I have all of these malachim that trees, and you go and make the weather run, and you control the stock market, and space lasers, whatever is necessary. The malachim do those things, but there's some things he does not. We make a big deal about a Pesach, right? I need a little solid. Hashem says, I'm going to do it myself, and I'm not asking anyone to do it for me. So when it comes to forgiveness, Hashem, even though we can act against him, like we saw in the first level, and we have lasting damage, like we see in the second level. From the person of all to I'm not about to get anything. I'm not going to just delegate charge. The example he gives is from Tanakh of the metaphor of washing away the soas the filth of the daughters of Zion. And that's like actually a literal metaphor, not a symbol. It's a literal metaphor. And the reason why I put a picture here of my parents, my mother, she does really well, my late father, this is our son Noah. Here's an old picture of this is just an example of he's always asking me about how it's not really like he's extended university, so it's a terrible impact. But he's out there scuba diving, things like that. But he in front of fish, and that's not so, and I'm reminded, the remark speaks this out exactly, that, there are things that are ignorant for the young child, that, I know that, this is a personal story, I like that discussion. was about 8 years old. Probably 8 when I was like that. And this was like back in the 60s or 70s. And my parents bought like this incredibly fancy snowsuit. It was sort of like this suit, it was silver colored and had like flags and like that. This was like the 90s. And I thought it was like the most amazing thing. I also thought it was one thing. And a lot from school, from my school, like winter day, it was like kind of yucky fall day. And I'm wearing my super space suit, which is brand new. And I walked to the ditch. And I said, this is great. I'm wearing my space suit. I could go right in the ditch. And I go into the ditch. I discovered my space suit not in there. And I came home and I was like completely covered in the filth of the ditch. I walked to the store. I was at a store in New York in the apartment. I thought, and I was like sopping wet, stinky ditch water. It was cold, right? September, October time. And my mother did something not a word of criticism. She took me upstairs, helped me get out of this disgusting habit, and then step out. No negative judgment against me. She never said, like, oh, take care of yourself. Go, you ruined your family. No, see, but it was just herself. So, and that's like when Hashem forgives us. He doesn't like give it to someone for you. If you take care of yourself. He says, be ready to be forgiven. I'm going to do it first. Then it goes out of the right. Oh my gosh. This one is my favorite. You want to use I call it too much. It's passage. And this is actually one of the pieces of art by Rebecca Odessa that she was inspired by, especially. She's supposed to be like me, right? And the metaphor inside, it takes a lot to do all of it. Basically, Rabbi describes a bizarre incident in, I think it's in Somalia, that is also discussed in the Kaddish Lemonim, of how Hashem is so angry with these people at one point, he wants to destroy them all. So he sends Gabriel, the Malach in charge of destruction, to go down and get some of the coals from under the Galga. Like strange thing, like under the outer position. There's a big basket of nuclear sort of raiders of the lost art energy kind of thing. And Gabriel's supposed to go there, supposed to get some of those radioactive coals and spread them out over the entire and Gabriel goes there and he opens up the Galga and he looks inside, some of those coals out. The inside of the coals, there is this image of Chloe and Hashem says to Gabriel, and represents the hand represents the and after a while, the 20 years, some tanks of the radioactive elements, Hashem says, okay, forget about it. He calls it. And the whole story, as the Quran explains it, is that Hashem knew that he was going to be angry with the Jewish people at some point in the future. And so therefore he left himself to advance a reminder of something that he appreciates about the Jewish people. He left in the Galgal itself this image of a hand, that's a word. I know it's a bizarre answer. I don't know what it's with them, but the hand reminded him that even though they deserve destruction, they aren't you so therefore he said, now here the Ramak says explicitly, this is a special word for spouses, that when you are angry with your spouse, which in my case happens about once a week, you have to put in your mind some kind of little token. You have to prepare in advance. This is like forgiveness requires work in advance. Put in your mind a token that when you get to that level of anger, you remember that token, and it will kind of like you just like a stop sign. You can run right through the stop sign. I've got no. You can run through the stop sign, but it is some kind of reminder. The reminder that I have is that my wife always, even if she is a little irritated, she's very happy. But she always thinks about that. You know, she always thinks about how to be nice. And that is usually like delicious, stuff like that. I like this. That's the constant goes out of her. So it's hard to get angry with someone. You get angry with something totally different, something whatever it is. You have it. It's this one thing. And I've used this particular leader so many times. There are people who I always knew they're punctual. They're awful in some ways, but they are punctual. It's right on time. And it helps me, you know, deal with the anger. It doesn't like wipe it out. It's not like magic. But it's just like, you know, that's this. Touch. Another one is maintaining a floor of love. And I can show you these pictures of travel pictures because, you know, there's no greater laboratory for interpersonal reaction to the fact. This is where you really get to the hardest level of what I really got into the this is some guy, and he's about 2 years old, wants to sport haircut. And he looks so intense. And the remark says that, you know, we have this passage, we read it on the show, right? I want to share our pain. I will give pain to whoever I want. Pain, I'm glad this is wise. But anyway, fail state is forgiveness. That whatever you do, he sets aside in a special oak cell, special treasure room for the Rabbi. The Malachim are not allowed to enter that room. It's like it's sterile. No one can go in there and mess things up. And in that room is special memory. And nothing can touch that. A person you may have this idea that, oh, I did an affair that for 2,000 affair points. I just cost myself 2,000 affair points. And I've only got 20 disco points in that special event. They're gone immediately. The answer is no. That's not the right question. It doesn't happen. Those 20 disco points are there forever and ever. They cannot be touched. They're like solid. And that is like a space where you remember just how much you care about this person. So even when this little boy grew up, and I'm looking at other results, have small children, I don't start to imagine this, but when they become teenagers, it's like they're taken over by music and other classes. And a much more difficult deal. And, you know, it's a hard thing to deal with in a lot of ways. But if I can remember, like, what it looked like when the first time I lived, you know, vulnerable and uncertain, and, you know, it's not to just protect those children and love that person for them. And pull it up. This is what it looks like after that. I'm not entirely sure that this is a good idea, but okay. So I'm going to give you now the last one. This is the first I'm wrapping up my eldest daughter, and this is the 13th level. Is the remark says that all the other 12 levels fail. This one never fails. I'm really trying hard to forgive someone. And sometimes the glass is a little bit. I don't know. I've only used this in my personal life with the regular swings and arrows, outrageous fortune, you know, that these kind of awful experiences. I don't know what to say about those things. But in regular life, it says if you can't forgive a person with the other 12 levels, this level will always work. It is guaranteed in every circumstance to always work to forgive a person. But I have to say, it's like hugely exhausting to do. I have used it on occasion, 5 or 6 times. I've looked to level 13 to try to forgive someone, and it distinguishes a part of your soul. It is really about you. And basically, what he says is every human being had a moment of innocence. This is when there are Christians, but every human being had a moment where they were completely awful. Nothing wrong. There were beautiful works of art. There's everything, and nothing wrong with it. What you have to do is you have to plant back to that place. You have to imagine that person as that perfect human being before they did anything wrong. And the specific metaphor he gives, so he does talk about childhood, is being under the covers. And there's that beautiful section from the Nazi of how Hashem found us in the wilderness, and then we see our husband there, and that's no pure joy. And you don't think it's wrong. The entire marriage is like lying in your favor. Later you'll have arguments. Later, but that moment of purity, energy, that is uncontaminated by any other feelings, that's where you have to take yourself to. And if you can take yourself to that moment, you may still be angry about whatever things, but that anger will be met by the anti-moral message of yes, you can have connection at that time. And that's the important thing. It is, again, exhausting. You're really angry on them, it's hard to pick it that way. But this is, well, we're still married, but we're 30 years later, right? Okay, so I'm going to do that. I'm just going to tell a story about the same daughter. This is Raphael when she was about 2 years old or so. And I think one of the most powerful lessons in true God I've ever learned was from Raphael. And it goes like this. So this was when I was doing my dissertation, and my wife was working at Rothschild at the Federation, and I was unlicensed in charge of Rafaela and her sister. And I would be working, writing my dissertation. Basically doing whatever they wanted to the rest of the house, and then I would look at my watch, and I know my wife would come home and something this, and then we rush up to the office. Trying to make it look like everything was okay. And one day, I'm working really hard on a particular writing, and I realized I don't feel the voice. But they found something really tasty to do. So I come out of my office and start walking through this foot-level house we live in Muncie, and I find them in one of the bathrooms. They have discovered the joys of flooding. They're washing each other with their toilet brush, and there's toilet paper, and soaked up the floors. It was like, and Rafi was, I guess, about 4, it was about 2.5, 3, something like that. It was a huge mess. And of course, it was a good 15 minutes ago before my wife was with me. And I was living, right? My forehead started pulsating, and I started tensing up, and the kids knew they were in big trouble. Rafaela, if I were she, I would have nipped out of there. I would have immediately everybody else to feel like I'm in big trouble. But instead, this little girl, maybe 4 years old, she ran straight up to me, threw herself at my legs, and hugged my legs up. And so, how can I be angry with the girl, right? She has, instead of running away, which would be the obvious thing, she ran to me. And she said, oh, I didn't know we were supposed to do this. Really? And I immediately forgave what I had to do. And I think the lesson here was the obvious that, you may think you're smarter than God. You may think you're that you didn't have anything before to shut you guys, that we were the ones who messed things up. It's not going to happen. The only way to succeed is to overcome our fear and hesitancy, but 2%. As it was fastened around the legs, and say, healthy, sorry, and we guys. And I hope that this introduction to Laura has been useful for you. We should all speak of the photo. Think about Shiva, and hopefully we should share many happy things. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's take a little bit of time about the big holiday of two Bethlehem, which is, of course, a holiday that falls on its name, the 15th day of the month. If you're wondering how two makes the number 15, just look at 10th and 11th above, which is 9 plus 6. And you think to yourself, wait a second, why 9 plus 6? Why not the more logical 10 plus 5? The reason is because in Windsor conventions in particular, we don't write the letter good and the letter A following it for number 50 because that has to be one of the names of God, and you would want to write down the name of God. So that's why the convention of referring to it as 9 plus 15, the 50 So what exactly is the deal with Tupac? It is clearly a rabbinic holiday. It's not recorded in the Bible. It's recorded in the Mishnah. Here's the Locus Classicus, which is the Mishnah at a time and records a beautiful passage. Amar Shimon ben Gamliel, Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel says, Lo hayu yam tovim Israel k'chamisha asar b'av u'chayam ha'siyah. There never was any more beautiful days for the Jewish people like the 15th day of Av or like Yom Kippur. Now you may wonder, Yom Kippur fasting, yikes, that's like one of the best days. Well, it is, but obviously in the spiritual sense, but we're not going to go there. Let's focus on the 15th of Av. Shebahen v'not Yerushalayim Yotzo v'tri lavan shuvim. Because on that day, the daughters of Jerusalem would go out wearing white clothes that were borrowed. Why were they borrowed? Shalom l'fayesh as in order to not embarrass someone who did not own white clothes. Remember, in the ancient period, having multiple changes of clothes was, quite expensive and onerous. In the biblical period, it was actually fairly rare. And in the Shai period, a little more common, but still, having the right outfit, it's something you really need to have. So on this particular day, the beautiful custom was that you had to wear something that was borrowed. You had to go to someone else to get it, and that way people wouldn't feel embarrassed by not having one on their own. Kola came to feel up all the clothes had to be washed in advance. Now, of course, it's a special kind of ritual washing, but nevertheless, with no Yerushalayim Yotza, the Kola and Ryan, like the daughters of Jerusalem would go out and they would dance. They would, Kola means like they would be moving in circles in the orchards, which must have been very beautiful. What would they say? Bakhor, young man, Sana Ineka or lift up your eyes and see who would you choose for yourself. So obviously it's kind of like a sort of a romantic event, and you wonder how that would play in the modern day. I can tell, but just read the Mishnah, right? Don't look at beauty. Look rather at family. Look at where these girls come from. Look at their parents and their grandparents and so on. The Gemara has lots of interesting things to say about this after this. Sheker achem behevel yogi. Isha yiras Hashem b'tisalah. In reality, charm is vain and beauty is meaningless. A woman who fears God, she should be praised. The Mishnah goes on to talk about this. So it seems that on the 15th, a great deal of celebration, especially coming after the 9th of Av, which would have been the day of tremendous sadness. The 15th of Av is a tremendous release and happiness, women going out into the orchards, beautiful things. So the Gemara, after this Mishnah, discusses 6 historical events associated with this date that justified it for this particular celebration. Let's go through those. I've reordered them slightly to make sure they are in chronological order, because historians generally like to move in kind of linear fashion. So first of all, the tribes were allowed to intermarry. If you recall the discussion of daughters of Zelophehad, when they go to Moses and say, we want to have our inheritance, our father did not have any sons, and we should inherit as well. So there was a discussion there that, yes, they would inherit, but in order to keep the tribal distinctions intact, they would marry within their own tribe. But this presupposes that they had been allowed to marry outside of their tribes before that. So that date of being allowed to marry outside the tribes wouldn't have been on the 15th of Av, according to the Talmud. Secondly, it was a day on which the Jews wandering through the desert, who were old enough to have known Egyptian servitude, finally stopped dying off, and those Jews born in the desert, of course, the two spies who so favorably aligned with Israel, were able to go in that Israel. So the date on which there were no deaths, that was the 15th day of celebration. Third, it was the date of the reintegration of the tribe of Benjamin after their exclusion from the body politic of the early ancestors of the Jewish people, as described in Shoftim 21, the book of Judges, chapter 21. Horrible story there. Benjamin was ostracized for quite some time, and then on the 15th of Av, the tribe of Benjamin was reintegrated. Fourth, moving ahead quite a bit now to the late 8th century before the Common Era, when King Moshe ben Era removed the guards that were preventing the Israelites who lived in the northern kingdom of Israel, which had split from the southern kingdom of Judah. He removed the guards that prevented the Israelites from way down into Judah and to make pilgrimage to the holy city of Jerusalem. Under an earlier king, Rabbi ben Rabbi, there was a ban placed on Israelites making their way down to Jerusalem, and this was finally lifted. Number 5, this is again moving forward another 800-900 odd years when you get to the Bar Kokhba rebellion. During the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which was horribly and brutally put down by the Romans, only after tremendous difficulty, however, there was one final battle at a place called Beitar. And the Romans were so incensed at the difficulty that the Bar Kokhba rebels had posed to them, they did not allow the bodies of the Jewish fighters to be cleared from the field and buried. So they were left out in the field, guarded by the Roman soldiers until finally on the 15th of Av, which was probably in the year 136 or possibly in the year 137 of the Common Era. Finally, the Romans relented and allowed the Jews to collect their dead and to grant them a proper burial. This is, by the way, also memorialized in Grace After Meals. The blessing Atova Habeiti is also composed in honor of being able to bury the last rebels of our country. Finally, this date, the 15th of Av, is the last date that wood would be chopped for the temple. And the reason provided is because it happens to be the summer solstice, meaning that every day after the 15th of Av, the days get shorter. And the rabbi said there's not going to be enough sunlight at each successive day to properly dry out the wood so that it would be ritually fit for the temple. And so therefore, the celebratory day completed another cycle of chopping the wood for the temple. And those are the 6 historical reasons. I probably should have put that one actually on the 5th reason, because that one predated the Bar Kokhba. By the time Bar Kokhba rebelled, the temple was already destroyed, but already put. So that's the 6 historical events that are associated with this particular date. I hope you found this interesting. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Since we're just about to begin the amazing holiday of Passover, I thought I'd take a few minutes every day and offer a short historical insight into the Exodus as we have described in the Bible, or the Haggadah, and some interesting things that we find out from extra biblical sources in particular. I'd like to begin today by talking about Pharaoh Nephthah's premature obituary. So, first of all, Pharaoh Nephthah was an important leader of Egypt, of course, in the late 13th century before the Common Era, and in approximately the year 1220 before the Common Era, he made kind of a smash and grab rush north into the land of Israel and wreaked havoc on all kinds of communities there. And later he described it in his stele that he erected that's located in southern Egypt. Here you can see the stele itself. It's a massive obelisk, stands something like 20 feet tall, and there's like some depictions of various ritual things at the top, and then written in Egyptian hieroglyphics is a whole listing of the amazing achievements of the pharaoh Merneptah. If you scroll all the way down this document to a piece at the bottom, there's this fascinating little section that has been deciphered and has been interpreted to read: Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Now, there's a lot of things to say about this interesting passage, but what's especially valuable to me is that this is the first clear statement of the word and the name and the concept and the people of Israel outside of the biblical text. Meaning we've got lots of descriptions, very rich characteristic descriptions of the major founders of the Jewish people, the patriarchs and matriarchs, kings, queens, all kinds of things like that. But this is the first time we have a clear, unequivocal statement of Israel, the people, existing in the historical record outside of our own family history. Now, there's a few other exceptions to that rule, like, for example, you can see in this execration figurine, which is basically a kind of an early Egyptian voodoo doll that goes back about 500 years before Merneptah erected his stele. These are kind of fascinating ritual objects where Egyptians would write the names of people or places they don't like, and then they would ritually defile the statue by burning it or breaking it, things like that. And it was kind of like a way of like invoking curses upon the people that they disliked. And when you look at these exclamation figures, you'll see that there are place names that are located in the land of Israel, but it doesn't say anything about who's living there or anything like that. Just it's kind of like geographical, topographical information. Very valuable, but doesn't say too much to us about who these people were, what they stood for, and so on, or even if they would be the descendants of Jacob, because of course there were people living in Israel prior to the arrival of the sons and daughters of Jacob, sometime maybe in the 13th century. And furthermore, it's not surprising we don't have more Egyptian descriptions of the Exodus for a whole host of reasons, but one of them is the fact that the Egyptians had a distinct allergy to recording stories that was, contrary to the national. One great example of this is the story of the pharaoh Hatshepsut, who is shown here, wearing a ceremonial beard in the Sphinx presentation, although she was a female pharaoh. And one of her offspring later decided to completely remove her from the historical record. As you can see from this wall engraving on the right, you have very clear representations of the cartouches of Thutmose III, but Hatshepsut's are all clearly based from the rock, as if they wanted to literally remove her from the historical record. Turns out that this interesting exposure of Egyptian mummy issues was not correct. Well, I should not say that. Mummies, that's terrible. Well, let's just keep it. Anyways, that's successful because Hatshepsut happened to be a really important pharaoh, and so a lot was known about her activities later, and these attempts to wipe her out of the record were completely unsuccessful. But what I really find fascinating, besides the fact that this is the first time we have anyone saying anything about the ancestors of the Jewish people in the historical record, it is, after all, an obituary. Meaning, Merneptah said that I went up the north, I went through all these communities that I destroyed, I pillaged, all kinds of things. And when I got to those pesky Israelites, I completely obliterated them. Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. Meaning, that's it for the Jewish people, and they will never again, rise up. They'll never again show their faces. This is a thing, especially ironic when you think about the fact that Merneptah himself was the 13th son of the pharaoh Ramses II, who many scholars identify as the pharaoh of the story of Joseph. We'll talk about him tomorrow, God willing. But it's as if he's like getting revenge for the way that his father was treated when the Egyptian slaves left Egypt. Could be lots of things to think about. But what I think is especially hilarious is like, oh my gosh, they also found Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy. I'm not going to show it on the screen because many people find that very tasteless. I have done it in previous lectures, but he looks terrible. He looks like he's wasted and his seed is no more. On the other hand, the Jewish people, thank God, are still flourishing, are still, very much active and central in many ways to what's happening in Western civilization. This illustrates two things. It illustrates, on the one hand, yet another example of what we see in the Haggadah, that in every generation there will be someone who rises up to try to destroy the Jewish people, but they are miraculously rescued. Here is a kind of hilarious passage from an 1859 Haggadah that was published in the Russian Empire. And the censor said, how can you possibly include that statement that in every generation there will be some kind of massive anti-Semitism? That's not true. We live now in the paradise of the Russian Tsar. And life for Jews is fantastic here in 1859. There's no way there's going to be any challenges. So therefore, the censor insisted and had added to the text the words Hayu, which is Syria, and the letter Hey before Nazi later, instead of the men. So in other words, he forced it to read, in every generation they're used to rise up against this, meaning no longer. But back in ancient history that happened, but no longer. And then later he says, it's not that God continues to rescue the Jewish people, it's that he used to rescue the people. Doesn't have to anymore because now life is great. And this, that's the first thing I want to remark on with Merneptah's last obituary of the Jewish people, which is really the first obituary we have. Mark Twain, a great writer and humorist in the late 19th century and early 20th century America. There was, of course, a famous story, I'm sure you've heard it, that at one point someone thought he had died and he published an obituary and he quipped, and there are various versions of what he actually said or wrote, but it was apparently something to the effect of, rumors of my demise are greatly exaggerated. And that's also, I think, reflective of Merneptah's premature obituary. Let us go back to Mark Twain to close this out. And I often reflect on something he wrote in the year 1889, a remarkable essay in Harper's Magazine called Jews. It was later reprinted in 1934. And he writes, about a 15-page essay about the status of Jews in Europe and in America, and he reflects on the concept of anti-Semitism and so on. And he says a lot of really fascinating things, some of which are real howlers, like looking at it a century later, we see how wrong he was in many ways. But his conclusion is so powerful. I'm going to read it to you because I just think it's a great sort of mindset to bear in mind as we go into the Passover season, as we go into the celebration of the Haggadah. Once again, we go through another year of reciting this ancestral story and thinking about what it means for the Jewish people and for the world. So here's Mark Twain's conclusion of his essay concerning the Jews, 1899. To conclude, if the statistics are right, the Jews constitute about 1% of the human race. It's actually smaller than what 126. It suggests a nebulous, dim puff of stardust lost in the blaze of the Milky Way. Properly, the Jew ought hardly to be heard of, but he is heard of, has always been heard of. He is as prominent on the planet as any other people, and his commercial importance is extravagantly out of proportion to the smallness of his bulk. His contributions to the world's list of great names in literature, science, art, music, finance, medicine, and abstruse learning are also way out of proportion to the weakness of his numbers. But he has made a marvelous fight in this world, in all the ages, and he has done it with his hands tied behind him. He should be vain of himself and be excused for it. The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose filled China with sound and splendor, and faded to drink stuff and passed away. The Greek and the Roman followed and made a vast noise. They are gone. Other peoples have sprung up and held their torch high for a time, but it burned out, and they sit in now or have vanished. The Jews saw them all, beat them all, and is now what he always was, exhibiting no decadence, no infirmities of age, no weakening of his parts, no slowing of his energies, no dulling of his alert and aggressive mind. All things are mortal but the Jew. All other forces pass, but he remains. What is the secret of his immortality? Wow, that's an amazing passage. Thank you posthumously, Mr. Twain, for that amazing conclusion to your essay. And this is what I think about when I go into the Passover Seder. I think about how many centuries upon centuries Jews have gathered around the table. What did they eat? What were they dressed like? How they sometimes would sit on cushions on the floor. How they would, in distant times, recline to their lefts on chaise lounges, because that's the way they used to eat in Hellenistic Israel. And it's just so amazing that there's this phenomenal continuity. And what Twain said only a century ago is so dramatically true today. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope you have a fantastic Passover. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm glad you're back to talk a little bit more about historical background and historical context. I want to talk a little bit about the Pharaoh who Joseph. Of course, this is a citation from the beginning of Exodus, where Joseph comes to Egypt and does tremendous things for their economy and just gets them through that 7-year famine. And everyone should really be grateful to Joseph for all the tremendous things he did for the country. But a new Pharaoh arose who knew not Joseph, who didn't remember what the ancestor of the Jewish people had to do in Egypt, and the gratitude was gone. What have we done for money lately? And ended up, descending into exploitation and eventually slavery, which is at the core of the Exodus experience. There's so much to talk about here, but I really want to focus on this Pharaoh aspect of his personality. Let's begin by starting with a more general background concept. I think it would be a mistake to offer these series as kind of like, well, here's all the archaeological evidence that proves exactly what it says in the Bible. Because the Bible is a religious text. It is a book of faith. It is not a book of science. It does not attempt to conform to the rules of science, hypotheses, and experimentation and the scientific method, things like that. That's not really what the book is about. That does not mean that one may not rely on it for historical data. That's really a great book by Professor Kitchen on the reliability of the Old Testament, which is a remarkable work of scholarship. A lot of the crucial information in the Bible is not something that we can pin down with historical data from extra-biblical sources. For a host of reasons, this is a short class, and I'm not going to go into all of them, but I do want to illustrate why that's not necessarily the right way to go about thinking about how to read the Bible. I'll tell you a story about my grandparents. This is a photograph of them from 1913. My grandfather Alex and my grandmother Pasca. They're both Lithuanian migrants who and they lived up in north Canada when this horrible forest fire rushed through the area in the year 1960. Known as the Great Matheson Fire, it was absolutely devastating for people living in this very majestic timberland out in the north. It killed some 200 people, including quite a few native Canadian plantation people who did not have structures that could withstand these fires. Grandfather, whose story I heard from my grandfather, who was not born at the time, but my grandfather could see that there was something terrible coming, and so he was just starting his business in dry goods at the time. What he did was he dug a massive hole in the backyard, took all of his stock, which was basically like work pants and shirts and boots and things like that, buried it in, he wrapped it in burlap and then buried it in the backyard. And the fire came into town, devastated the town, but he and his wife, who was then expecting my uncle, they all ran to the Abitibi River and they waded in the river until it was safe to come out again when the fire went out. The town was devastated and impoverished, but they could go to my grandfather, gave them clothes for free. They could pay back later when they were back on their feet. But this foresight and courageous ultimately the entire town to survive and my grandfather's business to survive. It went on for a whole century after that. When my father took it over and my mother, and it lasted for a very long time. Now, this story is very hard to find in the historical data. The records simply aren't there. We know the fire happened. We know the names of people who were killed. We can go visit their graves. But we don't have these smaller family stories of tremendous import. They're just not recorded anywhere. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. And more importantly, that's the real story that I want to gather from that episode. What my father told me, never witnessed it because he wasn't even born. But what my father told me, and I trust my father, that's the Masora, that's the tradition. My father told me things about his father and mother that gave me tremendous lessons into how I should lead my own life. And I think that's how we have to look at the historical data we have on the Exodus that leads into the Haggadah and so on. We may not be able to put everything under a microscope and find this factor, find that factor, confirm this idea or that idea, but we will find a tremendous amount of information. If you want to go into the weeds of this, have a look at Kenneth Kitchen's book. It is absolutely tremendous. He includes, for example, this piece of data. Fantastic. We do have some ways of corroborating events in the Bible with extra biblical events, such as, for example, the price of slaves in the time of Joseph. We know that in Exodus chapter 37, verse 28, we have the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels. And when we compare that price of 20 shekels with how much we know slaves cost, Rabbi, in text from Mari and Old Babylon, we see that that's smack on what we would expect the slaves to cost in the precise when we believe that Joseph was sold. Moreover, if we look at the price of slaves as recorded in this chapter 21, verse 32, with what we know that slaves were going for from documents in nearby Nusi or Ugarit, we see that it's exactly the same. And finally, when you look at the price redemption of the nobles under King Menashe, the nobles were taken to Ashur. They, over there in Kings 2, 15, verse 30, that price is exactly what we know about the price of slaves in Assyria. And we could track all of these in a chart, and you can see that it's a pretty linear progression that tends to confirm the statement of the sale of Joseph for 20 shekels, placing it appropriately within its historical context. It's pretty amazing, I think, to see this corroboration. This is data that's derived from Dr. Kitchen's work. But let's go to our main subject, which is, of course, the personality of Ramses II, who many scholars believe would be the specific pharaoh described as having forgotten about Joseph, whether, as we had a famous controversy in the Talmud, he was the same pharaoh who just, chose to forget for whatever reason, or whether he really was a new pharaoh who didn't read the, Egyptian history textbooks. One of the most fascinating debates in the Talmud about Pharaoh Ramses is what is the degree of his culpability for the maltreatment of the Jews, especially because as the plagues were instituted, the verse says, and it says this only about Pharaoh Ramses II and his direct administrators, that his heart was made heavy, kaveh. In other places, the term his heart was made hard, chazak, for example, see that, in several places in the Bible. But to see his heart made heavy, it's the only time it's used is with regards to Ramses II. And what exactly does a heavy heart mean? In the English language, when we say a heavy heart, we mean, despondent or sad, or, something like that. But it doesn't seem to make sense. The context of the making of one's heart heavy in the book of Exodus is that Ramses became more belligerent, more obstinate. The opposite of a soft heart or an open heart. He was somehow making him more cold. Now, here's an insight from Dr. Rabbi fascinating Egyptologist from Cuba University, who points out that if you look at Egyptian myth, the main thing that Pharaoh has to do, the one job that he has, is to maintain something called ma'at, which is an Egyptian term meaning harmony, order, balance, i.e., that the Pharaoh has to make sure that society progresses in an organized fashion with equity and justice. And this is what a Pharaoh is judged for. So, for example, if you look here at a remarkable 13th century representation of Pharaoh Seti I, presenting a little statue of the goddess of Ma'at, the goddess of this kind of balance, indicating that this is what he does, this is his offering. Ma'at is frequently portrayed as having a headdress that is adorned by a large feather. You can see, here's another example of that feather. Now, why I'm saying this is because there's an amazing thing that Professor Shlomo Chaim points out, that in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, a very famous scene where after a pharaoh dies and he's mummified, part of the process is his heart is removed and placed in a canop jar, placed in like an urn, clay urn, and then it is weighed against the feather of Ma'at. Meaning, if he did his job right, then his heart will be lighter than the feather of Ma'at, and he will get whatever benefits there are in the afterlife. But if he failed to maintain Ma'at, if he allowed his heart to become heavy, not hard, but heavy, then he will be judged negatively, and he will be punished in the next world. As you can see in this 13th century, in the same era, the Book of the Dead, there's a famous scene where you can see the canoptic jar there on the left side of the scales and the feather of Ma'at on the right. And so far, Pharaoh's hanging in there, but we don't know what's going to happen. So this is really the meaning in the Egyptian context of the 13th century, which we've largely lost, except for the research of people like Professor Rabbi Shlomo Chaim point this out, that it is his failure to maintain a just and equitable society, that is his maltreatment of the children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and his forgetfulness of what he should have done for the people of Joseph is fundamentally what caused his heart to become heavy, and fundamentally what brought about his own downfall. I hope this was useful to you, and maybe you'll even talk about it a little bit at your Passover Seder. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow travelers in Jewish history. I had a brilliant idea this morning, thinking a lot about Passover and thinking about my upcoming cruises with Kosher River Cruises. I thought, wait, what if we offer fully kosher recreation of the Exodus, skipping the slavery part and just going straight from Egypt to the Promised Land? Wouldn't that be amazing? We would not even have to split the sea because we have these beautiful ships that we travel on. Let's just recreate the journey. It would sell tremendously. It will be amazing. The only problem is it's very hard to figure out the actual geography of the route. Where exactly did the Exodus happen? And specifically, where did the crossing of the sea occur? So let's get into the geography a little bit and the archaeology, and we'll try to reconstruct what we know. And unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff that we simply don't know. Now, part of the reason why this is so complicated is because there is natural geographic change over the 3,000 plus years since this occurred. If you have a look at this satellite image here, you can see that the primary geological feature of the land of Egypt is, of course, the Nile River that flows from the south to the north. That's why the lower Nile is actually higher on the map, and the upper Nile is actually lower on the map. And for recorded history and beyond, the Nile has regularly flowed along this route and emptied out into a large delta that flows into the Mediterranean Sea. Now, the challenge is that there is a certain amount of natural change to the geography, as rivers do tend to move a little bit. There are oxbows that form, and as irrigation changes, and this river has been heavily drained for irrigation with canals built over the centuries. Sometimes the nature of the delta can change and so on. And this is complicated by the fact that in 1970, a big dam was built in the upper Nile. You can see at the bottom of this map, the Aswan Dam, and that changed a lot of the features of the water flow as well. So how does that affect what we know about the biblical sites that are described as the settlement of Jews in Israel? Historians believe that Goshen, the place where the Jews settled after Joseph is described as coming to the leadership of Egypt, be in the eastern delta. You can see where I've indicated here on the map. And in fact, not too far away is a site called in contemporary Arabic Kantir, or Piramese, which is most likely the site of Pi Ramses, one of the sites that we have described in the Bible as a construction site that Jews were forced to work on. And so we know that all these things are happening here in the Eastern Delta. The challenge is that while some things are actually really well supported, for example, the Midrash talks about the actual soil of Ramses being very unstable, and the Jews would engage in building buildings, and the buildings would collapse. That actually makes sense based on the nature of the composition of the soil in the delta there. But we don't have much archaeological evidence from that period of any of the buildings that may have been constructed according to the biblical account. We do have, however, some new archaeological evidence that has come about as a result of the desiccation of the region related to the creation of the Aswan Dam that indicates some amazing things, like even these phenomenal mud pits that were described there, which are entirely consistent with what we know about brick making in ancient Egypt, from, for example, the tomb painting of Rabbi that describes the entire process of brick making, which is consistent not only with the biblical account, but also with papyri that have managed to survive till this day. And in this particular mud pit that just blows me away, there's actually some remnants of a child's footprints. They measure to be about size 8.5 to 10, which would describe a child of 4 to 5 years old. We don't know, what this child was, an Egyptian child, Jewish child, slave child. We don't know. What are they doing in the pits? Well, were they forced to work there? Were they playing there? We don't know, but it is nevertheless a chilling reminder of the reality of work at that time. Still, it doesn't say too much about the route that we're trying to describe. We know that the biblical account places the Jews in the Eastern Delta. So, how did they get from there to the Promised Land? The Bible specifically states that they did not take a shortcut, which is the Derech Plishtim, the Philistine way, also known as the way of Horus, the easiest, the most logical, that would go along the coast of the Sinai Peninsula, which actually had several established fortresses that were built by the Egyptians. The Egyptians frequently went this route when they went on raiding campaigns into the land of Israel. So we know they didn't go that way. Specifically, the Bible says they took an alternate route, a long route that somehow had them wandering throughout the Sinai Peninsula, eventually ending up in the land of Israel. But when you look at the overall map, you got to wonder, where did they cross the sea? Where exactly? What sea are we talking about? We should point out, in Hebrew, the term is Yam Suf, which means literally the sea of reeds. The term sea here, yam, has to be not viewed from, let's say, a Western perspective of what a sea is. Sea is normally a fairly large body of water, but in biblical Hebrew, the word yam means something a little bit more like what Americans would call a lake. It's not even a great lake. Like Yam Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee, is actually a fairly small body of water. I'm not sure if you can easily swim from side to side, but you can at least contemplate swimming from one side to the other. Similarly, the Dead Sea is very small. I mean, in comparison to the Great Lakes, these are small bodies of water, but in Hebrew they are called seas. Now, the second word, reeds, is interesting. The Sea of Reeds. It does not describe the Red Sea or the Mediterranean Sea. It says the Sea of Reeds. So this makes it sound a little bit like it could be a wetland, kind of like, a marshy area, which very much fits with what we know about the geography of the Eastern Nile Delta. So many historians have attempted to reconstruct a route of the Exodus that goes through what are sometimes called the Bitter Lakes, which are not so much like big bodies of water. Again, that's not necessarily what the term Yam or sea might mean in biblical Hebrew, but they might be like incredibly inaccessible wetlands, and you just can't cross them. Maybe the water is 3 feet deep, 6 feet deep, with lots of vegetation. And the only way to get through would be if it's split and you can walk on dry land. And miraculous occurrence, to be sure. Other historians have suggested that no, it must have been the Mediterranean Sea that we're talking about. And you can see there are routes that describe going up north and then over the Sinai Peninsula into the Mediterranean and back down into the Sinai where they would wander around for a while. There are also theories that say no, they went further south down to the Red Sea and crossed at that point. And then basically from there on in, it's really confusing because one thing I forgot to mention is that the very first project in archaeology is really topography. We have, like biblical archaeology in particular, we have this biblical text, extremely valuable as a historical document, but very difficult to sometimes translate into what we know about the actual land itself, primarily because we don't know which locales specifically refer to the places named in the Bible. And one of the very first things that was done in the 19th century in the land of Israel is archaeologists began to say, okay, we've got these places like Beersheba. There is Beersheba. And they would use all kinds of different techniques, sometimes linguistic, sometimes Arabic place names refer to earlier Hebrew origins, sometimes descriptions in the text itself that might give some indication as to where exactly these places are, but we really don't know for sure a lot of places, and especially the places associated with the Exodus. So there are lots of different routes. We also don't know, for example, where exactly is Mount Sinai. There is a mountain in the southern part of the peninsula that has been identified by the Arabs as Jebel Musa, the Mount of Moses, and that has been adopted by Christians as Mount Sinai. There's a monastery at the top of it, things like that. But there are also good possibilities that Mount Sinai would be in what we would call today Saudi Arabia. We simply have no concrete idea precisely where the ancient Israelites wandered as they were making their way from Egypt to the land of Israel, and there are lots of constructions. What we do have, however, is some fascinating archaeological evidence that points to a massive incursion of migrants to the land that would be called the land of Israel in the 13th century, not only in terms of like a huge rise in the establishment of settlements that could not be accounted for by natural increase, has to be from migration. There is some fascinating stuff done by analyzing refuse pits, and in a lot of these regions where we identify with the settlements of Israelites, there's a remarkable absence of pig bones, whereas in sites that we know are much more Roman, there's lots of pig bones. I like to joke that, they can like Asian food takeout containers, but we don't find those. And also, some really interesting things when sometimes Canaanite sites are found, like in Soy, where the great archaeologist Yugael Yadin found a cultic site with a headless idol, the Baal of before that clearly had his head locked off. And then here's a picture of what it looked like after surgery. But archaeological finds of this nature support the narrative that people came into this region from somewhere outside and viewed with hostility the local Canaanite practices and destroyed their altars and things like that. And that is entirely consistent with biblical accounts that describes a massive number of former Egyptian slaves, the children of Israel, coming into the land, destroying the altars where they encountered them and so on. But there's so much more to say about this. I'm just trying to get a sense, though, of if we were to have a kosher river cruise, where exactly would we traverse from Goshen to the land of Israel? And unfortunately, that's got to wait until we figure out the geography, and then we're going to have a big sale. You heard it first on this channel. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to the very first Jewish History Lab report dated December 20th, 2020. So this is a new experiment. I hope you find it useful. I took a poll last week and I got over 600 people voted with 92% indicating that you'd like to see something like this. 81% of you expressed very strong interest, but in keeping with the season, we're going to have several recounts. Anyways, what is the purpose of this newsletter? Well, as I mentioned in a video a while ago, I signed a major contract with Koren Publishers in Jerusalem to put together a 3-volume history of the Jewish people. And it'll take me a few years to write this, and I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a great book. I'm looking forward to it. But one of the advantages of having a large audience that's interested in Jewish history on YouTube is that I can sort of crowdsource this. Obviously, I'm going to do the first stage of writing, and essentially the Jewish History Lab lectures are sort of my first draft of what I intend to put in the book. And I get a lot of feedback in the comment section, sometimes personal emails, and it's actually very useful. It's helping me shape the book. So this is what we intend to do in these newsletters. First of all, let's tell you a little bit about what's coming up this week. The topic for this week is the birth of Christianity. This is totally coincidental. When I planned out the fall semester, I didn't realize it would happen to occur right at this time of year, but there goes serendipity. So we have 4 videos that are related to this, 4 shorter videos. On Thursday, the 17th, we premiered Judea in the Days of Jesus, which is a popular video actually, with the #1 for that week. And then later today on Sunday at 1 p.m., these are Eastern time, by the way, New York time, we'll have a little bit longer video, Jesus and the Jewish community. But what I'm concerned about this one is we don't speak about Jesus specifically in these videos because it tends to generate a lot of unintelligent comments. I'll talk more about that in a second. But, this is the plan, the trajectory of the book is possible to avoid this very crucial topic if we are going to write a comprehensive survey of people. Then following that on Tuesday, we're premiering a separation of the church and synagogue, which is basically about the activity of the young church under Paul in particular and the Lord. And then on Thursday, we'll begin to look at the origins of the first Roman Jewish war. So that's what's coming up over this week. Also, this morning, I'm premiering something, speaking virtually at Torah LA, which is a conference organized in Los Angeles, the Orthodox Union, and I'm giving a talk on Jewish history in Documentary. For those of you who are not familiar with it, this is a global study of Talmud program documenting a folio of today, which allows people to complete the Talmud in 7 years. My small part in this year's cycle, cycle which takes 7.5 years to complete, is called Jewish History Documentary. It's a little video that appears on every draft of Gemara, 2,711 in total, and it's available on the alldaf.org website, and also there's an app that goes on it. So these also put it on this channel at 10 a.m. Eastern. Okay, that's what's coming up this week. In terms of channel member news, you may have noticed that I have membership available on this channel. So when you first made this available, I didn't really understand how it would be helpful, but then I realized a really great way that you will push forward my agenda of working on some very specific goals. First of all, if you've seen the manifesto video, in which I talk about my basic values, I really believe that Jewish history information should be completely accessible and should be available for free around the world. So that's really what I've tried to build over the past 10 years or so working on this channel. But what is not free is my personal engagement, because when you put something out globally, you get so many unwelcome comments. Sometimes a lot of attention from anti-Semites, sometimes a lot of attention from people who want to convert me to a different faith. Some people want to convert me to the same faith that I'm currently in, but maybe in a different slave version, things like that. And I just don't have time to deal with that. So I have tended to shy away from certain subjects and certain topics because I don't want to, spend a lot of time debating with people about these things unless they are serious. What I mean by serious is not learned or advanced. I mean that people have a strong level of motivation to study Jewish history, and also that they're prepared to observe basic scholarly norms, meaning to be respectful of others who are in the conversation, to appreciate that other people have a perspective that is maybe very valuable, and that if you listen to them, you may actually gain something from it, as the seven habits say. My rabbi loves quoting the seven habits, right? Seek first to understand, then to be understood. So people like that, I'd like to have them in classes at any age, and I never tire of engaging with people like that. So membership is a way of trying to filter out hoi polloi and focusing on those people. There are 3 levels of membership. The student level gives people advanced access to all the videos, which is really useful because some of the most helpful comments that I get back are from the students who see it before I release it to the rest of the world. That's when I release it to the rest of the world, I get a lot of spam and a lot of things that I have to actually filter out. So it's nice to get just the information from students first. At the researcher level, that's where I start to introduce some of the more difficult things that maybe shouldn't be shared with everybody because of the reasons I mentioned. Today, for example, I'm recording a book review of the Jewish Annotated New, which is a little bit more controversial. And then at the colleague level, they're invited to participate in live classes so we can engage in real time and have video conferences and stuff. So what's happening for the colleagues this week is we're going to be having a live class specifically on the first Roman Jewish War, and the video versions will appear over the next couple of days. Let's close with some fascinating Jewish history news this week. One fascinating article that came out from Rabbi Rothschild, who is an amazing journalist who writes fantastic things, particularly in the realm of archaeology. And she writes that just a few days ago, an amazing seal that whose authenticity was doubted for a long time was recently authenticated. It is a seal that comes from Israel from 2,700 years ago. That's the reign of the second Yeroboam, the second Jeroboam. Here's a picture of it. Wow, it looks so fascinating. I'm going to include in the newsletter the link to this article. Have a look at this. It's absolutely fascinating. And look at everything that Amanda Borchell writes, because it's absolutely great. Okay, I hope this is helpful to you, and enjoy the videos this week. Thanks for studying Jewish history with me. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope this message finds you and your loved ones well. So this is the second issue of the Jewish History Lab report, and I'm actually really pleased to see how this has evolved. As I mentioned in previous videos, this new format is free for online kind of coronavirus optimized videos is the result of my signing a contract with foreign publishers to create a three-volume history of the Jewish people, which I'm really excited to be working on. And I thought I would take a year and a half to essentially work through the curriculum that will form the basis of the book and put it out there online. And I would use the feedback and the comments from fellow students of Jewish history like you to shape the direction of research. And it's actually been really great. A lot of the comments that I've gotten back exposed to me things that I'm really not that aware of, or concerns that I have not really thought of addressing. And I think it's going to be a really positive thing. I'm especially grateful to this week because we got through one of the most difficult passages really when we talked about the birth of Christianity. There was a lot of heat generated by that topic. It's very difficult to sort of navigate the possible minefields of controversy, but I'm especially grateful to Boxer Spencer, one of the users on this channel, who sent me a really useful passage from Thessalonians, 1 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 14, which really made me rethink a little bit of what I had to say about St. Paul and the development of Christianity. This is a passage that when I looked a little bit into scholarship, it's called the Great Diatribe, by the way. Many scholars actually question whether it is authentic, that it may have slipped into manuscripts as they were copied, but there are no variant manuscripts that fail to show this passage. So it's an interesting kind of problem. Anyways, you can have a look there if you're curious. I also received, of course, a lot of nasty comments about the birth of Christianity. My favorite actually was one commentator who said some very nice things and said that I was doomed to hellfire, but then at the end he ended by saying, anyway, I like your local personality, keep up the great work. Well, I guess I don't know what to say about that. But anyway, thanks also to Bart Todd, who sent along a really useful link from NPR on the use of modern computer technology to digitally reveal the contents of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are, of course, very fragile, very difficult to unravel, difficult to open. So it's very difficult to actually read them, but with new imaging techniques, wow, it's really fascinating. Okay, so here's an update. Last week, we premiered the video on the First Roman Jewish War, the first stage of it, with Cestius Gallus in particular, the war in the north, and Vespasian's arrival. Today, we're going to be releasing the video of the fall of Jerusalem, specifically. Very important turning point in Jewish history, and I'm looking at greater detail at the way in which Vespasian's son Titus actually besieged Jerusalem and brought it down and burned the temple on the 9th day of the month of March. A little later this week, we'll release the video on the aftermath of the Great War, which looks specifically at Masada, the last holdout of the rebels and the fortress in the mountains on the Dead Sea. So, in terms of moving forward, this week we're going to be looking at the Kitos Rebellion, a very unusual rebellion that was not especially important in Israel itself, but especially important in Jewish diaspora outside it. That would be from years 115 through 117. And then we're going to look at the Bar Kokhba revolt in much greater detail and its impact on Jewish thought, civilization, and culture thereafter, with some focus on the Asara Peruvian Malkut, the 10 martyrs of the state, very important element that has informed Jewish thought and shaped how Jews have related to the diaspora as a whole. In terms of membership for this week, the members of the colleague level, we're going to have our live class on Wednesday night, as usual, that's 7:30. For researchers and colleagues, I've got a new video that I'm just looking to release this week, which is a fantastic relook at Yigael Yadin's amazing book on Bar Kokhba, which is such a classic, and I so enjoyed rereading it, so I thought I'd talk about it a little bit here. And then at student level membership, we're going to have some advanced access to those videos on the Kitos Rebellion, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and the 10 martyrs of the state, and then we will be premiering them to the larger internet audience there. Okay, that's the plan for this week. videos, and I look forward to interacting with you as we put together this amazing history of the Jewish people. Thanks very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Here's the lab report for this week, the first week of the Gregorian year 2021. Let's hope that it's a much better year for everyone after all the difficulties of 2020. So last week we premiered a few videos specifically looking at the period of Great Rebellions. We looked at the aftermath of the Great Rebellion, or the war that ultimately resulted in the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem. And then we looked at a lesser known revolt called the Titus Rebellion that occurred in years 115 through 117 under the Emperor Trajan. And then premiering later today will be the final video in my series of rebellions. We're going to look at the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which is absolutely fascinating in many ways. Although there's so many questions that are still unanswered. And also issued last week with brief researchers and colleagues on the DIN's research in particular, and it's so exciting. I really enjoyed so much of it. The plans for this week are to shift a little bit from the kind of chronological march of history and go back to a theme or an issue, and specifically we're going to look at women in ancient Israel. We touched on this somewhat when we looked at daily life in ancient Israel, and now we're going to focus more carefully on a very difficult topic to study appropriately because we really lack so many women's voices in the historiography, in the material itself. The connection to Bar Kokhba, though, is especially fascinating because I'm looking forward to talking to you about Rebecca, who was a remarkable woman who left behind a cache of documents relating to her private legal life, dealing with a lot of personal crises that she was going through with multiple husbands and her widowhood and conflict over inheritance, conflict over child custody. Really fascinating materials that gives a great sort of cross-section of what it must have been like to be a woman in the 2nd century. But we're going to start much earlier and have a much more theoretical and historical grounds in that lecture. The live version of this lecture will be able to colleagues. We'll check the links to the separate posts for that material. I also want to let you know that we are coming to the conclusion of this semester, the 5th of January, looking at the ancient period, and we were going to make a transition to the medieval period. And as I mentioned to you before, all of this work is in preparation for the much larger project of creating 3 volumes from foreign publishers on the history of the Jewish people. And I'm using videos to collect feedback and get suggestions, get support, sometimes criticism, to help me think about how I want to put together these lecture volumes. And I really appreciate all of you who have maintained, please spend time commenting on the website. I apologize that I can't get down to every comment, particularly when the threads get longer and longer, but I am spending time every day going over the comments and trying to respond to them. And in this context, I want to let you know about a new idea I'm working on right now that I can't post here on YouTube because it doesn't work as well with text. There's after all video. But on my personal website, theabramson.com, I'm thinking I will start putting out drafts of the chapters as they are written for comment from all of you. As much as I'm enjoying crowdsourcing this intellectual project of creating a book of Jewish history with a lot of support from people, I don't think I can reasonably open up all of the text as it is in formation to 38,000 subscribers. So I'm going to probably set in some kind of mechanisms there to try and filter out the book who are not necessarily as focused on the goal of really creating a final text. But I encourage you to visit my website, RabbI.com, where you'll see some of these ideas as they are developing. And I'm quite excited about it. I'll let you know more about it. And in this context, I want to thank all of you for your feedback last week about that crazy idea of creating merch for this channel. I still feel a little queasy about it. I haven't quite told my colleagues very sudden if you're not going to try it. But anyways, check it out. I am especially fond of the mugs. And I want to give a special shout out to Jen Goldman and Tommy Donovan and Michael Alberta, who suggests some really great ideas. Some of them I'm going to put into place because it's actually kind of fun. So have a look at the Teespring site. They'll be populating it later. We've got a Josephus mug, we've got a me mug, and we've got a ski mug, which Mike Klein says he's going to really enjoy. So you can get a very original laugh for its popular version. Anyways, this is great fun. I hope you have an amazing week, and it's great to have you as subscribers to this channel. Take care. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to announce that beginning this Wednesday night, October 27th at 7:30 p.m., we will resume the Jewish History Lab series of lectures. This will be the third and final semester of this series to look at the modern era. Unlike the two previous semesters in which I had the chutzpah to address many subjects which I knew not too terribly much about, I'm actually a little more adept in the modern era, so I hope it's going to be even more interesting for all of us and less sweat-inducing for me. At any rate, we're going to look at the last 500 years of Jewish history, specifically from the Spanish expulsion of 1492 right up until the contemporary period. And I think it's going to be so fascinating. There's so many amazing, dynamic things that happened to and happened as a result of the Jewish people over the last half millennium, and I can't wait to discuss them with you and hear your questions. So there are three basic ways to participate in this series if you would like to. First is, please attend in person. The classes are sponsored by the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst. That's located at 8 Spruce Street in Cedarhurst, New York, led by the incredible Rabbi Yaakov Trump, no relation. Unlike the series that was so brutally interrupted back in the spring of 2020, we are going to be having them live and in person in the synagogue building. They're open to the community, free of charge. Please come by and join us. We would like you to please practice respiratory etiquette. This is a term that I picked while I was recently. We encourage vaccination for everybody. Of course, if you are eligible for a vaccine, please do not come if you are not feeling well. Masks are welcome and encouraged for anyone who feels appropriate wearing one. They are mandatory for those who are not vaccinated. The lectures, I say, will not be recorded. So there are some advantages to coming in person and there are some disadvantages. The advantages are that, of course, the live lectures really, that's the gold standard for an education experience. The spontaneity of live conversation, questions and answers. There is a small disadvantage that you may be exposed to some of my cheesy jokes, and I apologize in advance for them, but I simply can't help myself. So that's the best way to enjoy it, free of charge, sponsored by Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst. Please join us. And they will be basically every week, every Wednesday night at 7:30. There are some interruptions to the schedule. The second way you can participate is you can attend via Zoom. We are, of course, in a bold new era of education. We're still trying to figure out exactly, what is education going to look like, both at the tertiary level, where I spend most of my energy, or in the adult education, which I class this series, or even at the primary level. And so we're going to try this semester to offer this as a hybrid option, meaning the essence is going to be placed on the live in-person class. And again, that's the best way to appreciate the information that we're going to share. But we will offer the option of Zoom for those who cannot attend in person for a variety of reasons, not excluding the reality of the January temperatures in this part of the world. This option, however, is only going to be available to members of the synagogue and their guests. Check your email for a Zoom link so you'll be able to access also open to members of my YouTube channel at the colleague level. So please have a look at community announcements and you'll be able to get the Zoom link. You'll be able to participate. One of the challenges of offering this in a hybrid format is that it's not easy to address a live audience and an online audience simultaneously. So I'm going to put most of my energy into the live audience, but I will try and devote certain periods of people. We'll see how this works out. Hopefully it will be successful, but we will do things as we go along. Finally, if you can't attend in person and you can't attend by Zoom, then you'll be able to watch pre-recorded versions of the lectures, which I have been putting online. There's more than 80 of them in this particular series already available. And this, of course, is open to all, because I really believe that Jewish history yearns to be free, yearns to be out there so that people can learn about this amazing and fascinating history. The advantages of viewing the recorded lectures are that, one, they're shorter and a little bit more edited and so on. There are very, very few cheesy jokes because I just got to make comments about them. There's not as much opportunity for interaction. I simply don't have time to respond to all of the questions and comments that are in the, and you will have the opportunity, of course, to interact with other audience members. And I do like to participate in live chats more or less once a week, so that we do have a chance to at least interact with each other that way. Okay, that's basically it. We're going to start Wednesday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, and we are going to be looking at the fascinating topic of the Jews of Asia. Thank you very much for listening. Hello and welcome to the first in a large series of projected small lectures that I'd like to call the Jewish History Lab. Now, I'm calling it a lab because this is somewhat experimental in nature. I'm very proud to let you know that I've signed a contract with Koren Publishers to use some really important publishing house that does really beautiful work. I have so many of their books in my collection, and I'm very honored to be producing a multi-volume, massive survey history of the Jews for them over the course of the next few years. So these lectures are kind of like my rough draft of the materials that will ultimately find their way into the printed word, and I hope you will snap up copies of them when they're available, because I think they're going to be great. I'm really excited about this particular work. So it's experimental in a sense that I'm going to put my first draft together in this video format and put it up on the internet. I'd love to hear from you. Please insert your comments in the below this video and let me know what you think. If you have questions, suggestions, and then we'll see how we go forward as I transform these lectures into the let's get straight to the material. Let's look at this little piece of global real estate and try to understand how it fits within the larger perspective of the history of the Jewish people. Many people tend to look at the land of Israel something like this amazing 6th century map that was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. Now, they look at it this way. It looks intriguing and fascinating, but at the same time illogical and confusing. So what exactly is this map? First of all, it was discovered in Madaba, Jordan. Here's a screenshot of where it appears on Google Maps, just a little bit northeast of the Dead Sea, a little south of Amman. And it was in the floor of a 6th century church that was designed for pilgrims, Christian pilgrims, who were making their way into the land of Israel from the west. And it was intended as kind of like a permanent physical reminder of how to find the various pilgrim sites. It was discovered in the late 19th century in the course of church renovations, and unfortunately this gorgeous mosaic was badly damaged over the centuries. Nevertheless, a significant amount of it was worth, and it was fascinating about how they viewed. Obviously, it's not to scale, but I think one of the most fascinating things is that it is disoriented with east at the north. That is, you can see the Dead Sea is right in the middle of that region there. It has boats, massive boats by scale, floating on the Dead Sea, and there's a river, the Jordan River, that's at the left that would connect up to the missing Sea of Galilee or Yam Kinneret. And so this is how pilgrims would have seen the land. They would have seen it with Jerusalem really at its center. here is a close-up detail of Jerusalem, and comparisons with archaeological data indicate there's a lot of features here that indicate that the mosaic artists actually did have close experience with the land of Israel itself and the city of Jerusalem with the cardo, Roman road running through the center of it. And there's all kinds of fascinating features in the map, such as, for example, if we can zoom in on the road into the Dead Sea, there are a couple of fishermen there, but they look sort of like potatoes because you can see the figure on the right has a hand extending from it. The reason for this is because Muslim iconoclasts approached this map and wanted to wipe out any kind of reference to human beings, so they disfigured specifically the recognizably human faces on this one, so we still have some sense of what they look like, and they replace them obviously with other Mosaic maps. Fascinating kind of look at the land of Israel, but as I said, very confusing, obviously deeply affected by political and religious concerns. Here's a more conventional look at the land of Israel, with north at the top, as is the custom in Western cartography. And I think the most important thing that I can point out here is just how small the land of Israel is. I mean, check it out. If you go from the southernmost tip of the land of Israel, in Eilat, the Gulf of Aqaba, and go all the way to the north, roughly equivalent with Mount Hermon in the Golan Heights, and you see that basically it's only 420 kilometers or 262 miles. If you could drive that in a straight road, it's basically 4 hours driving from one end of the country to the other. And the widest waste of the land is only 150 kilometers or 71 miles. You can easily drive across that in about an hour. I mean, this is essentially what people commute to work, crossing the entire country of Israel. When the lightly shaded areas, the Shechem or Nablus in the top and Hebron in the south, that refers to the West Bank, which we'll talk about much further on in this. This is the region, of course, which is not annexed to Israel itself as the Palestinian Authority. And of course, this is the Gaza Strip, which is sort of a patch that is on the lower left side, also really a very small strip of land that looms large in the public imagination. If you were to take the amount of real estate that the state of Israel takes up in today's newspapers, for example, if you were to make that geographically to scale, I mean, it would be the size of, I don't know, Africa or something like that. But it is really a tiny little territory. Looking at it geographically, I think this map is especially helpful. This, of course, turns it on its side, facing to the east, somewhat like the Madaba map we saw earlier. And the most prominent feature, of course, is the Judean mountain range. They're not really mountains by, like, Rockies standards or the Alps. They're more like dry, desiccated hills. And once again, this map, which is in Hebrew, shows that it's 53 kilometers from the Jordan River over the Judean mountains, and then an additional 16 kilometers to the sea, the Mediterranean itself. And it gives you some sense of the vertical topography and the climactic effect of those fairly low mountains. There's one more view of the same idea. This is once again oriented north-south. You have the coastal plain, which is quite dense and gets a lot more rainfall. Then you have the Jordan Valley and the Dead Sea, which are much lower. In fact, the Dead Sea is the lowest point on the surface of the earth. Now, let's look at the land of Israel in its regional context, because this is where it gets really important. How does this tiny little country subsume so much history and so much politics? If you look at this satellite view, you see that Israel is very centrally located between the three continents of Africa, Europe, and Asia. And if you remove air travel, which of course was impossible in the ancient world, and if you consider the limitations of water travel, of sea travel because of land barriers, you can see that Israel is the main thoroughfare between those continents. Any trade typically has to go through Israel, unless you're talking about Europe to Asia directly or vice versa, really, Africa, Asia, and Europe are all connected to Israel over land. If we look in a little closer, you see that one of the most important aspects of those connections is the Fertile Crescent. And it is so called because there's kind of like a C shape, or more precisely, kind of like an upside down, flattened U shape of arable land that extends from the Nile, which is in the lower left of this map. You can see it's in Mitzrayim or Egypt, and the hatched area represents the greater arability that is the bulk of the Nile River that flows from the bottom of this map into the Mediterranean Sea. And then there's a little bit of a dead spot to the right of the Nile Delta, where you have the Sinai Peninsula, but then the land of Israel itself becomes fertile again. It goes up north through Lebanon and Syria, and then it curves over and follows the Euphrates rivers down into the Persian Gulf, which would be today's Iraq and Kuwait. The two rivers that flow from the northwest and down into the southeast are the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia is from a Greek word meaning between the rivers, Mesopotamus. And so that's the Tigris and Euphrates represent another great fertile area. Now, these two regions, on the extreme west, Egypt, and on the extreme east, Mesopotamia, are really the superpowers of the world, but any kind of land or commerce communication between them has to go through Israel. And note that it is not very practical to try and go straight, like let's say following the latitude from Egypt straight over to the Mesopotamian region, because that's essentially crossing a lot of desert, which is basically impassable and not practical except through camel caravans. It's much easier to follow the fertile, settled regions and actually make travel from the southeast all the way up over the top and down to Israel. This is in fact the route that the patriarch Abraham followed from ancient Sumer, the city of Ur, and then made his way up over the north to Syria and down into Israel. We'll talk about that in a later lecture. Here is a roadmap of the ancient world where you get to see the actual routes that they could take. First of all, there was the so-called Via Maris, or Derech Hayam, the way of the sea. I like to think of this as the scenic route, where you go from the left, from the Nile Delta, and you basically follow the coastline. And it's a little rough as you're going along the top of the Sinai Peninsula, because that's quite dry. But then once you hit the region of Gaza and move up north, then you've got quite a bit of settled territory and a lot of arable land, and you can follow the road all the way up and then down over to the right into Mesopotamia. The other route, which was also quite widely traveled, was the so-called King's Highway. There's actually a street like that in Brooklyn, of course. Maybe named after this, I don't know, sometimes called the Royal Road or in Hebrew, the Derech HaMelech. And this was a little bit shorter in the sense that you crossed the relatively small Sinai Peninsula compared to the great Arabian desert, it's much more passable. And then you make a straight shot north up to Damascus. So it's not nearly as beautiful because you don't have the Mediterranean Sea left. At best, you have to travel through the very hot zone of the Dead Sea. But after that initial burst through the Sinai, then you've got fairly clear rest stops along the way, lots of gas stations as you make your way to Mesopotamia. And so Israel was extremely important as these commercial ventures expanded, and of course that's the other questions as well. Perhaps what makes Israel so important to the rest of the is the religious context that we are going to be exploring in a lot of lectures. It is the center point of three major world faiths. Judaism first, and then Christianity, and then Islam, to slightly lesser extent. And it's regarded as the navel of the Lord. Used the prophetic literature for Israel and for Jerusalem specifically. This is a sentiment that is echoed by other cultures. I would look at this amazing 16th century man by Emily Gifford, which is meant to be kind of a a lot of really beautiful maps that feature ideas in photographic form. And you can see that he has indicated that Jerusalem specifically is at the center of European, Asian, and African history, like a clover. And if we zoom in here on Jerusalem, we get a beautiful sense of this very Christian sort of perspective relative to the crosses there just outside the city. So that gives us a sense of the geographic features of the land of Israel, the political and economic features of the land in its regional context, and just a hint at what we'll be discussing as we go further in this Jewish history round. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to the second lecture of the Jewish history round series. So I'd like to look very briefly at the earliest populations in the Roman Empire. It's important here that we should distinguish two different types of what's called chronological analysis over time. There is history, which is the area in which I feel most comfortable, and then there is proto-history and prehistory, backwards in time. Proto-history is generally understood as the history when we have the earliest written documents, because historians would like to work with text, we like to work with words. And as soon as you begin to get words, like metaphor or equivalent to tease out some of what the earliest generations are trying to communicate, then you have at least the basis of the kind of things that we work with. On the other hand, we get further back in time, what's called prehistory, which is what happened even before people were writing things down. We already had a written record of what they have been written down that simply did not survive. And when we get into historians, like we start to really distinguish, we've got to get into archaeology, we've got to get into geology, we've got to get into scientific fields to understand how carbon dating works, things like that. Those are things that are not really my strongest suit. We will be dealing with much of that, especially archaeology in the next couple of videos. But for the time being, let's just understand that history, before that proto-history, before that prehistory. And let's think about something really basic right now. First of all, how do we know that this is the year 5781? That is, of course, the Jewish year that celebrated on Rosh Hashanah, which occurred in October 2020. How do we know that this is really the 5781st year since creation? If you look at the book of Genesis, the first book of the Hebrew Scriptures, there is an accounting of years, but it's not really precise. It does not give us a really clear date for the year one. And until we get to the second century, where an important rabbi, Rabbi Yosef ben Chalakta, that is the second century of the Common Era, meaning about the year 160 or so in the Common Era. Rabbi Yosef ben Chalakta authored a text called Sefer Olam Rama. I should say, by the way, it's attributed to Rabbi Yosef ben Chalakta. And what the author of Sefer Olam Rama did is he went back to the text of Genesis and pieced together all of the gaps, like figuring out how old this person was and how old this person was, and added them all up. And there are a couple of areas where it's not entirely clear, like when exactly did the flood happen, when exactly did the generation dispersal happen. But that's how we got to the calculation of the year 5781. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of scientific evidence argues with this calculation, suggesting that universities considerably older. So what that means for our purposes as historians, and by the way, I know people often think I'm a rabbi, and I suppose it's the kippah and the beard that gives it away, but I'm not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy, a historian. And so the question is not so much a historical question, because the scientific evidence is generally what is challenge of creation by Rabbi Dr. Rothschild. It is not controversial work, but basically he dips deeply into both sides and Torah to look at how rabbis in the past have been doing the ancient universe questions really since the 19th century for sure in a very right way, but there are some fascinating early notions as to how to calculate these dates. Have a look over there if you want to go further in that direction. Anyone who possesses even a cursory familiarity with the first five books of Moses, some of the early prophets, like the book of Joshua, Judges, Samuel, will be aware that, of course, there are many peoples who predated these mass arrival of Jews in Israel. Just penetration of Jews into Israel, of course, with the patriarch Abraham, as described in the book of Genesis, that's generally understood to be around the beginning of the second millennium before the common era. That is something like the date 1750 BC. The later Exodus and the arrival of Jews in Israel, which is something again we're going to push right on to the lecture for them to say about that. That would have been several hundred years after that. But there are lots of peoples already living in Israel, and in fact, interaction with them is a major theme in much of those early prophetic works. Some of the most fascinating archaeological discoveries of the prehistoric of the land of Israel were uncovered by Dr. Dorothy Garrett from here in 1913. She was associated with Cambridge University, and in fact, she was the first woman to hold a chair at that grade school. Unfortunately for her at that point, or because she was a woman, she was not allowed to receive the faculty. And although she was allowed to attend faculty, she was not allowed to vote or even to speak, if you can believe that. She was a pioneering figure not only in the field of archaeology, but also in the field of women's rights in academia. And her research led to some prominent discoveries, such as these remarkable stone and axes used by women peoples somewhere south of the Sea of Galilee, which, by the way, is also the site of some of the earliest beer manufacturing plants in the history of humanity. Right? So we owe the discovery of beer possibly to those people's chemistry. In the Kamaran cultures, we discovered these remarkable mortal vessels. You can see those people with the grain on the left, and you would take that pestle and you would grind it up. It's actually quite fantastic. You can imagine actually grind grain flour. This remarkable tiny sculpture from suffering is also quite fascinating. Her discoveries of things like this tiny little bird medallion indicate that peoples of ancient Israel had a very rich spiritual life. Looking at grave sites, she was able to discover fantastic ritual items that were associated with people, such as the inclusion of many tortoise shells in this grave, which is believed to be an ancient shaman of the period. But I think one of the most fascinating things that she's associated with is the discovery of these things called desert kites. T.B. Lawrence, already in the 20th century, was writing about these, trying to figure out what they mean. And really, the only way that they were finally understood is with a lot of aerial photography. They remind me of the Alaska sandbox. So T.B. Lawrence writing about this, said, what are these things? You've got these miles and miles of these tiny little piles of stone that seem to be hard to deliberate. They run in lines, but what are they there for? Right. So you need to but when you get up in the air, then you begin to see, oh my gosh, look at this. It's shape like it's some kind of funnel with some kind of container at the end. But in fact, what Dorothy Garrett was that these kites might have been used for herding wild deer. And what would happen is you would find a group of wild deer, and the prehistoric peoples would kind of chase them into this kite, and the deer would run away from them, and the people barrier would move further into the kite until we look at it from the point of view of the outfitter. They had this kite behind this guy in the back, which would be a full or and sometimes they have like specific decorations, like use of these shells for their eyes and so on. And perhaps even associated with some kind of ancestor ritual. The people of ancient Jericho were also into trepanation, wild practice that involves the drilling of holes in the skull, a procedure which pretended to survive the skulls actually show evidence of healing. It's uncertain why they were doing this, perhaps to medical procedure, perhaps an early psychiatric procedure, maybe some kind of cultic practice, who knows, but it was definitely very bizarre. Also discovered in original Jericho were a whole series of fascinating masks, which again give us some inkling of their spiritual life, perhaps their entertainment. It's hard to tell, but you can see here that the masks clearly had holes drilled inside so they could be attached to the face, perhaps for some kind of dramatization, maybe in connection with ancestor worship. And a lot of these masks display different kinds of emotions and feelings. They're actually quite clever and appealing. And there are tens of these masks. Some of them, however, do not have holes, and they perhaps might have been decorations, or they may have been some kind of cultic objects like this skull mask here. Okay, so that's it for a very superficial look at some of the prehistoric peoples of the land of Israel. We're going to continue our story with the biblical data regarding the arrival of Israel out of Mesopotamia, basically what the book says for people to Jewish history. Thank you very much for listening. Before we begin to approach the earliest period of Jewish history, we have to address the question, how shall we approach the Bible as a historical source? The Bible is, of course, regarded by tens of thousands of generations, millions upon millions of people, as the Word of God, and it has a tremendous amount of authenticity simply because of that status. But if we're trying to approach it looking for historical data, is that an appropriate way to understand this text? I'm going to set that question aside for now, but I would like to give you a thought experiment that hopefully will clarify some of the questions that arise as we look at it from the point of view of a historian. One last caveat. I know when people look at the question for the first time, they think I'm a rabbi. I think it's the kippah and the beard that give it away, and it's true. On a personal level, I have proclivities towards observant Judaism, and I do my best as much as I can to be as observant as possible. But let's just set that aside as well and look at this question from a historical perspective. Because I'm not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy who happens to work as a historian. Here's the thought experiment. The year is 1985, and you are in middle school. You're 12 years old, and your teacher gives you an assignment. She gave it to you a few weeks ago, but you ignored it. It's only due tomorrow. You have a few hours left to write it. The assignment is, please write 500 words on the life of Julius Caesar. Middle schoolers today would say no problem, but it's 1985 and no one has invented the internet yet. So you're stuck. A few hours left, the library is closed. What do? You scramble around the house looking for some kind of book that says something about Julius Caesar, and in your older sister's bedroom, you find some of their college textbooks, including a ratty old paperback. It was probably published sometime around 1972 that has on the spine Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Great! This is fantastic. This is exactly what you look at. It's kind of hard to read. It's not written in modern English, but you sort of skim through it and you figure out a few key things and you strap together a paper for your teacher. Now, the question is, how reliable is William Shakespeare's account of the life and death of Julius Caesar as a historical account? Can we say that what Shakespeare described actually happened? That terribly likely. First of all, Shakespeare's account was written about 1,600 years after the events described. Oh my gosh. Now, Shakespeare probably had some other data, read other histories to be able to put together the story of Julius Caesar, but he clearly was not even writing a history book. He was writing something for popular entertainment. And what kind of poetic license did he take in producing that particular book? Can we actually say anything real about William Shakespeare's account of Julius Caesar? And just to take it to a meta level, which is going to be very relevant for looking at the Bible as well, the copy that you're holding in your hand was published in the 1970s. Who says that it doesn't actually date from the 1970s? Who says it even dates from the 1600s? Maybe it really was published for the first time in the era of Elizabeth II as opposed to Elizabeth I. How do you know that this is an accurate copy of something that was actually written 400 odd years earlier? All these questions are about. Just to make it a little bit more fun, notice the iconic presentation of Shakespeare's Shame and Fun and his visage. That's based on something called the Chandler's portrait, which is named after its owner, not after the subject or the painter, neither of which are known for certain, but it's generally believed to be a depiction of William Shakespeare himself. When you look a little closely at it, you see that Shakespeare himself apparently wore an earring, but that has been removed from his ear in the version that you hold in your hand. So there's so many possibilities for inaccuracies and understanding the life of Julius Caesar. Shouldn't we say that as well about the Bible? Even according to the Word of God approach, whatever that means exactly, many of the events described in the Bible are written down explicitly as having occurred in the distant past. So, what do we do with this as a historical account? One more word about the Word of God approach. Can we possibly penetrate the inscrutable mind of the Almighty to determine that the purpose of the biblical text before us is to give us historical data? Perhaps it's to give us religious instruction, moral instruction, for edification, without necessarily giving us a blood-by-blood chronicle of events. It's a big, complex, sprawling document. We will be exploring it in greater depth in the following lectures as it relates specifically to history, but it's a real tangled mess of complications to try to understand this type of historical source. But by the time we get to the 19th, there are a lot of questions about how to approach the Bible as historical text. And we see people like William Albright who say, well, okay, without denying the higher Christian approach that is advocated by people like Bellhausen, we can still go back to the land of Israel and discover the facts as they occurred using this relatively new science of archaeology and construct the past as how it conforms to the Bible as essentially the template for historical events. In other words, the way Albright looked at biblical history is he said, we've essentially got in the Bible the cover of the puzzle box. Inside are 1,000 pieces, but we see what it's supposed to look like. So all we've got to do is go to Israel, find the places mentioned on the biblical narrative, dig up the ground evidence of what happened with what was Jericho. The walls of Jericho that were destroyed by Joshua and things like that. The thing is, once you get to Israel, you're confronted with a massive amount of data. And who says that it's going to conform to the picture box? Maybe we should instead look at the pieces, put it together without knowing how it's going to look, and then look at the picture afterwards. That's the approach that many later archaeologists began to take, especially when they began to find pieces like this that look like it didn't belong anywhere in the original picture box cover. So by the time we get to the middle of the 20th century, there is a lot of confusion about how are we supposed to look at the Bible as a historical text. Things came to a head in the 1990s with the development of the so-called Copenhagen School of Biblical Study. this was an outgrowth of a philosophical cultural movement called postmodernism that essentially questioned the narrative reliability of text. And the Copenhagen school advocated essentially a minimalist approach to the use of the Bible as a historical document. It's sometimes characterized as like a rejection of the Bible as a historical document. That's not a scholarly approach at all, and it's hard to really stick that label on any of the major components of the Copenhagen school. But definitely they want to downplay the reliance on the biblical text as a roadmap for what happened in ancient history. The reaction to the minimalist school was the so-called maximalist school. And the maximalists, again, it's a caricature as another term, but essentially maximalists are scholars who say, hey, you're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a tremendous amount of reliability in the Old Testament. And perhaps the greatest proponent of this school is none other than the great Kenneth Kitchen, who wrote this phenomenal work. I have to have my copy of it right here. What a monstrous brick of a tome this is. I've taken a lot of notes, but it is absolutely fascinating. And over the course of a lifetime of studying of Egypt and Syria, Babylonia, Ugaritic, and Akkadian, and you name it, definitely one of the most accomplished scholars of the period. He says that, fundamentally, the historical descriptions that are contained in the Hebrew scriptures are pretty reliable. Now, he's not advocating the Word of God approach. There are certain passages in this particular book that would cross a Rosh Hashiva's eyes. It's definitely not what we say in Jewish terms, a fruit book. But from a historical perspective, it really cements the idea that the Hebrew scriptures has a phenomenal amount of valid historical data. We're going to be taking a lot of time in this work as we go through this series because it is impossible to understand anything about the history of ancient Israel without looking at Dr. Kitchen's magisterial work. We'll also be looking at contemporary scholars like Rabbi Dr. Joshua Holman, who wrote a series of books, most recently this very powerful book called Amen. The Hebrew term means I believe, and it's clearly an allusion to Maimonides' 13 principles of belief. I'd like to mention now just a couple of things about Kitchen's approach to biblical history that will be relevant for us going forward. First of all, in the introductory sections, major work, Dr. Kitchen basically says we can divide the history as portrayed in the Bible into 7 basic periods. Pretty straightforward. The first period is something we talked about in the last lecture, primeval proto-history, which basically goes from the creation of the world as described in Genesis up to about the second millennium before the Common Era. Let's say 2250 or 2000 BCE. And that's essentially what's described in the very beginning of the book of Genesis. The second period is that of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and their wives, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. And that goes from the early to mid-second millennium, that is about the year, let's say, 1750. So, maybe go up to Joseph, another couple of years. And that's described for the rest of the book of Genesis. The third period is the Egyptian sojourn to this, and that would be the mid to late second millennium. That means around 1500 to 1200 more or less, and it's described in the book of Exodus. And then we get to the fourth period, which is settlement in Canaan. Notice that he uses the term settlement rather than conquest. That would be very important when we get to that period later. And that was the late second millennium, say approaching the year 1000 BCE. It is described in the book of Deuteronomy, Judges, and Joshua. The fifth period is the period of the United Monarchy. It's a relative period under the King Saul and David and Solomon, as described in the first book of Samuel, the first book of Chronicles. And then the sixth period is the divided monarchy, which is moving through the first millennium. Let's say we're getting into the 800s and 700s, and that's in 2 Samuel, Kings, and Book of Chronicles. And then finally, the exile return, talking there about the Babylonian exile. notice that I have not included all the books in Hebrew scriptures because a lot of them are really difficult to provide clear historical data. Although they have pieces of it, the book of Psalms, for example, it clearly, heartfelt prayers to God, but there is occasionally historical data that in Psalms as we shall see as we go through this course. But secondly, more significantly, in Kitchen's work, he doesn't start at the beginning, the first period, and moves through all 7 periods. Rather, what he does, he starts at the 6th period, the divided monarchy, quite late now in Jewish history, well over 1,000+ years into Jewish history. And then he moves later in time to the exile and return, and only then does he go back to start at the first period. He likes to start at period 6, go to 7, and then all the way back to 1, 2, 3, 4. The reason is actually pretty obvious if you can do the data. There's a lot more really cool evidence for the historicity in period 6 and 7 than there is in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He still has a lot to say about periods 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that is incredibly vital, but he says, you know what, I want to give you the really powerful, incontrovertible stuff first, and then once you're with me with 2 good chapters of this decent archaeological data, then I'll take you back to some of the more, intuitive and some of the more deductive type of material that is in the earlier period. It's really complicated, I know, but we'll go through it starting from period 1, and I'm going to bear with you. Let us give you an example of what is like some of the really cool data in both of those sections. So, Dr. Kitchen argues that there's basically 2 types of data points that prove the Bible has reliability as a historical source. And the first would be external evidence of historical reliability. And what he means by that is data taken from outside the text of the Bible that conforms exactly to the text as we have it. And a great example of this is archaeological finds. So, for example, this black obelisk of Shalmaneser III, which dates from the 9th century before the Common Era, clearly has King Jehu, who's described in the Hebrew Bible as owing obeisance to King Shalmaneser III, and this mental architecture clearly describes this from the perspective of the occupying power of Israel, and it seems to lock into place the account that we have of the historical relationship between these 2 powers. So this is the kind of evidence that we love as historians because it kind of confirms everything from an independent vantage point. And most of that really dates from the 9th century on. So we're going to be going back to the 2000 era. It gets harder and harder the earlier you go back in time to find this kind of hard external material evidence for the historicity of the narrative. But that doesn't mean that we're without resources. And a good 350 pages of Dr. Kitchen's work is based on looking at internal evidence of the biblical Bible. Just give you one little example here, and more as we move through the next lectures. Look at the price of slaves in ancient Europe. So, Dr. Kitchen was able to comb through a tremendous variety of data points in dozens of ancient dead languages to find how much it cost in shekels to buy a slave in the ancient world. And then he compared it to the 2 data points of how much slaves cost as described in the Bible. If you look at this graph, the red line describes how much slaves cost in various parts of the ancient world, from the Nile Delta through the Mesopotamian region, and we see that it follows that essentially that curve from the year 2250 to about the year 500. And then when you take the 3 passages, look at the text that refer to the price of slaves, we see that it conforms pretty much to the price of slaves that was the going rate in ancient Rome. That's a very interesting. Now, it does not have the same kind of hard proof. It's not going to fall on your foot like a big piece of monumental architecture that make you say, ouch. But nevertheless, it's really quite persuasive to say, hey, if it costs 20 shekels for a slave in the old Babylonian period, and Joseph was sold for 20 shekels around that time, that sounds like a reasonable piece of historical data that we can rely on. We're going to see a lot more of this next lectures, but for the time being, thank you for sticking with me through this technical historiographic introduction. We'll get back to the history itself, God willing, in the very next lecture. Thank you for watching. Hello. Well, fellow students in Jewish history, I'm very pleased to go on with our Jewish History Lab lectures. We're going to look now at Genesis in historical perspective. I'm, of course, speaking about the biblical book of Genesis. And I've got to say one thing just to start out. I would love to go through the entire book of Genesis. In fact, the entire Tanakh, and just speak about it as a work of tremendous power. If you have not read Genesis, and in fact, if you have not read the entire Bible, just stop watching right now and go get a copy of the Bible. They're available online and read it, because it is incredibly important. So much power as a moral document, as a spiritual document, as a transformational document. And even if you're not Jewish, even if you're not a monotheist, if you're a Buddhist or a Hindu or an alligator, I don't know. I think you will find a tremendous amount of value in this incredibly important work that is really at the foundation of Western civilization. I'm going to just speak very briefly about the plot line of Genesis, with the assumption that you have some broad familiarity with it. And this brief lecture in no way should replace general cultural familiarity with these various books. Okay, let's begin by going through the biblical narrative. As we approach the biblical narrative, it's really important for us to recall something that we discussed in the last lecture, and that is that the world of what we might call biblical history or history of ancient Israel is a strong difference of opinion as to how to approach the Bible as a historical text. There are those on one side of the spectrum that argue for a maximal approach, meaning let us mine this document for everything we can for its historical value. And on the other hand, you have a minimalist approach that says, no, the earliest possible manuscripts that come for this are far too late and can't possibly date it to the earliest periods that it describes to. It's written in a highly tendentious manner, definitely trying to promote a particular religious viewpoint. All kinds of objections. Those are called the minimalists, who say we should deal just with the data that the archaeological record affords us and build from it. In reality, most reasonable scholars do not find themselves on either end of the spectrum. They find themselves somewhere along the spectrum. But, this is a short video. I just want to make sure that you bear in mind the challenges of working with this for our purposes, which is to understand the earliest elements of Jewish history. So what is the book of Genesis all about anyway? And it basically traces, after we go through the cosmology, which we discussed in the last couple of lectures, it traces the life of the family of Abraham and Sarah, called the first of the patriarchs and matriarchs. And there's basically three major generations that are treated as Abraham and his wife Sarah, followed by Isaac and his wife Rebecca, and then by Jacob and his two wives and two co-wives, and their progeny. We are completely reliant on the text of Genesis for the oldest account of the life of the patriarchs and matriarchs. We don't have, for example, contemporary Egyptian or Assyrian or Babylonian accounts that will tell us what their life was like. Right now, we're completely locked into the biblical text. So if we just approach that text and look shown in the right of this map, up the Euphrates or possibly the Tigris River, and then he gets over the modern day Syria. He sort of makes a looping left-hand turn and drops down, following the Fertile Crescent into the land of Israel. There's an interesting side trip into Egypt, something that will happen to his descendants as well. But basically, they settle in central Israel, where he's a very prosperous herdsman. There are some tempting passages in Genesis that speak about Abraham's involvement in geopolitical activities. For example, his negotiation with local kings, his interaction at war that involved the 4 kings, 5 kings, and there are some tempting things to try and verify there. For example, the names of the 4 interesting correspondence with Egypt, but nothing really solid. So continue with biblical text there for him. Sarah, 10 distinct trials, certainly the most awful of which is the binding of Isaac, which is shown here in a haunting painting by Rothschild, the sacrifice of Isaac. Isaac is shown here as a young man. In the Jewish tradition, he's actually 37 years old when this happens, and that's actually one of Caravaggio's actual assistants who's modeling for this. You can tell it's not a Jewish portrait, however, even though it is quite gripping, because of course, Abraham isn't wearing a hat. That's something you expect him to do. But nevertheless, this is part of the very dramatic story of Abraham. It goes on to discuss the adventures and the trials and tribulations of his son Isaac and his grandson Jacob, who have tremendous life stories with great challenges, and they're really quite edifying and give people strength reading about them because they endured such tremendous challenges. But about half of the book is about his great grandson Joseph. Joseph is the second youngest of the brothers, the 12 tribes of Israel. That Israel, of course, is the same person as Jacob. Joseph is cruelly sold into slavery by his elder brothers. After tremendous paternal betrayal. I have a whole bunch of images from the great biblical painter James Tissot that I'll use to list. This is a picture of what ends up happening with young Joseph, perhaps not quite as young as portrayed here, but he's sold from one slave trader to another until he ends up in Egypt, and he's purchased by the effeminate Potiphar, who is shown here examining Joseph. And a horrible thing to imagine, being sold into slavery, to be uprooted from the family. But an amazing story, which again occupies about half of the book of Genesis. What happens to Joseph proves to be a really intelligent, insightful individual. He ends up in jail where he begins to interpret dreams, something that is associated with dreams from Joseph all the way up to Sigmund Freud. There has been a very strong connection between Jews and interpretation of dreams. And here is Joseph, who is summoned before Pharaoh himself, the leader of Egypt, to interpret Pharaoh's troubled dreams. You can tell he's Joseph because he's the only one wearing a kippah here among all these cartoons, these various magicians and necromancers working for Pharaoh. Pharaoh was, of course, very impressed with the results of Joseph's interpretation, and he promotes him to a position of great authority, giving him the toughness of death, which we'll discuss in this lecture. And here he is, adored by so many Egyptians because of his very wise policies that actually get them through a 7-year-long famine and provide great riches for the royal home and security for the nation as a whole. And then, as things work out, this very traumatic story, because of the regional nature of the family, his brothers actually come down to Egypt seeking food. They don't recognize Joseph. It's amazing. And there's a lot of things that happen there. I don't want to give you the story. You've got to look at it. But in this next image from James, so you see Joseph revealing himself to his brothers, saying, I am Joseph. Does my father yet live? Really, tremendous exaltation that I think so very powerful. And also, especially look at the reaction of his brothers here. These are the brothers who sold him into slavery and now are completely at the rim of this family all moved down to Egypt, to the region of Goshen, which we'll look at in the next lecture, and they're so very happy. That's basically wrapping up the main elements of Genesis in terms of its narrow plot line. Let's look at it from the perspective of what historical data we have outside the Bible that would give us some sense of what's going on in Jewish history at this time. So, as I mentioned, we really don't have much at all. But what little we have is so tantalizing. Perhaps one of the most fascinating types of documents that we have that shed some light on here are the execration texts. I have to tell you, I really like this. Execration is a fancy word for number two. And the French term, which I happen to notice in some of the others, is text d'emotion, which means literally spell text, like recipes from magical curses. But execration has a special ring to it because basically what you do in ancient Egypt is you would take one of these potsherds that you see here, and you would inscribe it with various symbols that basically name all the people you hate. And then you would go through a ritual that involved all kinds of nasty things done to the potsherd, including like urinating it and throwing it on the ground until it's smashed to pieces. And it's kind of like a voodoo doll way of expressing your desire that the people you're talking about should be excreted or treated like excrement. Here's a really gripping one from early second millennium, maybe the 1900 or so before the modern era. You can see it's actually shaped like a figurine, and it's got all these names written all over it, and then you smash. Now, the thing is, what can we hear about Jewish history from these Egyptian execration texts? I mean, I wish we had more detail, but basically we have topographic information. Like from time to time, the Egyptians cursed all kinds of different territories. The broken potsherd is primarily dedicated to excluding Nubia, and which is the south of Egypt. And some of the excavation texts mention cities in Israel, cities whose names appear in the Bible. So even though the execration texts are maybe 150 to 250 years prior to Abraham, there is definitely correspondence that there are at least some of the cities described in the Bible are described independently by these texts. Now, again, it doesn't say a lot to us about what happened in those cities. Who lived there? How did they change the Jewish settlement? None of that stuff is there. The only thing we know is that the Egyptians didn't like them. So they didn't like a lot of people. Jews were not singled out, especially in this case. We also have amazing documents like the Amarna letters. You can see that they're not written on paper. And in fact, one of the reasons why we have so little data from this early period of Egypt is because the primary mode of communication with the papyrus, a paper-like substance that is organic in nature and simply fades with time and rots away. And so it's not surprising that 2,000 years later we don't have any papyrus documents at all. And furthermore, it's really Egypt that we're concerned with because the Mesopotamian region had very little state contact with the land that is known as the land of Israel. And so they're not recording any monumental architecture or things like that at this point in time. More on this later, of course. But the Amarna letters, also Egyptian, they're cuneiform tablets on clay, so much more durable, and they're essentially a whole series of official diplomatic correspondence that speak about all kinds of economic and political interactions between Egypt and many regions throughout the ancient Near East. And once again, lots of useful topographic data telling us about places, those things, but not a lot of detail about who's living there, what are they doing. By this time, in the Amarna letters from 14th century BCE, so by the biblical chronology, we do have Jews living in Israel, but they don't say anything that we can latch onto. It's giving us a date about what's going on. Now, here's one more example of this kind of template topographic data, but it doesn't really tell us a lot. This is a monumental architecture that celebrates Shishak, or Shoshan, who was a king that invaded Israel, referred to a couple of times in the Bible, as you see up basically listed all these places that he conquered. And when you zero in on one line, there's one of these kind of like hieroglyphic elements that names someplace which has been read as Field of Abraham in the neighborhood of Hebron, which would make a lot of sense because we have the grave of the patriarchs and matriarchs, of course, which is in Hebron. Although there is considerable debate among Egyptologists as to exactly how we read this phrase. Since I am not fluent in hieroglyph, I don't know how extensive that debate really is, but this is the kind of information that we get from these pieces of monumental architecture. It's very good period, great kinds of detail. Much of the historical scholarship on the life of Abraham and his children is really focused on trying to disprove passages in the Bible. And sometimes the arguments are more convincing, and sometimes they are less convincing, depending on your background, your proclivities, and so on. But many of these attempted arguments against the historical value of the Bible end up flat with major discoveries, because for the most part, you're trying to argue from a negative. There is no data. What can you argue from there being no, or at least very little data? Just to give you one example, for a while it was very popular, I think for about a century, it was very popular to argue that the Bible could not have been written, the earliest parts of the Bible could not have been written in the time they describe, because there are very important passages that describe camels, such as when Rebecca first sees her husband in Morocco, and she falls off her camel, which I always like to read that literally. Probably means she got gently off her camel. It does say in Hebrew that she fell off her camel. So for a long time, scholars argued, hey, there's no evidence that camels were domesticated in the land of Israel at this time. Hence, the Bible must have been translated. Later research has found many examples, however, that disprove this, such as, for example, this cylinder seal, which comes from nearby Syria, and it dates from about the year 1900 BCE, which is a good, let's say, 100, 150 years before we can estimate Abraham's arrival in Egypt. And it may be difficult for you to see this. What is a cylinder seal? It's essentially a cylinder which has a size kind of graphic on it, and then when you would have a documented wet clay, you would take the seal, which can be very small, and you press it on the clay and you roll it so it leaves your mark embedded inside the clay. People know really also. And so we have a lot of these that have all kinds of interesting descriptions that give us a sense of what people thought. But here on this particular cylinder seal, you can see a fanciful image of two men riding one camel simultaneously. The man on the left is just cut off slightly, but if you put that into clay, this is what it would look like. They're just over to the left. You can see the camel is walking, the head of the camel is on the left-hand side, and the two men are conversing. Somewhat improbably, the two humps of that camel. This is just one of half a dozen odd finds that have argued against the supposition that camels were not domesticated. And that's basically how a lot of the archaeological arguments seems to go. Let us, though, point out here, and again, I refer you to Kenneth Kitchen's amazing work on the reliability of the Old Testament for a much more in-depth discussion of these kind of side issues. We occasionally have things which really reinforce the idea that yes, this could have occurred within the time period described. Here's one of my favorites. This is again from Tissot's collection on the life of Joseph. Here he is on the left, and he's conversing with his older brother Judah, negotiating at this point the return of the rest of the family down to Egypt. Judah is trying to give reasons, because he's giving reasons up front why that should not happen. But anyway, one of the passages in the Bible refers to a name that Joseph was given when he was elevated to a high position. He was called Tzafnat Paneah, which is a very hard thing to translate. and a lot of biblical commentaries was written trying to decipher. If you look at it as an Egyptian phrase, which of course you would have to do, based on speak to an Hebrew, speak to an Egyptian, and if there's a word satnat, means he who is called, and the kadeach is derived from the word ak, which is a symbol that we're familiar with today. It's used very commonly today in jewelry and things like that. It's the ancient Egyptian symbol for life. So in other words, Safnat Kadeach would have mean he who is called life. Now, his name is Yosef, but I sort of like to think that his Hebrew name was a very common name, Chaim. So maybe Safnat Kadeach means he who is called Chaim. Just joking. I hope you really enjoyed this brief trip. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the Exodus, which is, of course, the continuation of the story of the children of Israel in the land of Egypt, and then their departure through the Sinai desert, the reception of the Torah itself, and then ultimately moving on towards the eventual settlement in the land of Israel. I'm looking forward to talking about that with you and looking at actually bits of historical data outside of the Bible that reflect on that notable period. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Class. Let's continue our discussion of the Bible in a historical perspective, trying to understand the roots of the Jewish people. And I have to share with you at the very beginning a couple of personal things. The whole Exodus narrative is so powerful and so central to Jewish identity that I can recall my own first meaningful encounters with this biblical narrative. And I'm sure it's something that most Jewish people can maintain as well. I'll tell you two very quick episodes. The first is when I was at a Passover Seder. Remember, this is perhaps the greatest kind of generational pedagogic tool to have this celebration once a year, where the elders of the family are commanded to relate, even in whatever imperfect way they can, the teaching of how the Jews learn as a people in Egypt and then in Sinai. And the children, even if they're not interested, they're forced to ask at least 4 questions. And the whole meal is structured on it's a kinetic experience. It is an essential experience with all the various tastes, the very special foods associated with things. And in that context, I remember once when I was probably 6, 5, I'm not sure how young I was, but I was at my aunt Enid's for Passover Seder, for Easter time. And my father, blessed memory, he handed me a spoonful of traditional horseradish. It was mixed with beets. It was not that really strong stuff, but I looked at it and he didn't tell me what it was. And I thought it was something like candy. It had that deep red color, and so I put it straight in my mouth and like, wow! I don't know what my father would do. I would do that or whatever. He thought maybe I would taste a little bit of it, but when my eyes started watering, I looked up at him and he said to me, Henry, that's what slavery is. Very, very powerful. But the other thing that I want to share with you is when I was maybe about 8 years old, Cecil B. the First Attendant in 1956, but not exactly kosher, but nevertheless very powerful 3-hour epic. I came to the one theater in my hometown of Northern Ontario, and this was an experience because I was the only Jewish child in that small rural town. And, I just went to the movies as often as I could from time to time. It was just up the street from where we lived in town with my father and mother's store. And I was totally amazed sitting in this matinee showing of this Transformers because this was what I realized was all about me and my family and where I came from. I'm sitting in this room filled with, Anglophone Protestants and Quebecois Francophones who were Catholics, and I'm looking and I was like, I'm the only Jewish guy in here. kind of feeling, both the constant or Seder and whatever meaningful encounter a child has with this is transformation. And there's no doubt that the sages were thinking of this when they embedded the Passover ritual so deeply into Jewish cultural fabric and into the calendar. Further than I wanted to hear, the kind of messages that come out of the narrative of Exodus, as we discussed, Jim, you haven't read this, you've got to go here right away. It's the very beginning of the book of Exodus, just the first few chapters is like overwhelming. It describes the figure of Moses, who is an amazing story himself, transformed from a near-death experience to become a leader in Egypt, and then realizing his own background, he is exiled and returned, and he ends up leading this nation of slaves out of the other nation of Egypt. It was, again, a mind-blowing experience. There's a strong message throughout the book of Exodus that the nascent Jewish people are subservient only to the king who is king over kings, meaning only to God directly, and no human being, even one as powerful as Pharaoh, has any say over their destiny. There is a very strong element here of a collective revelation, and the birth of a people as a whole. They and other philosophers have pointed out that one of the unique aspects of this revelation is that it's not something that happened in this way with one person or small group of people, but this is something that happens to the entire Jewish people as a whole, as described in the book of Exodus, and as such, it is something that every Jewish person has a personal share. It also, this is not, some kind of propaganda piece, in the sense that there's a lot of negative history in here as well. The Jews demonstrate terrible failings. The incident of the golden calf, where despite phenomenal miracles of the 10 plagues and the Exodus itself, they nevertheless, within a short period of time, they're worshiping idols again. So, a story of a very human story, a very powerful story, a transformation story. Sorry I took so long because I really want to get to the historical aspects of it. I want to emphasize that it's so important to actually read the text. Okay, let's go to the history. So, what do we know? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot from the historical aspect. That has led many of the more minimalist-oriented historians to say it just didn't happen. To say that the description of the events in the book of Exodus are fiction. I think on a logical level, there's a problem with that. It's hard to prove anything from negative. A lack of evidence does not mean that something did not happen. All it means is it was not evidence. And moreover, a more sophisticated look, especially if you lean towards the maximalist interpretation of this period of history, as I do, I'm not going to play that front. There is a lot of evidence, but it is not as direct and concrete as we might like. It's rather indirect and tantalizing. And I'll leave it up to you, of course, to decide how convinced you want to be by this. Obviously, this is not a neutral historical debate. There is such a thing. It's highly connected to theological position and so on. At any rate, why do we have so little evidence? The first most important reason is, the pharaohs, as a matter of habit, were not in the practice of preserving their defeats in monumental architecture or in tomb paintings and things like that. Pharaohs always win, and Egypt first, right? There's no strong record of pharaohs expressing humiliating defeats, which is, by the way, another thing that makes the Hebrew Bible as a historical text so amazing, because there's lots of negative information there that Jews do the wrong thing and then repent and so on. Secondly, besides the fact that it's not a cultural thing for pharaohs and Egyptian leaders to preserve this data, there's very little actual material from the area that the Jews were residing in, and the Atlantic Ocean shown here in this satellite map. The region was in the Nile Delta towards the easternmost range. The Nile, of course, flows from lands. That's a very fertile region in the satellite program, but it is not conducive to any kind of sustained quarrying or even building. All the stone that is used in the building in this region is imported from southern areas, southern quarries, and the course of the low-lying rivers of the delta were known to have changed as one would silt up, and then the river waters would be redirected, and after a certain period of time, the human settlements would be redirected. This may allude to this even in Rothschild in the 11th century knew about this phenomenon. The major construction of the region was made out of mud bricks, and these are not very durable materials, and in fact, much of it was actually later burned for other purposes that they eventually combustible. So this is not material that can last a long time. Finally, papyri, or documents written on paper like organic substance, just simply do not survive. There are very, very tiny number of scraps of paper from the region that are basically preserved when they're carbonized. If they're burned, like let's say in a scroll on the outside, it's very difficult to even unroll that and find out any kind of data from a period, such as a Pompeii or similar types of data. So, it's very difficult to even gather any data whatsoever from the region about a slave people that, as the narrative describes, inflicted humiliating defeat on the pharaohs. They didn't want to. Nevertheless, we do have some fascinating little bits of things. Like, for example, here's a bit of papyrus that is from the 13th to late 13th century before the Common Era, which describes the brick-making work that would have taken place in this region. We also have some fascinating tomb regions, such as this one here, from about the time when Jews would have been in the land of Rothschild, and you can actually see them here working side by side with Nubians, that is Africans. And the Egyptians also did not label any of their slaves specifically as Hebrews. They tend to refer to them as one group as Semites, which would include a lot of different people from the region. That's not surprising either. It's in the 19th century America. The Americans also didn't label their African slaves by the many different tribal designations that they had. So we have lots of evidence that corroborates the story of the Jews being enslaved in the land of Goshen in the Nile Delta, and it's entirely consistent with the description that we have in the biblical text. Fascinatingly, these are amazing discoveries in 2016, later published in 2017 at Ramses, which is the location at one of the sites described as one of the major areas of building activity at the time of Moses. Discovered some border pits that give us an example of what it might have been like to be a slave at that time. Where you can see the famous scene in the 1956 Ten Commandments, where Moses is in the dirt with the other slaves and working the mud into bricks. This was working on bricks, and they found some children's footprints. There's no way to tell if these were Jewish children. There's no way to tell if they were made by slave children, but nevertheless, this really excites the imagination. It's what these footprints. Imagine what it must have been like for the children who made them. But I digress. Let's go now to the actual known answers. Once we have the idea that there's a lot of data that is consistent with the description in Exodus, it's not, again, direct proof that clearly confirms everything, but it corroborates it. So the most famous element, of course, is the 10 plagues that are visited on Pharaoh and the Egyptians. And I'm not going to go into details about how we could corroborate them with geographic or geological or whether it's are many different historians that will go through each of the plagues and say, that we fell into the river and it caused the frogs to jump out. So those are very interesting, but I think they're a little further away from where I'd like to go with this particular history series. Let's talk specifically about the departure of the Jews from Egypt and the famous splitting of the Sea of Reeds. Now, there are many different theories as to where exactly was the route that the Jews would have taken on their way out of the land of Goshen. I've shown you here in this particular image the best guess of a very well-known scholar towards the maximalist interpretation of the biblical text, K. Hagetchen. And the most important thing that people who are new to this should understand is that we're not talking about the Red Sea. For some reason, that has kind of entered English parlance that the Jews crossed the Red Sea, which is to the south of the arrows here. You see towards the Gulf of Suez. That's not where any medieval authority or any modern scholar would place it. The Hebrew term is Yam Suf, which literally sea of reeds, right? Like the sea of like sort of bamboo-like shoots that come out of a wetland. And the image is not necessarily of like a massive, miles-long sea, but it could have been otherwise massively large wetland or maybe a river area. It's very difficult to estimate exactly where it would be today because the Suez Canal was out completely changes the nature of the river flow, the water flow in that region. So we don't know precisely. But Dr. Kitchen finds that they went from Goshen here on the left and moving their way to the right through the wetlands, which would have been completely impassable, especially when you're pursued by Pharaoh and his chariot. So it's still quite a miraculous event, in my humble opinion. And then they made their way down towards the south. There are opinions, by the way, that suggest that the Yam Suf was actually in the southernmost part of the Mediterranean, and it would move somehow north and then over. I haven't indicated it on this particular map, especially because it's very clear that the Jews did not take an overland route along the coast to Israel. The Bible specifically says that God did not direct them there because it was filled with armed camps, which in fact we know the Egyptians had many different stations along the coastline there for travel and protection of travelers and so on. I don't understand exactly why some scholars suggested that's correct. But going to the south, the next big question is, where is Mount Sinai? I have indicated the traditional location, which is so revered by Christians and Muslims, Jebel Musa, the word Mount Moses in Arabic, or Mount Sinai in English. It's not confirmed that this is in fact Mount Sinai. There are at least two other very viable contenders, one of them in the Sinai, one a little bit further to the west. But for the sake of argument, I've created the map based on Dr. Kitchen's best guess, which is much better than my own. Then they moved up towards the north to a place called Kadesh Barnea, and then looped around. This is a process which the biblical narrative says took 40 years. Looped around up to through Jordan and then crossed into Israel proper and Jericho, just north of the Dead Sea. That would be the most reasonable route to describe the Exodus. Again, on a historical level, many point to the lack of significant remains of any kind of settlement of Jews as they traveled throughout this region. The biblical text describes 600,000 adult males, which would generate a population of 2 to 3 million people, which is a monstrous number in ancient terms, and it's hard to imagine that it would be any trace behind. So there are different ways to approach this. Some historians have said to reevaluate what that number means. Does the Bible really need to indicate these 600,000 on a literal level, or perhaps it means some kind of metaphor? We definitely have a lot of use of metaphoric numbers in the biblical text, so perhaps it's not any different. And even if it is a fairly significant number, whatever ceramic pottery to contain water, wine, and things like that. Because when you're carrying it around, it's much nicer to carry a wine skin than a wine jug, just for obvious reasons. So I don't want to get too far into details here, but this is basic. I want to include, however, a couple more corroborating elements that gives us a sense of how, even though we might not have really strong direct proof, there are so many points of similarity between what we know about the culture of the region as a whole and what's contained in biblical text that suggests very strongly that the biblical text is authentic in its historical depiction of Exodus. Specifically, let's have a look at Ramses. This is the pharaoh that is most likely the new pharaoh who was otherwise unnamed in the book of Exodus. He lived at just about the right time. The Egyptian propaganda we have on Ramses is pretty frightening. He was a terrifying warrior, fought many battles, which are recorded, and so we have a sense of what kind of experience. Here's a picture of him in battle, and he's stomping on the head of one of his enemies and about to drive a spear through the heart of another enemy. Here's a couple of interesting propaganda elements. This is from the battle of Hadin-Shubur, important battle that was up in northern Syria. The pharaoh ranged far and wide through the whole land of Israel, as we saw with Shoshan in the last class. Let's see again with the next class. You can see that on the left here, he is mounted in a chariot, wearing the text. And notice here that one of his most famous victories, he's driving his enemies into a big river that they call his mouth. Now, isn't it fascinating that biblical Exodus has an ironic parallel to the enemies in their chariots drowning in water? What does that mean? There is an ironic similarity to another one, just for you to think about it more. On one of the commemorative wall paintings that describes that particular battle, you see pharaohs encampment, and there's a bunch of different people here that perform various functions. But on the right is his sanctuary tent, and you can see there's his cartouche, which has two main features, which is ironically reminiscent of the chariot that decorated the ark. That's not the only thing that's similar. A scholar named Dr. Michael Pullman, fascinating work on this very particular. He points out that it's not just the cartoon similar, oh my gosh, it's the exact orientation of the camp and the tabernacle. The book of Exodus has some really exciting parts, let's say about two-thirds of it, and then it kind of like gets into the nitty-gritty of constructing this portable ark that will later be transported to Israel and eventually be translated into the permanent temple of Jerusalem. And the structure is very there, but look how similar it is to the orientation and proportions of the second camp. Now, this is like an astounding kind of series of coincidences. So what exactly does it mean? It clearly suggests that the biblical text of Exodus is totally aware of how Ramesses' camp was constructed, and is it similar in order to communicate to the Jewish people that the tabernacle is a place of sovereignty, like Pharaoh's tent would be? Is it intended to be an ironic kind of jab, saying you think war tent is what people rather than this tabernacle of God? These are questions that would cross the rabbi's eyes. I don't leave that to the rabbis to discuss, but I do think similarities are incredibly strong. Absolutely fascinating. Skipped over a lot of really cool things just to try and give you the highlights. Hope you enjoyed this. And we're going to continue with the next lecture as we look at the settlement of Israel. until now, we've been heavily reliant on the Bible as our primary guide to understand the earliest history of the Jewish people. But as the Jews began to enter the land of Israel, slowly the archaeological record reveals more and more details that in many ways corroborate the accounts that we have in the Bible. In other ways, they pose fascinating questions. And we're just going to have a quick look at some of the differences we have in the archaeological record in the biblical text and try to understand what we can about this early period of Jewish history. Let us recall, first of all, that we can't think in modern terms about the earliest city. It's not like they established a modern state of firm borders that clearly delineated what was their territory and so on. We should recall that for centuries after the Exodus, the land of Israel was clearly under Egyptian sway. Egypt was a major geopolitical power, and although the Jews had certainly some autonomy, but they continued to have conflict and moments of resistance with non-Jewish peoples living in the land of Israel. One of the most fascinating early bits of archaeological evidence that we have regarding this period is a piece left behind by the pharaoh Rabbi, also pronounced who was this Ramses II. And the Ramses II is most likely the unnamed pharaoh that's described in the book of Exodus. Have a look at this map here, which shows you one of Ramses' forays into the land of Israel. And as the name gets north, he described the various cities that he destroyed and laid waste to and dominated and so on. When it gets to the north, there's one fascinating thing that he reports in this big stone obelisk, which is called a stele, also pronounced stele. Merneptah left behind a record of his exploits in the land of Israel in this stele, which was in the 5th year of his reign, 1209 before the Common Era. Fascinating. As he goes through his map of various places he destroyed, and this fascinating little passage that says, Israel is wasted, its sin is murder. This is the first non-Jewish or non-biblical reference to the existence of the Jewish people. Now, there's been a lot of debate over what exactly does this mean. It might be in a place, but that seems unlikely given the larger context it seems to be referring to a group of people. If the term seed, does that mean literally rain in the sense of like throwing down yields in a particular region? More likely, in the context, it seems to refer to the progeny of Israel, that is, the children of Israel. And I have to say, there's a certain delicious irony here because, it's funny that the very first time the Jewish people are described in history, other than by their own account, they're described as being totally defeated. And, Jewish children, thank God, are still doing very well, as they say, when they're evil on it. On the other hand, they discovered Pharaoh Merneptah's mummy, and I have to tell you, he is not looking so good at turning into a judgment. At any rate, this is his first description of Jewish people, which tells us that there is sin in Israel, in the land of Israel, referred to as the people of Israel, dating from the year 1209. So if we backdate from that, let's say that as per Dr. Kitchen's analysis, if he has destroyed the Jewish people in the year 1209, I should mention in passing, by the way, that this is just another example of the Egyptian and especially pharaonic historical distortion, where clearly they didn't destroy the Jewish people, but nevertheless they mention this in their monumental architecture. We saw it, by the way, last week when we talked about the Battle of Kadesh, which the pharaohs described as having been a complete rout in favor of Egypt, but in fact the Hittites would disagree, and we know that the region remained basically stable even after the Egyptians leave. So anyway, let's back to if Israel was, so to speak, destroyed in the year 1209 before the Common Era, that would mean they wouldn't have had to have been there, let's say, at least no later than the year 1210. That means that the Jewish people of Israel was in this region in the late 13th century, and that actually works pretty well. If you look at the Exodus as it's counted in the Jewish tradition, actually lines up pretty well. And up until now, I've been very, very vague about dates because, we're relying on so much different evidence, really hard to pin it down. But beginning with the steaming of Renetta, we begin to see a pattern that we actually get a lot further. We can even post-date some evidence based on Dr. Kitchen's analysis. We can say that judges would occur, let's say, a number about the year 1200 before the Common Era and extended for about 160 odd years. That would mean King Saul would have got his reign somewhere around the year 1042 before the Common Era. You'll note, of course, these numbers get smaller because we're BC before Common Era, looking out to the year 0. David would be year 1010 and Solomon and Shlomo around the year 970. But we're going to catch up with that as we go through later lectures. At any rate, now we have the Jews definitely in the land of Israel in the late 13th century. But it remains to be seen what kind of conquest are we talking about? What kind of settlement does this refer to? In the popular imagination, we tend to think of the Jews coming into the land of Israel and having a series of phenomenal military successes that eventually pushes out all of the indigenous peoples and establishes the permanent Jewish presence. Permanent, at least until the first exile, which would occur, some 500 years later. But if we go back and actually read the text of the book of Joshua and Judges in particular, you see that that's not entirely what happened. We tend to work with this idea of conquest, which implies it once and for all, but in fact, it seems that was not the case. This is especially so if you look at things like the conquest of the city of Jericho, of Jericho, which is certainly one of the most dramatic early conquests of Joshua and his armies. The famous story, they surround the walls of Jericho with mighty walls, and they blow the shofar and things like that, and the walls are coming down. So obviously, since we know where Jericho is located, there is a tremendous amount of archaeological interest in the late 19th, early 20th centuries in particular about what exactly happened there, and we lined it up with the whole account. One of the most important archaeologists working on Jericho is the great Cassian Kenyon, who did some phenomenal work in the region. Let's have a look at Jericho itself. Here's an aerial view of the town in the actual mound left behind by the ancient site of Jericho. And it's been dug over and over again. You see it's quite scarred by many specific digs. The nature of the wall is not like, let's say, for example, the Kotel, the western wall of the Temple of Lava, a 90-degree vertical structure that is dramatically distinct from the surrounding territory. Rather, this kind of ancient wall, and as Kenyon described, it goes back way, way before the advance of the Jews into Israel, is really something like a massive ramp, where most of the wall is actually kind of like piled up dirt, and there's like kind of this ramp-like structure that is separated by two distinct walls, an upper wall and a lower wall. It appears that although this wall was definitely destroyed, it was likely destroyed far earlier than the 13th century. Now, that doesn't line up very well with biblical account. We have a lot of approaches to this. Some of the minimalist historians see, therefore, it was destroyed and much earlier than Jericho. That would argue that the Bible's description of Joshua's attack on Jericho is really borrowing from an earlier tradition. Others, such as Dr. Kitchen, for example, who were moved towards Maximus, would say no, the wall was destroyed and then it was built up again, and erosion has taken its toll. And in fact, erosion is a fairly good argument using a lot of the archaeological data. So it's hard to say exactly what could have happened. Much of this remains an archaeological conundrum to try and put it together with biblical text. So a lot of archaeologists have scratched their head and look at what other kinds of evidence indicates this massive scale of Jewish settlement. Many have looked at the style of pottery used in ancient Israel industrial style, specifically looking at something called the four-room house, which seems to be very evident in Israel around the period of time that we're looking at, with the four-room house was distinctly Jewish. And still others have said that, we know that there's interesting things like the lack of paintballs in those settlements, which we estimate to have been Jewish. Also fascinating, but none of these things are kind of like knockout blows for the corroboration of the biblical text. However, recent finds have discovered some fascinating evidence that suggests there's clearly a very strong connection with the Jewish people living in this region. Okay, I wanted to show you a picture of my map. At least I can show you a picture of the Chinese. At any rate, these jars and rooms, arguments, things like that are fascinating. But what do we know in the end? We know for certain that Jews are in this region, but we have to go back to the actual biblical text and try to understand what was the nature of that conquest. We tend to work with a sort of cartoon caricature of that period. If you go back and read carefully, as Dr. Kitchen suggests very strongly, the books of Joshua, Judges, and Ruth that deal with this period, it's very clear that the advance of the Jewish people was not kind of like conquer a territory and settle them. A lot of the battles described are sort of like sorties where something will happen regarding friction between Jewish people and non-Jewish people living there. Joshua or another general will go out with an army and conquer a territory, and then they retreat. And there's a similar pattern where there's a threat from another region. They'll go out, they'll fight a big battle, and then they will retreat. And it seems like the ebb and flow of Jewish settlement in the region is not so much one in which the Jews are reaching further and further towards the sea, as most of these maps indicate. And this is, by the way, largely based on reading earlier parts of the section of the book of Numbers, where the land of Israel is apportioned to the 12 tribes. And if you look at the regions that are apportioned to the tribes, that may not correspond to the regions that were effectively conquered under Joshua and his successor, Judges. In fact, when you try to map out the regions where we estimate that Jews had control over the land of Israel, it looks something like this. So this is not a map that is widely reproduced, but it's much more historically valid in the sense of that it's kind of a blob, and the Jews are largely denied access to a very important coastal region, largely because of the Philistines, the recently Red Sea peoples, and so on. But it does give you a sense of a newly implanted people that have come into the land. They have significant conflicts with the local population. They also have significant conflicts with each other. And in fact, that's where we're going to pick up the story in the next video, where we speak of the United Monarchy under Saul, which represented a dramatic political and military move forward for these scattered tribes in Israel. Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and thank you for watching. Let us continue our discussion of the settlement of Jews in the land of Israel. And the political development of the United Monarchy, which basically is the golden age, which is the high point of ancient Jewish civilization after the remarkable Exodus that we talked about a couple of videos ago. So this background image, by the way, is a detail from Mark Chagall's remarkable depiction of the life of David. At one point, towards the end of his life, David faced a rebellion from his son Absalom. Terrifying, terrible story described in Samuel 2, in which, among other things, he has to flee the capital barefoot with a handful of men with him, and he is derided by passers-by. It's an absolutely of charcoal depiction of the sun. Okay, let's go straight to the historical period. And I want to emphasize that we're going to try and look at the history here. We're not really going to touch the tremendous depth of the biblical text, which is phenomenal, filled with insights absolutely beyond what I can possibly provide in this very brief historical summary. And so I encourage you, if you're fascinated with this period, as I am, you've definitely got to go to primary sources. You've got to read the text, particularly of the book of Samuel, early Kings, and Deuteronomy, and you'll see what I mean. Okay, so let's go back to where we left off. So the Jews have arrived in Israel under Joshua, who described how they set up a loose-knit series of tribal holdings throughout the land of Israel, engaged in considerable conflict with the other peoples who are still living in the land of Israel, and of course with each other. There's a remarkable array of fantastic figures that are described in the book of Judges in particular, such as Samson, shown here in his battle with the lion. Later, of course, we have that tremendous battle with the Philistines, but really he has a tremendous battle in himself. Those matter like you got to see the text itself. The biblical narrative that we have in the book of Joshua and the book of Judges, to a lesser degree in the book of Ruth, tells us a little bit about what it must have been like living, at least from a political standpoint, in Israel. The historical period, just to give you some timeline that we're describing, is roughly from about the year 1300 before the Common Era to the turn of the first millennium before the Common Era. The high point of the narrative will extend for another 150 odd years after that as well. During this period of Judges, as repeated several times in the biblical narrative, it was a period of near anarchy. Quote, all did whatever was right in their minds. You had individual tribes, making their own decisions, very kind of like from American perspective, very states' rights over federalism kind of approach to their political existence, which led sometimes to chaos and violence. These conflicts flared up from time to time, and they really had no unifying figure that could bring them together to meet any mutual challenges. By and large, towards the end of the period of Judges, the Jewish people themselves were quite upset with this, and they implored the prophet Samuel to please give them a king. Samuel actually tries to talk them out of it, saying, no, this is not a good idea. Do you know what it means to have a king? Do you know what the taxation, what the construction is going to be like? You're not going to be happy with the king. And nevertheless, the Jewish people say to Samuel, give us a king, like all the non-Jews. Like we want to be a country like every other country. We want to be the same. This is viewed in a critical way. At any rate, Samuel goes ahead with it, and he identifies Shaul, Saul, as the first king of Israel. This is a early 15th century illuminated manuscript Christian Bible that shows you the anointing of Saul by Samuel. Saul was famously much taller than anyone around him. My grandmother, Alana Shop, used to say, the first thing in the book of Samuel is that from his shoulders up, Saul was taller than everyone around him. And my grandmother, who comes from a family of fairly people, she used to say that that's exactly how your height should be measured, from your shoulders up, which was always a great consolation. Anyway, Saul becomes the king of Israel. He does not reign very long, and in fact, he will be overshadowed by his successor, King David, and the relationship between King Saul and King David is absolutely fascinating, and it's really the stuff of Shakespearean discussions later. It's so packed with drama and interpersonal intrigue and psychology, and it's absolutely fascinating. Again, you got to read it yourself. But Saul's a major political achievement because he's able to unite the tribes under his leadership. It did not happen automatically. There had to be several false steps. But finally, when they met an external foe at one point, Saul, in a very dramatic move, challenged all the other tribes to come together under his leadership, and in fact, he saved the town from the marauding of a non-Jewish neighbor, and this cemented the beginning of the United Monarchy. Here, we can speak of the United Monarchy in the sense of this union of all the tribes. Later, we'll speak about the divided monarchy, which represents the time when several of the tribes to the north split away from the United Monarchy, which at this time under Solomon. But nevertheless, his main rival was his own successor, and in fact, his son-in-law, David. David is certainly the largest figure to walk across the pages of the Bible since Joseph, that we spoke about in a couple of lectures. But David's life is absolutely fascinating. He goes through an entire arc of personal development. He is the master of repentance after having made some decisions which he later regretted very deeply, and he occupies a fantastic year in the Jewish imagination as the greatest warrior in Jewish history, and at the same time the greatest poet in Jewish history, being able to express the depths of emotion in his psalms, among other things, which are recited with great passion by Jewish students this day. Under David's rule, after an extended conflict with his father-in-law, which ultimately ends in Shaul's death at the hands of the Philistines, David is able to consolidate control over the land of Israel such that the map looks something like this. Much less the unformed blob of multiple tribes that we saw in the period of Judges, and instead it is a fairly contiguous area with significant coastal holdings and even a significant amount of land on the east bank of the Jordan River into what would be today contemporary Jordan, and some sphere of influence that reached down quite a bit further south and north as well. However, he had an extended conflict with the Philistines, shown here, which had 5 cities in particular that were especially troublesome. Although, when you read the book of Samuel, you see that it's kind of a neighborly conflict in some ways. That, for example, at one point when David is literally fleeing from his father-in-law who is trying to kill him, he runs to the city of Gath, shown here, and he approaches the king there, and he tries to, blend in with the population. He is discovered, and it's a whole discussion of how he manages to escape that situation, he feigns insanity and so on. But nevertheless, just the fact that the borders were so permeable and that population moved back and forth, despite the hostility, is in itself quite telling of the nature of Jewish society within the context of ancient Israel. The life of David is primarily recorded in the book of Samuel, the book of Kings, towards the beginning of that when Jesus, of course, approaches his deathbed and gives his charge to his son Solomon. Also in the book of Chronicles, as I mentioned earlier, many of the historical passages that describe the Samuel and Kings are amplified upon in the book of Psalms. Now, at this point, I've given you essentially the biblical narrative. The reason for this is because a very detailed archaeological record to support any of the details that we have here. It's a fairly compact period. We're looking at, instead of the scope of centuries, which we looked at earlier, now we're looking at the scope of decades, and we just don't have the kind of external validation that we would hope for in this period, especially when we think about the expanse of power of David's kingdom. This huge perspective as a biblical narrative. One of the major reasons for this is, first of all, Egypt is completely unreliable as a historical source. They're very low to refer to their, first of all, enemies, their first of all, slaves, and causes of jealousy of interest events. And the Assyrians, who will be the next great power on the scene, they don't make contact with this region until the year 853, before the Common Era. And so there's no Assyrian records either, and that's really why David's monarchy basically Aryan origin, essentially the Lord battled with various personages in Israel, identified the biblical text, and specifically, right, he is attracted as part of the faith of the house of David. Now, this law refers to the house of David in the text. It says these are descendants of the house of David, which again is confirmed in the biblical text, but it is 150 years later. So that's really helpful for us, but not as specific as David in his own lifetime. The closest we'll get to it, even though this is a validation of the existence of something called the house of David from a non-Jewish source, we have this. We actually looked at a modern version of this a couple lectures ago. This is from the King Shishak or Shoshan, who invaded Israel in the mid-10th century. And one of the phrases that is referenced here is highlands of David. Right? These are the topographic names, all the various places that she claimed to have conquered. You can't always rely on his testimony, but he lists someplace as the highland of David, which sounds a lot like what we saw earlier, the book of Abraham. So there are a couple of these tantalizing things which suggest that there was a very important famous person named Rabbi that had a place named after him and that had a house, a progeny named after him that was sufficiently famous to be recorded in stone. And that's basically all we have from that. There is one other fascinating archaeological find regarding the house of David, but I'm going to leave that for the last thing that we should talk about in this context. Of course, the last king of the United Monarchy, and that is the King Solomon, shown here in a Renaissance painting of the Queen of Sheba. It's interesting because sometimes the Queen of Sheba is clearly Caucasian, sometimes she is clearly African, but in this particular representation, that's still a lot of quality to it, so I like to include that. Solomon's great achievement was primarily in the area of statesmanship. We have major diplomatic achievements with linkages with several figures in the area, expanded the borders and consolidated them, and really had some important connections with the region. He also centralized the worship instruction of the temple, referred as the Temple of Solomon, on the site which would be destroyed, as we should discuss, in the 6th century on there, rebuilt and then renovated again, and destroyed again in the 1st century. And now the Temple Mount still remains, but it has a mosque on top of the dome of the rock. We'll get to that probably next semester. But for the time being, the utilization of worship, which began under King David, was really confirmed with the construction of the temple under Solomon. Very important centripetal element in creating a unity of all the tribes by demanding that all formal ritual worship no longer be relegated to individual backyard sanctuaries, but rather to this central sanctuary in Jerusalem. Now, let us issue a small corrective here. Again, like we saw with David and certainly with Saul, we don't have much external validation of the biblical text for reasons that I've discussed: the lack of contact with the Syrian Empire and the Egyptian untrustworthiness of their documentation. But what we also have to realize is that we're talking now in the early 21st century, after 2,000 years of Christian impact on Western civilization in particular, and we tend to view the Solomonic Empire as being something massive. Just like in our very first lecture, we talked about how the geography of the land of Israel is tiny, but it is looms large in the Western imagination. The Empire of Solomon was also tiny compared to much larger empires active in his day, certainly afterwards. King Solomon's empire, basically extended through much of what we could say left Israel, parts of Jordan, with spheres of influence in Syria, and that's it. You have to think of Solomon's empire as being incredibly important for Jews, for people who live there, and their immediate neighbors, but not so phenomenally important on a geopolitical level for the entire region. And so what seems so important to readers of the Hebrew scriptures and then the Christian scriptures, when looked at in a narrow historical perspective, it's really a minor, smaller empire that is active for less than a century by the time you get to King Solomon. So it's not surprising that does not make more of a blip on the radar, so to speak, of other countries at this time. Nevertheless, that blip would extend over centuries and have a phenomenal impact on the development of Western civilization in particular. Okay, that's it for our discussion of the United Monarchy. In the next lecture, we're going to look at the way this unfortunately fell apart with Solomon's successors and the division of the Jewish people in the land of Israel. Thank you very much for watching. Let us resume our discussion on the history of the Jews in Israel by looking at the period of the divided kingdom. Now, I'd like to begin by going to another Gedanke experiment, another thought experiment that really comes from another joke. The joke goes like this: this time of year, I'm recording in late October. It's a dark hill. Ruben comes out of his house one day and he sees down the street is his neighbor Shimon moving around in the gutter. He looks up and he says, "Shimon, what are you doing?" And Shimon says, "I'm looking for my car keys." And Ruben says, "But you live down the block. Why are you looking over here?" And Shimon points to the lamppost and says, "Well, I'm looking over here because the light is much better over here." So obviously it's silly to look for your car keys. You have to look near where your car is parked. But the Gedanke experiment is we're kind of like very interested in the earliest periods of Jewish history, looking at the sources that are discussed in Torah and Genesis and Exodus and so on, and they're really hard to find. That's because the light over there is very dark. However, when you move down the street a little bit and you're under the light, suddenly you see so much more material. That's really what happens in the period that we discussed today. There's so much more archaeological evidence that confirms the narrative of the biblical text, albeit hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis and Exodus, that we're tempted to say that maybe we'll find information we're looking for. The analogy breaks down, however, because you probably would find some things in the gutter. You might find, let's say, for example, the receipt from the bakery that fell out of your pocket when you walk into your house and the rain washed it down to the gutter. You might find, a loose sock that matches another one that belongs to one of your toddlers that's upstairs in the drying machine right now. You might find all kinds of connections from what's in the gutter down your street to what happens by your car. You won't find your keys directly there, but they might lead you back to where the keys are. But just the way as the archaeological evidence is uncovered, literally, as historians and archaeologists go to work in the land of Israel. At any rate, let's look at some of the stuff that we can find under the bright lights. Now, Dr. Kitchen points out very clearly that this is such a strong period compared to what we talked about earlier. There are 14 kings of Israel, the northern kingdom, and 9 of them are mentioned in documentation from outside Jewish sources. That's an incredible number, 9 out of 14. And that lends a tremendous amount of credibility to the, at least, general scope of the biblical narrative. And we'll look at a couple of examples of that. But let's go into the historical period itself. So, Solomon, as king, as we discussed in the last lecture, expands and consolidates his control over the land of Israel, building on the conquests of his father David, and cementing it really with a lot of statesmancraft by engaging in diplomatic relations with a lot of the people surrounding the land of Israel. He also centralizes ritual worship by building a massive, glorious temple in Jerusalem. wise leadership of King Solomon, there was just no scattered grumblings. But once Solomon passes away and it goes to his son Rehoboam, there is a tremendous amount of resentment that's built up over the heavy tax burden. Rehoboam is really of two minds. He, on the one hand, wants to react to the popular pressure, but at the same time, he wants to maintain a fairly lavish lifestyle that he is accustomed to. And brought in, fortunately, as the text mentions, younger, inexperienced members rather than the steady guiding hand of his older ministers that served under his father. Rehoboam, in a very dismissive manner, insists on pushing ahead with his heavy tax burden that the northern kingdom in particular is loath to accept. There is a very fascinating and powerful passage. And by the way, I want to reinforce that I'm just going to be skimming over the tops of the historical record as we find in the Bible. It is so important to actually go back to them and read the primary documents themselves because they are fantastic. And if you have a sense that it's going to be dry or boring, I just want to refer you to one specific passage with Rehoboam. It's shown here in this wall painting in Basel done by the great Klein. You see that Rehoboam here is portrayed with holding out his little finger. This is in reference to one highly dismissive and disrespectful remark that Rehoboam makes regarding his father, in which he says that Rehoboam says that his own little fingers, pinky, is thicker than any father could bring to bear. Dismissively compare himself with his father, the great King Solomon, and of course this act of hubris and vulgarity really sends him down the rabbit hole, which will ultimately result in civil war. But I just wanted to point this one out because it's one of those passages that shows you that the biblical text is really, it's quite racy. It has a lot of very powerful information in it that you don't get with sanitized translations quite often. Let's not go further than that. But let's go back to where we left off. So, under Yerovam ben Nabat, the kingdom of Israel, which is to the north of Jerusalem, splits away from what becomes the kingdom of Judah in the south. Yerovam ben Nabat, by the way, receives a very, very bad press in the rest of Jewish tradition. He's considered one of the greatest sinners because he introduced that divisiveness in politics of the time. Here's a map that shows you the relative locations of the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel. Capital of the kingdom of Judah is, of course, Jerusalem. The kingdom of Israel is in Samaria or Shomron. In subsequent lectures, we'll speak much more about what happened to the people in the kingdom of Israel. They are the so-called 10 lost tribes. More about that in lectures. But it's interesting to note that it seems that they have a consciousness, they retain a consciousness of being one people, albeit separate politically. And although they will fight a civil war and they will have ongoing conflict over the next century and a half, they'll also recognize the centrality of the value of worship in Jerusalem. They will also occasionally marry each other. The royalty of Israel and Judah will still intermarry. And although they have a lot of conflict, this is really a family conflict. But more on that later. The civil war that erupts when Yerovam ben Nabat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken advantage of by Egypt, and King Shishak enters the region. And he makes essentially this parade up the land of Israel, conquering cities as he goes, and bringing Israel firmly within his larger sphere of influence. Although Israel still has its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, maintain their identity as independent principalities, but nevertheless fall within the geopolitical orbit of Egypt. We've seen this in a couple of previous lectures because he left behind these topographical lists of the various places he conquered. What's interesting for our point is that when he gets to the north, to Megiddo, the site of a place known in English as Armageddon, it's actually a place in Israel, Megiddo. He left behind a stele that is kind of like a Shishak who was here stele that, although it's badly, will retain the nameplate of Shishak, also pronounced archaeological finds from the 9th century, however, that corroborates much of the biblical text. Is this amazing find? The so-called Mesha stele, also known as the Moabite stone. It was discovered in deep, which was in the kingdom of Moab, which is today, of course, Jordan, and it records from the Moabite perspective the results of a very prolonged conflict between the kingdom of Israel and the Moabites. And in fact, this is confirmed in the book of Kings. A lot of discussion of various military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that's taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, the author of the text, son of Chemosh, God, Chemosh, of course, being the name of their God, complains about how badly he was treated, in particular by the son of Omri, which is one of the Jewish kings. And the Omri dynasty was actually one of the most important in the northern kingdom, especially in terms of its military activity throughout the region. And he talks in this movie about how he beat back the invading Jews, and therefore he deserved to create this particular monument. It's a fascinating stone. So much more to say about it, but in this brief series, we just want to quickly look at it. The Omri dynasty mentioned in the Moabite stone is one of the most well documented of the northern kingdom's establishments. Now, during this period, when there is a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, we have recorded in the Bible some most fascinating passages from two northern prophets, in particular, Elijah and Elisha. The great miraculous activities of these prophets are among the most dramatic passages in the Bible, including a personal favorite of mine, the resuscitation of the son of the Shunammite woman, shown here in this remarkable 19th century painting by John Storytellers, where the mother is reunited with her son, who has returned from death. That's a definite worth reading. However, our task here is to approach the prophets as historical sources, and I want to comment on two specific aspects of the prophetic works, especially dialogue. Let us recall that the text that is called by the Jews the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures, is made of three distinct sections, which have very, very distinct hermeneutic rules applied to them as well. The first five books are known as the Torah per se, although that term Torah is also used in a much larger sense, meaning that religious teaching that pertains to general values of Judaism. But in the first five books of Moses, which have a very high level of sanctity within theology, they're considered to be dictated by God to Moses. Some interesting discussion about passages in which Moses was dead, but not for us here. We're looking primarily at history. From the book of Joshua on, there's a large section called the Nevi'im, or prophets, which is a mixture of material, sometimes much more historical data, sometimes much more kind of ethical teachings. And then finally, you have a section called Ketuvim, or writings, which include things that either don't fit into either category, like Psalms, for example, or prophets, the Song of Songs, the Book of Esther, for the Council. And these second two sections, now, or the prophets and the writings, are considered to have a lower degree of sanctity than the first five books of Moses. They are clearly written by human beings and recognized, they're not dictated by God, but perhaps inspired by God on things for different approaches to what they actually mean. What's their, so to speak, clearer weight in terms of understanding the scriptures. But from a historical perspective, some of the prophetic works, like Kings and Chronicles in particular, seem to take upon themselves the task of preserving the historical record much more so than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which have tremendous amounts of historical information, but seem to be much more focused on delivering the some, so to speak, kind of footnoting where from time to time, the author of those texts, by the way, the Book of Kings is normally attributed in the Leviticus to Jeremiah himself, which fits at least with the time period that we have. It seems reasonable that it's written in the 6th century. The Book of Kings and Chronicles will refer to earlier texts, such as the Annals of the Kings of Judah, the Annals of the Kings of Israel, which implies that they've done research in terms of the record books of the dynasties. They tend to be really focused on the leadership of the Kingdom of Judah and the Kingdom of Israel, and they say a tremendous amount about the individual activities of this king or that king, often applying a very strict moral and religious judgment to their activity as well. Fascinating. Other prophets, however, do not spend quite as much time talking about palace and tree and things like that, but spend a lot more time, explaining a ethical and religious message. And so, approaching these texts, one has to kind of tease out the historical information from some of the later prophets, and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented prophets. In many cases, they offer us tempting, tantalizing historical data, and that's often confirmed by the archaeological record. For example, there is the horrendous queen Jezebel, or Izebel in Hebrew, and the archaeological record has found this remarkable cartouche here, which is very appropriate to have been owned by a Phoenician woman. It has the same kind of symbolism like that, whose name was Izebel. Now, it's possible that it belonged to Queen Jezebel herself. It is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of artifacts, but we have no real proof that this is specifically belonged to Queen Izebel and not to some other Izebel. But nevertheless, fascinating materials that generally point us along the same kind of direction as the biblical text offers. So, returning to the historical narrative, what happens in the northern kingdom is basically they come under the sphere of influence of the Assyrians. You recall that Israel is locked between two major geopolitical powers. To the south is the king of Egypt, or the Egyptian Empire, and to the north is, at this point, the Assyrian Empire, later the Babylonian Empire that overlaps. And Israel, being of the northern part of the dual monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerfully. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel and place the local kings in a state of vassalage. This vassalage begins in the year 853, and we see, for example, Yehu, who is shown here showing obeisance to King Shalmaneser. This is from the Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser that we discussed, I think, the third lecture or so of the series. And the northern kings of Israel are heavily burdened by additional tribute and taxes that come from the north. Eventually, as we shall discuss a few lectures from now, the Assyrians will simply say, well, that's it for their independence. It's too much of a hassle. They're too rebellious. And the Assyrians will come and take over the northern section, take over the kingdom of Israel. And that's when we talk about the lost 10 tribes. We'll return to that, but for the next couple of lectures, I'd like to take a break from the sort of political narrative of history, and I'd like to look at the daily life in biblical history. We're going to look at the economic, social, and familial and the ritual life of Jews for a few lectures, and then we'll return to a discussion of Israel and Assyria. Thank you very much for watching. let's move away now from the political, religious history that we have explored up until this point, and let's look a little bit more closely at the daily life of the large mass of anonymous Jews living in the land of Israel in the Roman period. And we're going to focus, I guess, give a lecture on economic life, and then we're going to look at family life and economics. Let's have a closer look at this remarkable book by Nicholas Staff, which is titled The Summer, and Rebecca's Ruth and Noah. So obviously it's taken from the biblical story that is described in the book of Ezekiel, as well as the giant book of Boaz, shown here in the center of that magnificent yellow book. Ruth's who was there as very poor woman, and she was engaged in community. The idea is the biblical man who needs a various sheaves and the ground during the harvest season. You get this kind of bucolic feel of farmland and things like that. It's really very interesting. By the way, I have a son named Boaz, who once went to the post office and clerked there. It was so amazed for the American woman son Boaz. What do you call an unmarried Boaz? So, I know what she said. Which place? Anyway, the problem with using the Bible as our source for economic history is that, as Salvador Rivera, the great 20th century historian, put it, it's more about the soul than the design. It tends to talk a lot more about how the ancient Jews should behave than how they did. The Bible is looking for data about, for example, in this picture, how they were mandated nine mandates of specific kinds of tithes, charitable donations, and a whole variety of types. And the Talmud goes into great length of categorizing, talking about the stipulations of who is eligible, who's required to give, and all kinds of things. Maybe we'll get to that a little bit more. But nevertheless, the Bible is a tremendously rich source. We just have to sort of read it backward to get a sense of what the economic history is like, as long as we understand the primary stuff that that text is ultimately to bring people closer to God, ultimately bring them forward, applying it to divine standards, and so on. So we do have, however, many other sources outside of the Bible for economic history and field we're discussing here, but they tend to be really quite fragmentary and cryptic. Like, for example, there are 102 scraps of tax receipts written on pieces of clay that were found in an archaeological dig around the city of Samaria, believed to be associated with the palace of King Asa. And these are essentially tax notations. It appears that when various taxes were brought to the king, like let's say a Torah of law or a big container of wheat or something like that, then probably the person who was given the tax would write, how much money is in here and who is giving it to whom, which tax collector or something like that, and the date and so on. It was kind of like a primitive tax collection record system. Unfortunately, of the 102 scraps, only a little more than half of them are legible, and they're all like broken up like this. So it's very difficult to tease out really detailed analysis of the economic life, except that A, there were taxes, which is a pretty much a cost. If there were taxes, that's pretty much a permanent aspect of the human condition. At least we get some sense of how it must have been delivered from one place to another. However, as Dr. Barron also goes on, Israel is one particular area, and it's true that we have this very dense text of the Bible to give us some insight into the economics of the region. But we also have much data from the surrounding region, particularly the region of Rabbi, for example, which would be contemporary Syria, Lebanon, where if we put together all of this economic data, we can get some better sense of how Jews live economically, how Jews live. So let's try to understand a little bit about that. So one of the most profound shifts that we see in the economy of the Jews not a Jewish project at all. It's a Christian project about the trials of Moses. Moses is shown here in a yellow robe, kind of a sort of a comic book panel of all kinds of adventures that Moses had in his life. And you can see these several times over. And in several of them, he is shown as a shepherd. And in fact, the identification of Jewish leaders with shepherding is quite profound and has philosophical ramifications as well. But David is a shepherd, Abraham is a shepherd, Moses is a shepherd. Over and over, you see animal husbandry as a feature, particularly of Jewish leaders. When the Jews enter Israel, however, it's clear that there is a shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. And that makes sense because Israel is, after all, quite a diverse area. There are 40 distinct geographic units of the economy in ancient Israel. And the way that the Jews were set on a time, and I'm now sort of generalizing, but it's 400 settlements that are called Harim. We translated them as cities, but less than 1,000 people in each of those cities in Israel. They're essentially farming communities that would have some kind of village settlement, perhaps with some kind of wall around it, to protect them from marauders. Now that they're in Appalachian, you can see that he was drawing a wide variety of economic. Look at from the north, which would be closer to the region of Lebanon. You have timber, which is the symbols of Lebanon. You have mines for iron, copper, which is especially important once coinage is produced. You have so-called Tyrian purple, typically known as argamon, which is produced from a particular kind of sea creature that lives on the shoreline. It's essentially harvested for its arrival for some other bottom fluid that is made into the tomato, the specific color that orchards, you have textiles are very big values, iron, salt, metalwork mines, and of course dates, especially around Jericho, very, very important exports of Jerusalem, especially for date. And so you can see there's all kinds of different industrial activities going on. In terms of commerce, I'm not saying that flows from the variety of folks that are there. Biblical text refers to what we might call guilds or artisans, individuals. Sometimes, especially in Talmud, there are particular towns that are devoted to particular crafts. Like, for example, villages that are filled with towns, and all they do is they town level. So we do have biblical references to Jews engaging in international trade, especially during the night time and Solomon. And of course, they were divided by the civil war. The northern kingdom of Israel, particularly, was to lose its sway, its international sway over the region, and so they're cut off from a lot of the natural markets and a lot of the natural resources. But we see the economy gradually growing from that original animal husbandry through industry and commerce. Ultimately, you have regular coinage produced by the 6th century from there. I just want to show you this one great one, which was just discovered this month, a 2-shekel weight from the first temple period. Obviously, it's well on the left there. Imagine what it must be like to deal with these weights and measures for the chocolate. Okay, I hope you found that interesting. We'll continue by looking at travel. Thank you very much. Let's take a little detour from our historical narrative. Let's just talk a little bit about terminology. When we're speaking about the continuous history of one ethnos, that is the people who are known today as the Jews, or the 20th century, with the form that added the patrilineal concept to it, but that's going to get to that when we talk about the 20th century. But for now, I've been rather sloppy about referring to these people as Jews, even well before they would have used these terms to describe themselves. And I think that's justifiable in the sense that we are talking about one continuous group of people, but let's just sort out the names we want to get exactly right. So the oldest term that is used for Jews is the term people. And this comes from the fact that Abraham crossed over the Euphrates River on his way to Israel. The word Hebrew, which is used to refer to a Hebrew person, comes from the word avar, which means to cross over or to transverse. And we're talking about a Semitic people who appear in the land of Israel, the ancient land of Israel, but their origins, like Abraham, are of course in Mesopotamia, where he obviously described in the book of Genesis, developed the city as Ur. So the term Hebrew is used to refer to a person, ethnos, but it's also used as an adjective for the term Hebrew. It's the Hebrew language, for example, although it's actually used for other things as well. So the term Hebrew is the oldest term, and this is what we see especially in the oldest books of the Bible. However, the term Hebrew is often used in a retrospective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite Jew, as we see in the book of Jonah, in the first chapter, where he says to the other members of the boat, Hebrew and the I am Hebrew. Right? So the term Hebrew, although historically it is the oldest and is used later on in time as well, it specifically refers to this people that came from the other side of the Euphrates River. Now, the term Israelites is a little more complicated because the name Israel, of course, corresponds to Jacob. Jacob, the third of the patriarchs, has his name changed in the dramatic scene in Genesis to Israel, which means the one whose brothers were born. But anyway, Jacob and Israel are the same person. The Bible will use the terms children of Israel, house of Jacob, more or less synonymously. So Rothschild explained that based on the topic that children of Israel refers to the men, the house of Jacob refers to the women, and things like that. And in fact, through much of the early parts of the Bible, the people that we call now Jews are typically referred to as the children of the patriarchs of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, also known as Israel. But it's also the term that's used to refer to the Jews once they settled in the land of Israel after the exodus of leaving Egypt. And in fact, we even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Nephilim being shown here, that dates up to the year 1209 before the Common Era, which has the first reference to the word Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably towards the northern part of the land of Israel. So by the time we get to the late 13th century, Israel is definitely used as a term by Jews and non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English, meaning one who pertains to Israel. The term also attains special significance because that's the name that applies to the northern kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffered a civil war and a fracturing of their state in the 9th century under the rule of King Solomon. And the southern part is called Judah, which shown here, and the northern part is called Israel. They're all still one people. They recognize themselves as being part of 12 tribes, all descendants of the children of Jacob, Israel, but they call their political entity to the north Israel. You see this in the book of Kings, for example, as well, especially the book that kingdom Israel is. So the term Israel, which was used prior to the division of the land into two separate kingdoms, it is especially used after the division. The term Jews becomes especially prominent after the 8th century, when the northern kingdom is destroyed by the Assyrians. Here you can see in this map that the Assyrian kingdom expands and eventually conquers the northern kingdom of Israel, and ultimately destroys the sovereignty and exile the Jews from them. As you can see in this map, there is a significant portion of Jews, the so-called lost and tribes, who are sent into exile in Assyria. However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews were sent out of the land of Israel by the Assyrians. In fact, it's probably a number around 30,000, which would be a much larger number still in the land. However, under the political pressure of the Assyrians, many of them fled to the south to the region known as Judah, or that's the southern kingdom. Judah, by the way, is Yehuda, and J and Y on the switches in Western European languages and Hebrew. So a lot of those people who were from the 10 tribes in the north made their way down to Judah, where there was considered a mixing of the peoples. So much so that long afterwards, you have a description of a person who is not of the tribe of Judah living in Persia, of course, the great Mordecai, who's referred to as Ishmael, a Jewish man. So it's really in this time period, the 8th century and onward, when the name Judah is especially associated with Jews, no matter what tribe they may have come from. In fact, tribal designations are gradually lost. By the time we get to a few centuries later, we have no idea which tribe any people come from, except for the tribe of Levi in another section. So that's basically how we get these three tribes: Hebrews, Israelites, Jews, all one people with different names they might have used for themselves at different points in time, but they would often use earlier names to refer to themselves later on. Okay, I hope that clarified things. Thank you very much for that. Hello and welcome to the Jewish History Lab. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm glad you're here. Let me just take a couple minutes to explain what exactly is going on at the site, and if you find it interesting, how you can get more involved. So first of all, what is this Jewish History Lab? What am I talking about here? So a little over a year ago, I was offered a contract from Corinth Publishers in Jerusalem, a great publishing house, to produce a 3-volume survey history of the Jews, which I have creatively titled The Jewish 3-Volume History. And I was really looking forward to getting involved in it, beginning to plan it, outline it, and so on, and then COVID hit. And with the coronavirus, I had to kind of shift things around, but surprisingly, shifting it around has created some new opportunities that have really turned this into something different than I originally intended, and I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Specifically, when I'm involved in a creative project like writing or like making these lectures and things like that, I really depend heavily on the energy I get from my students. As Rabbi says in the Talmud, Tractate Titus, I have learned much from my teachers or from my colleagues, but from my students most of all. But with the coronavirus and our enforced separation meant that I didn't have the same kind of interaction with students that I typically did in a live classroom, and I had to rethink a lot of that. But what has resulted is now I'm thinking a lot about crowdsourcing my scholarship by sharing my research in a very different way, and it's proved to be extremely beneficial. Let me explain what's involved. There are several pieces that are all moving together in this Jewish history. The first is, of course, these YouTube videos, and they are research in progress. I'm going into a lot of areas that I had not really delved into in previous years of research. So, they're a little experimental, a little bit rough, but nevertheless, it's working. The second part is I was still giving live classes, both in person, especially once the vaccine came out and people were able to be a little bit safer in gathering, and also on Zoom. And these things are still going on. And I just recently began issuing draft chapters to my students, so I can actually invite people from all over the world to help me write this book, to engage in some of the actual writing process. It's been absolutely fascinating. The fourth part, which is just still in my head, I have not actually done a lot of work on this yet, but I'd like to prepare a teacher's guide. All of these things will go together with this 3-volume history, and I'm really excited about it. So why would you want to get involved? I don't know, but excites you, there are several ways that you can be involved in this creative process. The first is, of course, you can just enjoy these videos. I have strong belief that this kind of information should be as widely available and free to everyone. So that's why I put these videos out there so that more people can enjoy them and learn from them, discuss them, and so on. The easiest way to do this is to find my channel on YouTube. You just put in my name in the search box, and then you click on the subscribe button, which is marked on the right here by that blue arrow. Once you are watching the videos, of course, you can comment on them, and I love seeing those comments come in. And the subscription is really good for me too, because it makes me feel like, wow, there's some validation to what we're trying to achieve here. And then, of course, share the videos so that more people can subscribe, and it becomes like the big snowball effect. And I like snowballs too because I'm from Canada. One of the things I realized early on is that there are so many people who enjoy the videos, thank God, that I simply could not keep up with the comments. In fact, if I were to devote the amount of time required to responding to all the comments, I wouldn't be able to be working on more research and more videos and the book itself. So I've created a few sort of ways in which people can choose to self-select to get more involved, and with those smaller groups, I'm able to devote more time and responses and more interaction. So let me tell you about those ways that you can get more involved. The next level of involvement is membership. If you click on that join button, which is not available in all countries, I have 3 levels of membership. Now, members get extra perks. Members at the student level get, for example, early access to the videos, and sometimes help me weed out really big mistakes before I let it go to the wider world, and give you some useful feedback sometimes on things that's going on. Members at the researcher level get access to more focused and advanced videos that I occasionally make that I just don't feel like sharing with the wider world because I would be delicate even more with comments that are not necessarily helpful. I don't want to work with people who are a little more serious on those topics. And then finally, members at the colleague level get all of that, and they also get access to the live classes that I offer pretty much on a weekly basis right now, but it varies from time to time. So that's another level of involvement. If you really are enjoying these videos and want to get more involved in the process, please consider membership. And finally, the last thing, and I think this is so cool, is I've begun creating courses that incorporate the YouTube videos and some quizzes and self-testing things, elements like that. And here's the best part, the actual draft chapters of the book. The first of 3 courses is now online. It's called Biblical Jewish History. It goes from the very beginnings all the way up to the period of the mission in the 2nd and 3rd century. So it's kind of like a bigger biblical history course. I have a special place in my heart for educators who should get lots of this access without any hassles. So please write to me directly if you're an educator and you want this, and I will gladly send you a coupon code. So that's basically what this Jewish History Lab is all about. I'm glad you're here. Please enjoy the videos. Please let me know what you think, and hope you have a wonderful day. Let's take a few minutes to discuss the nature of the family in biblical history. Now, this is an incredibly complicated and massive topic that deserves a phenomenal amount of attention, but we're just going to be able to touch on it briefly within the scope of our historical survey. We will come back to many of these aspects in a later video, but specifically about that. That's going to be an important part of today's brief lecture as well. But I'll explain why this is so general. I'd like to speak very briefly and in general broad strokes about the nature of the family from the earliest sources we have of basically Genesis up until the end of the First Temple period, which is 586 before the Covenant. So that's a massive chunk of time. We're speaking about over 1,000 years. So we're generalizing very heavily in this case. Secondly, we should understand these challenging to try to describe things which are so elemental to the human condition. I mean, use the word family in a historical context, or use the word family today. Family is, of course, something that all of us are wrapped up in extremely complex and deep-seated ways. Family is basic to our identity. And so it's very difficult to separate our own experience of what family is or what ought to be from what we read in the textual tradition. For example, look at this classic image. It's one of Rothschild's famous painting, Freedom from Want, which of course was featured in magazines in the middle of the 20th century. And this is obviously a Thanksgiving dinner, and you see a very happy family around it, and the patriarch and matriarch, it's multiple generations of the family members are all smiling as they enjoy this large turkey. Right? That's the title is Freedom from Want. But this is clearly an idealized image of what a Thanksgiving dinner would be like, right? Everyone's happy, everyone likes each other. No one's on their phone. No one's arguing politics. No one's wanting to get back to the football game. This is like kind of like what we want family to be. It's not necessarily what family actually is. So there are elements of an idealized meal that are shown here that we'd like to sort of project back over time, but it would be absurd to say every single Thanksgiving dinner, especially if we're running through 42, that must have been life. And the World War II, and the battle in the Pacific, and all kinds of very difficult times for Americans. This is clearly an aspirational Thanksgiving dinner. So when we go back and look at the family in biblical times, we're kind of trapped within our own mentality and experience. And then furthermore, we can't read past what the text actually gives us as data. The text is moreover layers. We have the biblical text itself, which describes family to some degree, perhaps aspirationally for them in the ancient period. But then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're going to speak about in later classes. But that doesn't reach a textual form until centuries later. The Talmud still later, the Halakha, meaning Jewish law, still later than that, and then there's the original custom of minhag. So these textual layers, we're reading all of these things backwards to try and ascribe what we think a family should be to sometimes very fragmentary experience that we're going to have. So with that kind of caveat, let's try to understand at least a few basic things about the family in the ancient world, which may be somewhat counterintuitive to what we think today in the 21st century. Perhaps one of the most striking aspects of the family in the ancient world is that one of the relative non-issues is race. Race is incredibly important in American culture, and this is, of course, the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade, the Civil War, civil rights issues, Jim Crow, which is still playing out as I'm thinking its words in huge Black Lives Matter social justice movement that's launched in America in the context of a very contentious election. But race does not seem to be a significant category for the Bible. There are references to peoples, and there are occasional references to skin color, but generally speaking, it does not seem to be a huge, issue. For example, here's a 17th century representation of Moses and his Ethiopian wife. In fact, she is described as a Cushi. She's also described in other contexts as a Midianite, and there's some dispute about what exactly that means. But the commentators don't seem to be especially bothered by the idea that Moses, who's considerably Semitic in racial characteristics, would marry an African who could be, whatever Ethiopian, as we see with this particular representation. So race itself is not nearly as important as the people that is who is your ethnos, to which ethnos does it belong. But continuing with gender, that's a far more important thing in the definition of family. Whether or not one is born of male or female is huge. there's a lot of discussion, I think we're discussing here and now, but heterosexuality is considered the norm, and homosexuality is deeply problematic, especially male homosexuality. There is a discussion that's on it later of multiple genders besides simply male and female, and perhaps we'll get to that when we get to the topic of discussion. But for the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for institutional marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is, one husband and multiple wives, as in a famous story of Jacob married two wives, Rachel and Leah, shown here, mythological representation. And in fact, there's kind of like a half marriage status, which is called a plegis or a concubine in English. And a concubine is essentially like a wife in all respects, but lacking the protections that are inherent to marriage. As Talmud defines it, and later the Jewish tradition, we have these definitions that are explained. A concubine is dismissed at will, whereas a wife has a guarantee in her right for the marital support during the marriage. If the marriage is dissolved, then she has a right to support afterwards in the form of a financial settlement. We'll get back to that just in a second. It's also important that gender has relationship to the status of the children. Patrilineal descent is not recognized in much of Jewish history. It's not entirely clear what exactly is going on in the biblical text alone. You separate the biblical text from the later discussions of it in missionary commentaries. It appears that there is patrilineal descent in many figures of the Bible. Joseph, of course, marries an Egyptian woman. Again, there's a tradition that would adjust that slightly, same with Moses, as we saw earlier. Some commentators like Tosfot, just to continue this one more sentence, Tosfot in the Middle Ages suggests that before the giving of the Torah, the law was patrilineal, that a child followed his or her father's status, and after giving the Torah, it became matrilineal. Certainly, for the huge role of Jewish history, Judaism has been strictly matrilineal until 1983, when the Reform movement introduced the idea of patrilineal descent. Again, I mentioned that in the last video, but let's go back to the 20th century. So at any rate, the mother is extremely important, whether or not the mother is a full wife or a concubine, or as we shall see later, even a more casual relationship. Women also have very distinct status with regards to slavery. Jewish men may be enslaved, and Jewish women may not be enslaved. Once they reach maturity, they may not be enslaved at all. They have a diminished agency, however. There are certain elements of legal practice, even, for example, serving as a witness and things like that. Again, I'm reading the biblical text through the lens of the later commentators, Mishnah and Talmud, but it wouldn't seem to be at a diminished status when it comes to certain elements of their legal standing. And similarly, in terms of inheritance, the general understanding of women in the biblical period is that women are almost always existing, and it's considered to be an ideal status to be within the shadow of another male, either within the shadow of their father, that is the protection of their father, later under the protection of their husband, and finally widow status, then under the protection of their adult sons. Whereas men were protected. The idea of a woman is separated from this is considered to be placing her at a tremendous disadvantage. On the other hand, that does not necessarily diminish the rights as a single person to engage in business, land, affect contracts, and all kinds of things. Much more of this we'll discuss specifically about women later on in the series. question that would serve to describe, kind of modern equality to women in the ancient world. This is a patriarchal society. The only thing that was debated is whether or not it is a benign or beneficent patriarchy, if you want to argue that such a thing exists at all. The last thing I should point out is that in terms of the family structure, which was often multi-generational, living in the same household and things like that, is the idea of lineage. Now, the concept of legitimacy in modern terms, and whether or not someone is illegitimate or using equivalent or master, it has a distinct meaning in biblical terms. There is something called a non-sinner, and more fleshed out when it gets to Mishnah. But the offspring of a non-sanctioned relationship is not necessarily a disadvantage in their future lives. The only sanctions are applied, very heavy sanctions, are when a marriage is prohibited, such as, for example, a marriage that involves a married woman and someone other than her husband, or a brother and sister, or a father and daughter, and so on. But relationships which could conceivably be consummated, but they have not, been officially sanctioned by religious authorities, nevertheless do constitute, relationships that do not result in illegitimate offspring. And in fact, I can cite when I teach at Museum of Rothschild, I used to say that one should never cast aspersions at anyone's lineage or background, because in reality, if you look at the biblical drawing of the Messiah, it constitutes some very sketchy relationships when you look at the surface, such as, for example, Judah and his widowed daughter Tamar, shown here, in an extremely challenging passage in Genesis that usually is skipped over in grade school because it is a bit too easy. Or Boaz and Ruth's status, and furthermore, David and Bathsheba, all of these relationships all invoke certain questions of legitimacy, and nevertheless, this is considered the one from which the Messiah would be born in the Jewish tradition. So one should never cast aspersions. Okay, I hope you found that interesting. And we will continue the final discussion of daily life. This will look at ritual life. Okay. Hello, let us conclude our learning. Brief survey of daily life of and by looking at a very important element of daily life ritual. And this is something which just the last discussed here. I'm not going to really be the subject of long series, but I'm just going to focus on a couple of key points here for our purposes. First of all, it's important to note that there is a unique belief that goes along with this people that you're following from their religious beliefs. That what he would put on these texts. So the Torah, and the oral Torah, which of course later became written down, still told people that Torah in textual form instead of teaching. Yeah, I'm going to put that on pause. We'll come back to that when we start talking about the word of the Savior. Now, what are some of the key elements of music that are really important for us in the period that we're discussing? First is the great emphasis on monotheism, which is such a strong, central thread that has through all Jewish teachings. There are modern biblical critics who will disagree with the extent of monotheism in the original Torah, but there's no question that as a people, historically, Jews have understood their faith to be essentially monotheism, worshiping one God. Furthermore, this is not a kind of a distant God who either created the world and set it straight in order, and deity, and also not sort of like a huge, immortal, all-powerful child God like we have in a lot of the monotheistic faiths where the stories of the gods, for example, were engaged in all kinds of behaviors associated with character flaws and things like that. This is a God who is deeply involved in history, communicating individually with human beings, making demands of human beings, and even being answerable to human beings. For example, in the text of this, the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. So there's a lot of fascinating things happening in what's called personal theism. And that God listens to prayer. That communication is very strong within early Judaism. That we do see the same belief in other cultures. And finally, massive of the Sabbath and the Shabbat, the Sabbath, that day off of Sabbath, and that way is something which is preserved through Judaism and made a major impact on the way that we organize our lives. See our relationships with other people. Now, these are just some basic core ideas in Judaism. But let us not forget, even at first we regarding the Bible, and we feel that one should never confuse Judaism and Judaism. That Judaism is like fantastic and realistic, but Jews are not necessarily live up to those values. So frequently throughout the Bible, really the Torah itself and the later sections of the prophets and the writings, we find the Jews as a good mindset, worshiping local Canaanite gods, like this one here, the god Baal, which is basically another god for the Egypt. There are many other gods that are mentioned throughout the 20th Jews never, for whatever reason, not for the purpose of our discussion today, but for other reasons, they just forget about the God that took them out of Egypt and say, oh, I just have this next God that just do. And they make it times for the repentance and the whole cycle that a little bit more than I might argue that it makes a difference. But that's all I really want to say for a very first we look at Jerusalem right now. If you want to return to a country in detail, let me look at the golden stages and likely related to a message seed on the part of Jewish artists who captured the patent that prohibits the visual and graphic representation of that has been observed or ignored will be interpreted both centuries of different ways, but the 14th century Germany that the artist something about it now been portrayed in mediums that kind of back to that let's get back to that approach to even discuss it. I really like this experience because it's a woman who is baking some bread, but not something that's necessarily for Passover. Jewish people on the left, who are Jewish as well. The Jewish man on the left is saying, what? $25 a pound? Which is something that you would okay, let's look finally at the life cycle of this one quick note here. As we mentioned, a couple lectures ago, elements of life cycle is generally very different series of events and celebrations which are associated with then there are definitely events of great celebration for the women in life cycle. Marriage is considered one of them, but men generally get more into the life cycle that's associated with the first Friday night, male birth, circumcision, of course, on the which is here in the 3rd century Mosaic, is the opposite of the Europa, which is also the same as the and then, of course, the mitzvah ritual, which formally recognizes a child, male child, as adulthood, majority. Women also have that same majority. So, they have a automatic regardless of which way so what to say about what is the synagogue, what is the temple itself, and to return to the really want to discuss the role fully in the context of the Torah. So for now, that's a good video at this point, and okay, let us continue with our discussion of the political and social history of the northern kingdom of Israel. And I'd like to make a few key points that really focus on the dissolution of the northern kingdom with its invasion by the Syrians and exile of 10 northern tribes, importation of the Samaritans, and then explore those in a little more detail in subsequent videos. But then let's just have a few key ideas. First of all, let's just look at something that's important for the 8th century and from the perspective of the outside of the Jewish world. We'll look at some of the Syrian doctrines. And I want to go over the map with you in a few minutes, so don't panic if you're not exactly sure where is Syria. Anyways, I wasn't sure. We'll have a quick look at the map and I'll make this really quick. So in this amazing monolith, the first monolith, which celebrates the achievements of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III, which is very important in Israel, there's a discussion there of the Battle of Karkar, which was in 853 before the Common Era, and a few battles that were subsequent to that particular conflict. This describes a period in which Shalmaneser participated in battles not in Israel, elsewhere in Northern Judah for the most part, against a multi-state or multi-regional alliance of 12 kings. And what's especially interesting for our purposes, this alliance was led by the Hatti and the Sikhs, which is with Syria and, of course, along the Mediterranean coast. Listed among the 12 kings there is King Ahab, the Israel 200,000 troops, which puts him right up there with the biggest contributions to this war effort, which I think is fascinating because it gives you a picture of what's going on really in the northern kingdom. Contrasted to the southern kingdom and Judah, they had a lot of internal problems. Remember, this is the rebel state. They broke away from Judah over issues of taxation and over issues of how they're being represented, so to speak, as an American. They'll do on the courts, by the way, while they're still trying to figure out who won the 2020 election. The northern kingdom had quite a bit of tumult in the 9th century, especially when compared to the southern kingdom. Unlike the south, they did not have the same degree of attachment to the idea of a Davidic rule through the tribe of Judah. Obviously, the southern kingdom was ruled by Judah, and they had ongoing conflict Judah over the bordering territory of the tribe of Benjamin. Sometimes they would ally themselves with the south, sometimes they would actually fight with the south. There's a lot of things going on. They also had turnover of the dynasties, as in many cases, generals were heavily involved. The northern Israel army was quite powerful, and from time to time, the leaders of the army ended up taking over the leadership of the entire region. So there's a lot of internal, disruption going on in Israel itself during the 200 years that we're describing now, between the middle of the 10th century, when the kingdom split, until the end of the 8th century, when the kingdom was destroyed by the Assyrian invasion. But even in the midst of this tumult, you can see that the northern kingdom of Israel is a player usually at this point. They are getting involved in larger geopolitical conflicts. They are making big alliances like King Solomon made. They are engaged in far off conflicts, which gives you some kind of picture of what the northern kingdom of Israel was like within the larger context. Here's an interesting find which points to the instability of the 9th century in Israel, discovered by Rabbi shown here. This fascinating figure just discovered a few years ago here, and the crown around his head there indicates the of royalty, very deeply preserved, 5 centimeter figurine. Now, the big question is, though, he's clearly a king. Which king is he? So just looking at this period alone, it's possible that we could be an Israelite king. This was discovered in the northern part of Israel, which had fallen under sway of the Syrians in Aram. I'll show you a map in just a second. It could have been one of the kings of the kingdom of Israel, as mentioned in the first obelisk. Could have been Akab. It could have been his son Yehu, who mounted a ill-fated rebellion. It could have been one of the kings of Aram that had invaded Israel, and as the regional treaties between the various 12 kings began to break apart. Could have been Ben-Hadad or Hazael, which the foreign kings that ended up dominating the northern part of Israel, or it could have been a king of Tyre, perhaps Lebanon. All of these are possibilities, and it's just what kind of chaos was going on with this dynastic upheaval, regional conflict, foreign invasion, and so on. Okay, I kept you waiting on that. Let's have a look at what happened. I just work these things out. I'm going to focus on the invasion of 720 of the Assyrians. We'll follow up with the discussion in the next few videos. But I want you to think about that, but also consider the Babylonian invasion that would occur another couple of years later. So here's our heroes in the scenario. The kingdom of Judah, of course, in the south, capital Jerusalem. We will return, of course, to any much more discussion of Jerusalem and Judah in some videos. And then in the north, is the capital of Samaria. To their north is a larger kingdom, Aram. At times, in alliance with Israel, Judah, and at times hostile. In fact, in the period of the church now, is when Aram would invade the kingdom of Israel and dominate significantly. But further north, remember this northern trend is all following this fertile threshold. So it kind of curves around a open-ended airport to go to the south border of the Tigris rivers. You have the kingdom of Assyria, with base in a very old city that famous from the book of Jonah. And ultimately, Aram would get into trouble with Assyria and would be conquered by Assyria. I was getting an image now of kind of like the little fish eaten by the bigger fish, by the still bigger fish, and so on. And you aren't thinking about that because it's exactly what's going to happen. Iran will follow up with Israel, and then Assyria ends up swallowing up Iran. And it's out of Israel. They're the biggest fish. Back from now, was Babylonian Empire, centered in the city of Babylon. Eventually took over Syria, which had taken over Iran, had taken over Israel. There are huge consequences for the But it's also mentioned, however, with the Assyrian invasion, where really important population transfer for chemical time. From the perspective of Israel, this exile of the northern tribes as a complex of because the exile all happened at the same time. According to the biblical account and from some fascinating non-biblical sources, the Jews from the northern region of Israel, and it's not the entire population, it's mentioned several times. It is several tens of thousands and segments of the socioeconomic profile of Israel. They are exiled to places like Zimzan, the river Tabor, capital region, Nineveh, further east of the these are all where we know that 10 tribes, or representatives of the 10 tribes, were exiled here regardless of the At the same time, part of the Assyrian strategy for dominating their regions, we see it in other parts of the country as well, is not only to distribute the local leadership that would potentially organize a rebellion, but to bring into the region a foreign population and destabilize a lot of the local relationships and alliances and so on. And this would be the population of the Samaritans, who probably come from the region of Utah. There are some questions about their origins, but Utah is where, according to the dominant opinion, the Assyrians took their local population, conquered from the south, and forcibly shipped them to Israel to center around Samaria. In fact, in Talmudic Arabic, the Samaritans are typically called plural for Hittites from this region. Okay, so that's what's going to happen after 720. We're going to pick it up by looking at the story of those yellow arrows in the next video. Looking at the 10 lost tribes. Thank you very much for watching. Let's just start with what we know from the biblical text and from the Syrian documentation as well. So it seems that there are three major periods of deportation in the late 8th century. The first was under Tula, Lester was Herbert, known in Tanakh in the scriptures as King Tula, and this was in the 730s. Records indicate in a few different places about something like 13,250 Jews were taken from the northern part of the land of Israel. Those of you who are watching this video while watching videos will know I tend to use the term Jews anachronistically. Just forgive me for our most Jews do that. At any rate, about 13,250 exiles. It appears that all of them were males were taken from the northern region. It appears also that the Jews had some experience, as we saw in the last lecture, in the military field especially in chariots area, and it could be that just a supposition that perhaps he took some men of military age over and battle against things like that. Then we have a second period under Shalmaneser the Fifth and his son Sargon. Shalmaneser is on the left, and if you're on the right, is believed to be Sargon the second. They give a much more specific number from their records of 27,280, or elsewhere 27,209. And this occurred in the year 722 to 720, affecting the area around Samaria itself. This is a really hard specific number that feels a lot more real than a lot of the numbers we see in some of these documents. And then finally, you have King Sancherib in Hebrew, or Sennacherib in English, who claims to have moved 200,000 Jews, a very, very large number, from the region of Judah at the very end of the 8th century. We'll talk more about that two lectures here. Anyway, these are the three major deportations that we're speaking about. It's interesting to note that the evidence from the biblical text and also from ostraca that are discovered in the region where they were resettled suggests that the Jews who were taken away were not in fact enslaved, but nevertheless they were forcibly required to remain in this place. And let's continue the story from here. So what exactly happened? And based on the biblical text and a few little bits and pieces in other sources, we see that the Jews from the kingdom of Israel itself, and its 10 northern tribes, were sent off to these three locations: Hamat, which is somewhere in northern Lebanon, western Syria, the region of Khorasan and nearby river, which is the see middle circle here, and then finally out to the newly conquered region of the Assyrian Empire. What happened to the Jews when they got there? So we have scattered onomastic evidence. Onomastic means proper names. We see evidence of people with Semitic and sometimes definitively Hebrew names, especially because of the theophoric nature of names. Theophoric is another good word. It means like it involves a name of God. Jews like including the name of God in their children's names. Several of my children have one of the several names of God built into the name itself. For example, how the name Michael will not the name one like his, but Israel, who is like God. It's very common to have names for Kyle, for example. So if we look at some of the ostraca that are discovered, such as this one discovered in the city of Nimrud, dating from the late 7th century, often the texts are in Aramaic, very rarely in Hebrew, and there's clearly some Hebrew names, or at least Semitic names of people. Just little bits of pieces of what this might mean. Sometimes these ostraca indicate that there are Jews there, or potential Jews, who will act as charioteers. I mentioned earlier, there's sometimes two Jews involved in that particular aspect of the military. One possible Jew who's named as a village manager, again supporting the idea that they were partly enslaved when they were out there. They had the possibility of rising to the position of administrative authority. And one especially fascinating passage that refers to a Moshe, a very Jewish name, who redeems a woman named Dinah from slavery by paying a ransom. This is especially interesting because there's a very long-standing tradition of redeeming captives are some very significant exceptions, and when we get a little further on in this class, we start talking about the post-Roman exile after the First Roman Jewish War, especially after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Jews began to develop actual social strategies to maintain their integrity, which stood them very well over the next 2,000 years, preserving their integrity as a social group, but not biblically. So, and by the way, going backwards in time, there is a long-standing midrash that says that 80% of the Jews living in Egypt chose not to leave with the Exodus. That is, only 20% of the population actually took Moses up on his word and followed him out into the desert ultimately into Israel. So the story of Jewish assimilation into the background population is very common and very plausible. However, this rabbit hole goes really deep, and I don't want to take it very far in this particular lecture, but I hope to return to it several times as we go through the entire saga, because the legend of the 10 lost tribes has been a dominant motivating idea that you see in all kinds of Jewish movements. For example, the movement of the 20th century Hasidic rabbi by the name of Rothschild, shown here, who was one of the greatest leaders of the Chabad movement, and in reality, the greatest leaders of the Jewish people in modern times, who mounted several campaigns specifically to find assimilated Jews and also to reach out to non-Jews and to educate them, at the very least, in their connection to the Noahide commandments, and possibly to learn how the people who wanted to convert, although that was never an explicit goal, because after all, Judaism did not apostatize religion, but one significant exception that we'll get to in about 4 or 5 lectures. At any rate, they're based very heavily on this idea of the recruitment scholarly of the gathering together of the exiles, which you find several times in the biblical text. I'll give you one verse here from the book of Ezekiel and Ezekiel. I will take the children of Israel, right? Notably, the name Israel is the Greek term used there, but it has that of the northern kingdom as well. From among the nations where they have gone, and I will bring them all around and return them to their land. This idea of the ingathering of the exiles is a very powerful notion that runs with Jewish civilization present day. We see it also with the secular Zionist movement, headed perhaps most famously by Theodor Herzl, shown in this postcard, which has written in Hebrew and then in German and then in French the phrase, "If you will it, it is no journey." Meaning, if you want to all come back to Israel, you stayed there. Of course, this was stayed before Israel as a modern entity became a reality, like 48. You have this image of this angelic creature breaking the chains with the flag and place and the Star of David, gathering all of these tired, oppressed, hungry masses to the land of Israel. This is something that really comes essentially from the legends of the 10 lost tribes. Now, what did people think of it in the ancient period? We see the assertion of socially intact tribes in many sources around the 1st century before the Common Era and the 1st century people Common Era. Josephus, Paul, and James of the Christian scriptures are especially noteworthy for their adherence to the idea that the 10 tribes still exist. Again, this would be 700 years later after the exile. In their units, that they actually still maintain their tribal identities in their land and around the sun. Rabbi Eliezer, of course, in the mainstream Jewish tradition, also held that the 10 lost tribes are still there in time and waiting. Other opinions, however, and this is typical of the Talmud, that people have had multiple opinions. The very famous and very authoritative Rabbi Akiva says the 10 tribes are not going to come back. He argued that once they were taken away, they assimilated into the nations beyond them, and they are not going to be pulled out, certainly not in their tribal units. You'll see that in the mission. There is also a discussion about the Jerusalem Talmud, even more vivid than what is the Jerusalem as opposed to the Babylonian Talmud, that discusses this amazing possible during the 6 days of the week where they had all these boiling wells that would run through the ravine rather than water, and it was impossible to go safely. But on the Sabbath, these mystical rivers are not yet suddenly rest. But because of the laws of traveling on the Sabbath, the Jews, the 10 tribes, would not be able to cross it and make their way back. So fascinating things. What I will just mention here now is one of the many, literally dozens of theories that developed over the next 2 millennia as to who the 10 lost tribes are, who they are. So for one example, but just one of many really, Japan, England, Africa, and other places, there's a testimony of a crypto-Jewish traveler named Antonio de who was Portuguese and had outwardly accepted Catholicism in the context of the Inquisition. And like many of his socioeconomic and religious class, left Portugal to travel the world and look for the same thing. He came to Ecuador, and then amazingly, as he recounted when he came back, he was greeted by the native population there with the Shema prayer. Hero Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Astounding. And he believed that he would come across the 10 tribes that had relocated to far off Ecuador. There were other sites as well. They gave them Jewish food, like chicken soup, and eggs. I made that part up, but I couldn't help it. I haven't had lunch yet. And he came back to Amsterdam and reported this to a very important Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel. He was so taken with the idea that he wrote a book translated into English ultimately as the Book of Israel, Israel, which he argued that the country of Israel should readmit the Jews now in flourishing of the Messianic period when the 10 lost tribes are being discovered was central to the thesis. And it had created quite a stir, especially when it was translated into English. And many other works were produced that supported such as this interesting one here, I find especially interesting. Jews in America, or probabilities that those Indians are Judaical, made more probable by some additional conjectures. An argument that the Native Americans are in fact the 10 lost tribes. One of many, many theories as to what became of the 10 lost tribes. Okay, I really intend to come back to this topic later on in the series because it actually plays an important role in many significant, especially super-messianic events throughout Jewish history. But for the time being, I want to thank you very much for watching. In the next video, we'll look at the origins of the Samaritans in history. Thanks again for watching. Let us just look at one more aspect of 8th century history before we go on to discussion of the Babylonian. One fascinating chapter in some places is just a footnote of the is the Samaritan, which has a fascinating origin story, actually multiple origin stories, and the perception to the Samaritans and the mainstream church are quite significant in Israel. Let's have a look at who these people are and where they came from. So the Samaritans are quite an old people. They certainly stretch back into biblical times. And there are still several hundred of them living in Israel today, centered around the city of Nablus in the north of the right town of Shechem, and especially Mount Gerizim, which is also figured in the Bible as an extremely important moment. Where did they come from? Who are these Samaritans? So the biblical account of their origins is described in the second book of Kings, chapter 17, towards the end, where there's a discussion of the exiles of Israelite, the 10 tribes of the northern kingdom going out to Babylon. We'll talk a little bit about that in the previous video. At the same time, there was a population transfer. This is a very well-known Assyrian technique to try and create a separate religion altogether, which we now call Judaism. The original inhabitants, the Samaritans, they just kept moving along with their original Torah. And so they don't hold with any of this foreign importation here. They believe that they are actually the original Israelites or observing the old time religion, and it is the rest of the population which is one of the innovators who further the traditional religion. And of course, the material goes so far back, there are no written sources for this, but nevertheless, this is a very different account of their origins. Not surprisingly, the Samaritans and the Jews, the people living in Benjamin and the people living now in Assyria, dominating the northern part, living in Israel, are not getting along so well. All kinds of conflict between them that just expanded over the centuries, as we shall encounter in the chapters. But we should note that the religion that the Samaritans practice is very similar to Judaism in a lot of ways. They have, for example, a Torah, which is in many ways really close to the Torah that the Jews revere. It also shows evidence of being closer to the Greek translation of the Torah, to other interesting things like that. But obviously, there are massive diversions. For example, the 10 Commandments are actually the 9 Commandments, because a few of them are combined to get a smaller count, although covenant is actually increased. Covenant is bigger and separated them out, different kinds of covenant. But commandment number 10 is wholly new. It isn't in the Jewish Torah, and that is reference to Mount Sinai. And of course, on that holy mountain, they still practice a lot of the ancient rituals that Jews associate with Barzia, the temple mountain. Fascinating difference. Also, huge difference. The Samaritans lack the oral Torah, which is so central to Judaism. I'm going to come back to that in about 4 lectures. So, what is the oral Torah? How does it shape the Jewish approach to their religion and so on? But for the time being, the Samaritans have a kind of a parallel Torah, one of them is the oral Torah. And as you can see from the rest of the Torah, there are certain similarities that harmony was not always achieved. We're going to talk about the ongoing conflict with the Samaritans as they move through the Babylonian period in particular. But for now, I'd just like to point out a couple of things. First of all, in the Talmud, the ancient Greek seems to take a couple of centuries to resolve on the question of who are these people? Who are these people, the Samaritans? Again, the publication after there's a body of rabbis who feel that they did actually accept the Torah when they came to the land of Israel. Other rabbis, pointing once again to the Book of Kings, say that their conversion was motivated by fear, according to the count they were attacked by lions, and feel about it. So the conversion was a way of saving themselves. And so some rabbis would say that the conversion was not valid. And so there's a long debate going on in this discussion of conflict, for example, of the Torah, saying stuff in prayers, after a meal, counter that or not, it's such a good account. Fascinating kind of question. In the end, the Christians know the rabbis did not consider it. But the fact that they have this long discussion is indicative of how close they came to that status. But there's ongoing political last detail, which comes from the first century, from the Christian scriptures, which gives you an indication of how the Samaritans regarded. It is, of course, a parable of the Good Samaritan. In English, the term Good Samaritan means someone who goes out of his way to help out. There are hospitals named after Samaritans. So the parable goes in the book of Luke that there's this guy who's like mud with the eating on the road, and they see where these people were like, and several other Jewish figures, a Jewish guy lying, and there is a Kohen who walks by and says, "Oh, I don't want to get involved." It's a Levite who walks by and says, "No, no, no, I don't want to get involved." And it is the Samaritan who steps up and says, "Oh my gosh, this man's hurt. I got to take care of him." He picks him up, takes him to an inn, and so on. When you read that story, the important note is that when the gospel is written, the Samaritans were basically enemies of the Pharisees. They were like a never got along. And the very difficult thing is that it is the Samaritan, it is the person you would least likely to help out who actually helps the stranger. And the other people let him down. So it is a good Samaritan. And this is a good Samaritan. If you want a good Samaritan as opposed to all the others, that's what's surprising about it. I really could talk a lot more about in the Christian scriptures from a Jewish perspective in a few lectures, but we're not going to do. Okay, we're going to come back to the Samaritan of the body as we go through the version. Where we left off with the northern kingdom of Israel was destroyed, and a significant number of its population, most likely males, leadership level, involved in military, perhaps have been taken off to exile in Assyria. There still remains the southern kingdom of Judah that will retain some degree of self-governance between the years that it was invaded by 701 until it was invaded by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586. So let's turn now to the south and try to understand what happened to Judah in these crucial years between the Assyrian invasion and the Babylonian invasion. So the king that is responsible for invading Judah is known as after from year 705 to year 689. And 701 is the year for the invasion of Judah. The invasion is actually recorded not only in the Bible and the Book of Kings, but also in the monumental records of the Assyrians, a number of prisons, such as this one shown here, the Jerusalem prison, that specifically mentions the siege of Jerusalem. And Jerusalem itself was not destroyed. That is not a fate that was met by God. Real religious city Israel that's completely devastated by something. And here you can see in Assyrian records, Assyrians kind of Jews were taken captive in Lachish and brought before the king to show political decency. Just giving you a sense of what it must have been like to be conquered by some time. Judah prepares for the onslaught under King Hezekiah by creating a number of defenses, which ultimately did not be successful, but fascinatingly constructing a new or perhaps improved secure water supply. Because Jerusalem is on a mountaintop, it has some natural defenses based on the geography, but it's also at a loss in the case of a siege, which was something that happened to Jerusalem multiple times throughout its political history. And so this Yahoo creates a new water diversion aqueduct. It may have been a renovation of an earlier one, but it was found in the 19th century. Sibyl, allowed the inhabitants of Jerusalem to last a little longer in status of Jerusalem, invaded and dominated by Sennacherib, but not necessarily destroyed outright as we saw in the northern kingdom. The kingdom of Judah retains a level of self-government, and those vassalage to Sennacherib, meaning paying tribute and taxes and some humiliating rituals as well. But nevertheless, Judah manages to retain some kind of political independence, at least at some level, between years 701 and 586, when the Babylonians were destroyed. This is a golden age for prophecy. There's a tremendous number of prophets who have given a time and whose saying recorded in the Bible. Two of the most famous are Isaiah, we shout out, who is shown here in this remarkable ceiling painting by Kepler that shows a famous scene right there in the book of Isaiah where an angel burns Isaiah's mouth because he speaks poorly of his compatriots. And this is kind of an interesting dynamic that happens in the prophets. Some of them are like royal prophets that speak directly to kings and appear to be somehow associated with the court and kings that put them on the straight and narrow. And others seem to be like just, popular wandering teachers who inform the population of their wrongdoings and of the need to repent and so on. There are a huge number of barely named prophets in the Bible, and the allusion to much larger groups who have no name whatsoever. Prophecy seems to have been some kind of like moral enterprise that is very, very common in Judah. Isaiah is among the most famous. Also, not in the cities that his old Roman codex, the early book, highly unlikely you ever look at this one, more likely to be a scroll, but also unlikely is that the author's attempt to perhaps draw Paleo Hebrew characters, that is the earliest Hebrew alphabet that we have in this period. It's actually gibberish, but it's not letters at all. Other artists, such as Raphael shown here, portray Isaiah more accurately than such as literacy. This particular painting has unique anatomical and cosmological reference and some carefully placed leg blocks or titles. And he's holding up a scroll which actually has in Hebrew a passage from the book of Isaiah. It is slightly strangely written, like the spaces between the words are not well defined. And look at the first word there, it says street. But the final letters are just a little bit wrong. It looks a little bit like a bridge. It's a nonsense word. But nevertheless, this is much greater attention to the fascinating. Exactly what this Hebrew. It's a Hebrew script. It's some personal knowledge for this right. Anyway, you see there are more attempts to make a more grand fidelities. Also, prophets like Jeremiah, who prophesied for several decades at the very end of the period that we described today. And kind of like alternating between speaking to kings and speaking to the broader population, not especially well liked ones, because when these prophets are bringing along messages of doom and at the same time demanding that everyone repent, everyone give up their false idols, and of course there was quite a bit of idolatry going on in Israel at the time, with very limited success. And after all, Jeremiah was doomed to witness the Babylonian exile itself, which we're going to discuss next week. So this is a period of tremendous activity of the prophets, giving us biblical texts of phenomenal power and resonance. It is possible that the texts themselves were not at all written down in this period. That is the 8th century and 7th century, the common era of the 6th century, but they were memorized and later actually codified into the texts we have in the later Persian period that we'll speak on later on by the students and the schools of these prophets as they strove to solidify their teaching of their predecessors. see that the prophets in Judah played a national role in the sense that they spoke to major geopolitical events. And at the same time, they're very much focused on the ground basic reality contact. And wrote about that or spoke about that in very, very sharp terms. Powerful for the contemporary era and phenomenally developed the Jewish thought. One of the persons who was most deeply affected perhaps is one of the last kings of Judah, known as Josiah, which a fascinating backstory. Secluded as a child, became king at a very young age, very sincere kind of individual. At one point, he was moved to renovate the grounds of the temple, and they found, this is described in the book of Kings 2, chapter 22, they found in the temple a book. Some commentators think it was the full Torah, kind of strange, what was it doing until now. Others say it was just the fifth book of Deuteronomy, which is also called the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah, because it goes back and kind of summarizes many of the main ethical precepts, the 12 commandments of the early four books. But Josiah said, okay, let's hear, what does the book say? And the book is opened, according to the rabbinic tradition, to a passage that is one of the most horrible set of curses in the entire Torah, the Tokatah, which describes how the Jews are punished for their idolatry and so on. And Josiah, realizing how far they have strayed from the teachings of the Torah, he tears his cloak in mourning, like this is a basic mourning ritual, and he institutes a wide-ranging series of reforms in Judah to try and get it on straight and narrow. This is also something you see in the biblical text that, especially in the book of Kings, most of the book of Chronicles, there's sort of like an epitaph for every king. This is a good king. He did what God wanted. This is a bad king. He was straight from the back and forth, this kind of oscillation. It tends to be more black and white, although some of the kings are decidedly mixed approaches. But King Josiah was clearly one of the good ones who was bringing the Jews back towards the old-time faith of Judaism. He also was a very successful military leader, and as you can see, he took advantage of some of the major tensions between Assyria and Egypt, and actually struck out to the north and expanded the territory of Judah into the region of Israel. Unfortunately, he died in battles, and Judah could not hold on to this territory. Now, I want to just turn to one last thing from this period I find absolutely fascinating. I have given you a fairly standard traditional treatment of the ancient history of the Jews, and I have qualified that from time to time in the light of contemporary scholarship that sort of tries to thread the needle between the maximalists, basically take the Bible exactly as it's written for specific historical events, and that the Bible strives for historicity, strives to describe in factual terms that we understand today, rather than, let's say, poetic terms or other deviations from what we might consider to be chronological record. And on the other hand, the minimalists who say, hey, the archaeological record is so thin, how could we even assume that this happened? And we saw earlier that the golden era of the United Monarchy of Saul, David, and Solomon is hardly traced in the archaeological record. You have to take down Steve later, the house of David existed, but who was that? So many historians have opted to consider everything before Overrise in the 9th century as to be fiction. And it's a kind of, in my humble opinion, it's a little bit of an intellectual hubris to say that simply because they have not found any evidence other than the biblical text to prove that X, Y, Z happened, I'm going to assume it's not true. That is, it's not a mathematical conservative position. It is an overreach in denying the value of the Bible as a historical source. So, why I'm saying this to you now is because it changed. because occasionally archaeologists discover tiny little web that connects us to the past in such a powerful way that hammers home the idea of what actually is really happening. This is real. And every single discovery is a huge difference. How did this is fantastic. This is a parking lot that you just or a former parking lot. I imagine that the whole city was a tremendous amount of archaeological equipment. And so this parking lot was discovered to actually be set on top of a major archaeological site. So in 2019, a dig at this site discovered amazing. This pillar, which is essentially a kind of a stand that we use clay, says it belongs to that kind of now servants of the king. Look at the second book of Kings, chapter 11. This is that Rothschild who had his servant was named. Once in the Bible, names did not come back. Exactly the right name, exactly the right place. It helps us learn religion in the Bible as a historical source. Fascinating. Love it. At any rate, the story will not end well because the Babylonian Empire is going to take over from Assyria and they are going to invade this world. This invasion occurs at the beginning of the 6th century before the common era. That's what we're going to have these next great exile of the Jews this time primarily from Judah to Babylon. So that's the story. Thank you very much for listening. The Babylonian exile would be fairly short-lived, less than a century, but would be highly consequential for Jewish history. Let's have a quick look at this brief period of time that had a major impact on the development of Jewish thought, Jewish religiosity, and of course the story of the Jewish people. This 19th century painting is inspired by famous Psalm 137 that begins with the phrase, by the rivers of Babylon, which describes the Jews being taken off into exile. You see here the patriarch of the clan is wearing a shackle on his wrist, and there we sat down, the psalm goes on, and we wept when we remembered Zion, meaning when they remembered their homeland in Judah. And they were forced by the Babylonian captors to sing them a song of Zion. So hence the harp there that's held by the patriarch, and everyone is very sad. And indeed, this passage is a very moving depiction of the sadness and frustration and anger that the Jews felt at being displaced from their homeland by Nebuchadnezzar. The conqueror, of course, was Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. Here you see an arrowhead that was discovered in the region. There's extensive evidence of destruction throughout the land of Judah. Benjamin, however, was apparently not devastated to the same degree, which indicates that it may have surrendered to Nebuchadnezzar without violence, but there's extensive evidence of the incursion of the Babylonians into the region, wreaking havoc beginning in 604 before the common era. There are some attempts at revolt against Nebuchadnezzar, and one of the ways in which the Babylonians respond is to progressively exile the leadership of the region, although still a comparatively small number, less than 5,000 if you look, for example, in the book of Jeremiah. There is some indication that, as we saw earlier with some Pharaoh's exiles, that the leadership and also skilled craftsmen and potential military personnel were especially targeted for these expulsions to Babylon. There was no, however, corresponding influx of population as we saw under the Assyrians. The goal was to simply displace those people who might influence the population to continue their revolt without necessarily transplanting new population to no place. But we have massive destruction, particularly in the final campaign that begins in the year 5 which usually falls in late July or early August of the Gregorian calendar. And this whole period, 3 weeks between the breach of the walls and the destruction of the temple, is observed as a form of semi-mourning by Jews even to this day, with a limitation on certain types of celebrations. Some communities will refrain from haircuts and so on, listening to live music, all kinds of restrictions meant to reflect upon the horrendous meaning of the destruction of the temple in this year. This is Solomon's temple, of course, that we're discussing, and this entire period from Solomon's creation of the temple, which would have been in the 10th century up until its destruction in the 6th century, is collectively referred to as the First Temple period. The Second Temple was referred to the rebuilding of the temple under Cyrus, which we'll discuss in a couple of videos. At any rate, one more element that's especially important to note is that Nebuchadnezzar placed a person in charge, a Jewish leader in charge of the entire community, that this individual, Gedaliah ben Ahikam, would calm the local population and keep them from any further revolts, but he was actually killed in an assassination by other Jewish leaders, by people who were war-hungry and wanted to rebel against Babylon. The assassination of a Jewish leader by other Jews is also marked in the Jewish liturgical calendar. The date of his death is marked on the 3rd day of Tishrei, which is the day after Rosh Hashanah. It's also observed as a fast day in commemoration of this horrible intracommunal violence. Fascinatingly, in nearby Mitzvah was found some interesting seals, including this one that bears the inscription in Paleo Hebrew. Gedaliah, who is over the house, seems to imply that Gedaliah is in charge of at least this particular estate, perhaps even larger than that. Many archaeologists have opined that this could easily belong to Gedaliah ben Ahikam, the individual that we referred to earlier. So when taken all together, besides the figures we mentioned earlier in Jeremiah, it's less than 13,000 Jews who were exiled to Babylon, as far as we can tell. The Babylonian exile lasted from around 586 to 539 before the Common Era, although, as we shall discuss shortly, many Jews chose not to return to Israel after 539. The situation of the Jews in Babylon is recorded in the book of Ezekiel, who was a prophet who actually was active in the region. And according to his account, many of the Jewish exiles were located in the city of Nippur and also in its surrounding area. The most below Nippur is the city of Shushan, or Susa, which is the setting for the book of Esther. There's some significant scholarly concerns about the specific dating of the book of Esther, meaning when does it actually happen based on the names of certain kings and things like that. But it is said between the two temple periods that all kinds of material inside the book of Esther is in consonance with what we know about the Babylonian reign at that time as well. The Jews living in Babylon were heavily influenced by Babylonian culture at this time, most significantly with the adoption of Aramaic as a lingua franca, as a vernacular, a language that they commonly used, and ultimately Aramaic would displace Hebrew as the living language of the Jews, and indeed of the entire Near East at this point. This is a language that would last over 1,000 years. It is spoken even today in some parts of Syria and Turkey. It is, of course, the language of the Babylonian Talmud, and there are a few different versions of Aramaic that they will discuss in the later lecture. Hebrew was never abandoned, but it increasingly became the language of scholarship and liturgy as opposed to the daily language on the street. The Jews also adopted the Babylonian calendar, specifically the names of the months, Tishrei and Tammuz, and so on. The Hebrew names for the months are simply numbers. The first month was Nisan in the spring, the second month, and so on. And so the Babylonian custom of naming these lunar months was applied to the Jewish calendar. It wasn't an exact fit because the the Jewish calendar has a leap month on a somewhat irregular appearing schedule. And so there are 12 months, but there is one of those months, the month of Adar, which occurs in early spring, which may be double. So you will have an Adar Rishon, an Adar 1, and then an Adar Shem, the second Adar. Otherwise, they adopted the Babylonian lunar calendar names for 2 months. Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the Persian period, which will follow in the next video. Thank you very much. then they are kind of also just dropping the units and like that. It's very, very quick. So, initial speeds of very, very quick. Sound of the number and the height. And it's up to the height. But it's actually we're going to begin describing it as an extremely important period in the history of the Jews overall. And in many ways, it was a period that has had such phenomenal impact that Jews today are really still between these two very important cultures that are encapsulated by the words Athens and Jerusalem. Jerusalem, of course, we've dealt with extensively now with Trinity in this series. It stands for monotheism, it stands for worldly prophets, religion, all kinds of things like that. Athens, on the other hand, stands for a culture that is so radically different and so amazingly contemporary, so much powerful information in Athens. But this is the first time that the Jews at Jerusalem really encountered a culture that was so powerful, not in terms of physical might, but in terms of its persuasive power, that they were fully engaged with it, and in many ways risk losing all of their own self-identity in the process. So that's really what we're going to have to talk about right now, is the development of something called Hellenism. So the term Hellenism comes from the word Hellas, meaning Greek. And in this context, that sort of just in shorthand with Athens, because of all the Greek city-states, Athens is perhaps the most significant and has so much of the golden era of Greek culture, which flourished in the 5th and 4th and 3rd centuries in particular, that affected Jerusalem. Now, the Greeks were guests in Israel long before they were conquerors. There's no question that Hellenistic ideas were penetrating into Israel in the Persian period, but it gets a huge burst forward when Alexander the Great begins his massive conquest of the Near East and goes all the way out through Central Asia until he gets right to Afghanistan and up to the edges of India. He dies prematurely on his way back. His soldiers rebel against him. There's a lot of fascinating stories about Alexander as a person. But in our context, we really want to know his relationship to Israel in particular. So there is a story that is related to the Talmud. Apparently, he came to Jerusalem and he encountered the great Rabbi Shimon HaTzadik, who convinced Alexander not to destroy Jerusalem. That much for sure is true. Jerusalem was not destroyed by Alexander, and that's a kindness. It's wonderful. Jews are generally very happy when those cities are not destroyed by conquering armies. It does not happen all that often. The legend goes that as a result, all Jews named their sons that were born in the following year Alexander after this man. And in fact, Alexander is a very old Jewish name, as a consequence, even though it is Greek in origin, Hebrew. In fact, my own grandfather, Oliver Shalom, and one of my sons is named Alexander as a consequence of this particular interaction. But what we can say about Alexander's presence in Israel is the fact that he brought with him Greek norms, Greek organization, Greek government, Greek economics, and Greek thought as well. And that is extremely important for our purposes because this is a period in which Jews were fully engaged in everything Greek, even to their own detriment, as we shall see. The idealized cooperation of Greeks and Jews is encapsulated in the rabbinic reading of the verse in Genesis that Yahweh, who was one of the sons of Noah, will dwell in the tents of Shem. Shem being another son of Noah. Yahweh, in the rabbinic sort of like the cultural world, represents Greece, and Shem represents Israel. That's what it's called, by the way, Semites, for example, Shem. Jews historically engaged in the thought of these philosophies in a very big way. The Platonic elements can be seen in a lot of thoughts, in particular when you look at the mystical tradition. There are a lot of ideas that are connected with Platonic teachings. Aristotle has a very strong role to play in the way that Maimonides describes, for example, ethical behavior, the idea of the golden mean. There's some very significant differences there, but the central concept seems to be complementary. In fact, Maimonides calls Aristotle ha-philosoph, the philosopher. And said that we're going to know that very important. Some people think they said that Aristotle was one level shy of actually achieving the divine highest intellectual levels of the Jewish community. On the contrary, there's abundant evidence to indicate that Jews as a whole saw a lot of value in Hellenistic culture and adopted it in many aspects of their life. For example, as I'm recording this video, I'm thinking a lot about the holiday of Passover. I just finished reading Tractate Sachem, the Talmud, and there's a lot of discussion in the final chapter there about the leaning. Of course, those of you who celebrate Passover, one of the elements of the Seder is that one must lean to the left while eating, which is a little bit awkward in regular dining room chairs, especially if you don't have arms on them. But in ancient Greek culture, this would be perfectly normal because upper class free men would typically sit on these sort of shade lounges. This is a room called a triclinium, which means three reclining, and it would be a dining room for a wealthier Greek family, specifically the men. But it's also called an upper, a men's room, literally, because there's typically men who would eat here and women who eat elsewhere. I don't think that would be entirely true in a Jewish setting, for reasons which are beyond the discussion here. But at any rate, it's very clear from the Talmudic discussion of how people are supposed to eat on Passover is that Jews are supposed to eat like free people. And the model of free people eating is this kind of strange Greek leaning to the left. So even common sorts of interactions like dining, like personal enjoyment, beauty, names. There's so many Greek names that make their way into the Jewish vocabulary, and not just great figures like Alexander, but figures like Antigonus, Antigonus, clearly. So there's no question that on all kinds of levels, in a systemic manner, Hellenism infiltrated Jewish society. And we see it also in terms of, for example, entertainment. Greeks were phenomenal entertainers. The tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, making phenomenal plays that are still classics today. The Greek myths were so powerful, so engaging, that Jews were also engaged in theatrical presentations. Quite often, against the wishes of the rabbis, as we shall see later, theater was associated with inappropriate behavior in all kinds of ways. But that didn't stop the Jews from going to the theater and just here's a beautiful view of the theater at Caesarea that was built later on by Herod, not in the Greek period, but in the successor to the Greek period. The Romans and anyways followed a lot of Greek culture as well. And Jews were frequently the theaters, much to the consternation of the rabbis. Even things like the Sanhedrin, which is, of course, a deeply Jewish institution, Sanhedrin being the great court of the Jews. And then the idea of the Sanhedrin is already described in the Torah with gathering of a certain number, a large number, in this case here 72, men to judge cases of Jewish law. But the very word Sanhedrin is Greek in origin. This is not a Hebrew term. And these are just a few examples of how Athenian culture really penetrated Jewish culture in so many ways to what was going to become a cultural struggle. But in the first 150 years of the Greek presence in Israel, Jews were grabbing onto it with both hands. The period that I'm describing right now is primarily a period from Alexander the Great, about 332 before the Common Era, to Antiochus Epiphanes IV, who was the wicked king associated with the Hanukkah rebellion. That was in the year 165 before the Common Era. So we have about 150 years of this kind of cross-fertilization of culture, and even a degree of slavish imitation of Hellenistic norms. But let me just give you a little bit of a deductive experiment for a second. So let's say you have a bowl of chicken soup, and it's delicious, it's aromatic, it's flavorful, and it's got so much nutrition. So, but it's really too hot. It's too much. And it's hard to eat it when it is so hot. So you put an ice cube in it, put a little bit of water in it, and you wait a little bit, but it's still delicious. But the fact is, it's still too hot. You really want to eat it, but it's still too hot. So you put some more ice, a little bit more water, and basically when more traditionalists got into Jewish studies, they said, no, this is too much. Enough with the Greek stuff already. You are taking up so much of it that you are sacrificing core values. So that's where we're going to pick up our story in the next video. Just want to set the scene of the very powerful culture of Greece that encountered Jerusalem 4 centuries before the Bible. Thanks very much. Okay, now that we've had a quick look at the tremendous Maccabean role, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes to do a very short mini video to look at the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, that is the kings and high priests that followed the Maccabean revolt. And this is a period of tremendous consequence in many ways, but I'm just going to treat it very lightly today because we're going to be coming back to it repeatedly over the next coming videos. Basically, what we're discussing now is from the Maccabean revolt, which happened in the mid-160s before the Common Era, up until the entry of Pompey, a Roman general, in Jerusalem in the year 68 before the Common Era, so about 100 years. Now, the truth is, the Maccabean dynasty, known as the Hashmonaim, continued, particularly through the line of Mariam, a great-granddaughter who married Herod, but the Herodian dynasty is quite distinct in many ways, and that extends from the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era up until the Great Revolt, which results in the destruction of the temple in the year 70. So we're going to look at the first 100 years from about 167 to about 68 before the Common Era, and bear in mind that we've got another 100-odd years that are quite distinct. We spent a lot of time on them from about 68 before the Common Era to 70 of the Common Era. Okay, let's look at this first 100 years. I think the most significant thing to say about the Maccabean dynasty is the remarkable territorial expansion that took place under their watch. Have a look at this map here, which shows you the center of the Maccabean revolt was essentially in Judea, right in the region around Jerusalem, in the Judean hills, and so on. It was fairly landlocked. It had some access to the Dead Sea and, of course, the Jordan River, but otherwise it was efficiently blocked from the Mediterranean and from significant population centers to the north as well. Under the successive Maccabean kings, however, under the brothers of Yehuda Maccabee and then under his nephews, you begin to see significant expansion, in particular under the reign of Yochanan Kohen Gadol, also known as John Hyrcanus. You see very significant extension to the north throughout Samaria, expansion to the coast as well, and most significantly for historical purposes, the expansion to the south into Idumea. This will become extremely important because this is the region from which Herod will descend, and the Idumeans and their conquest by John Hyrcanus is one of the more controversial periods in Jewish history because this was the first and only time that we have in recorded Jewish history of a forcible conversion of a non-Jewish people. The Idumeans were accepted into the Maccabean kingdom, and they were also forced to accept Judaism. Now, what exactly that Judaism was that they accepted is something we're going to explore in the next 3 lectures of this series to some degree. But this was something that the rabbis later severely criticized. They viewed the negative implications of Herod's rule in particular as a consequence of this forced conversion. And as a result, Judaism put essentially a ban on any type of state behavior like this or any even communal behavior like this. forced conversion is simply not a thing in Judaism as a result. You will also see significant expansion under Alexander Yanai, one of the Maccabean kings who was definitely not favored by the rabbis. His wife, Shlomo Malka, we'll discuss in a moment, she had a very major impact, however, on the promotion of the rabbis and sages, who again we're going to discuss in the subsequent lecture. The Maccabean kingdom, I would say, was a small empire, actually expanded dramatically in all areas of activity, not only geographically and militarily, but also in terms of its political reach, in terms of its cultural activity, in terms of its economic activity. We have an amazing series of coins coming from the Maccabean kingdom. Here you have a beautiful coin, which is actually in my possession. This is a pluta, the smallest unit of currency that was circulating in the Maccabean era. This comes from the era of Yochanan Coin Gadol, or John Erpnis. And you can see on this coin there is a double cornucopia. You can see how primitive the coin is. It's stamped off center, and it's lumpy and so on. The double cornucopia symbolizes prosperity and wealth and so on. And on the other side of the coin, this is very difficult to make out, but you can see lots of examples on the web. And it's an interesting kind of take in which Yochanan Cohen Gadol refers to himself as being part of the commonwealth of the Jewish people. This is one of the significant areas in which the rabbis were critical of the Hashmonaim, because historically the office of king and the office of the high priest were separate. The office of the king was assigned to the tribe of Judah ever since David, and the office of the high priest is typically among the Kohanim, obviously, which are the descendants of Aaron, who was of the tribe of Levi. But among the Maccabees, they took both of those offices to themselves, which the rabbis felt was an inappropriate arrogation of additional authority. And some of the kings kind of tried to soften this by saying they rule with the consent of the commonwealth of Jews. Others were less hesitant about proclaiming themselves both high priest and king. This is also an exceptionally important period because we see the rise of a new class of authority figures within Jewish body politic, quite possibly following a much earlier trend, but only now, perhaps with state authority, do we really see these individuals beginning to rise to authority. I'm talking specifically about the sages, also known as the Pharisees, primarily in Christian readings. These are essentially the rabbis who would become the great leaders of the Jewish people, inspire them, shape the way in which we understand Judaism today and things like this. There's a lot more to say about this, but you'll have to wait till the next lecture. But for now, let's just look briefly at Shlomo Malka, which was an unusual woman. She was the widow of Alexander Yanai. She was known in much of the Greek literature as Salome, but beware, there are several Salomes. This is not the Salome that is associated with John the Baptist. This is Salome Alexandra. Shlomo Malka means simply peace unto Jerusalem, the queen. Her name, Shlomo means peace unto Jerusalem. At any rate, she was, unlike her husband, a great fan of the rabbis. Her brother was very highly placed among them, and when her husband died, she was allowed the freedom, now as sole ruler of the Maccabean kingdom, to institute a new reign, which was very religious friendly. I know it sounds strange because just 100 odd years earlier, they had fought this battle for religious liberty, but under the successive Maccabean kings, this religious freedom was strangely curtailed. And Shlomo Malka, in many ways, revived it by giving the popular rabbis, whose of support was really among the wider population, not specifically from the temple ritual, not specifically from the sacrificial cult and so on. So Shlomo Malka, in many ways, actually restored this period of religious freedom of expression. And her reign was regarded as a period of unrivaled prosperity, both materially and spiritually. Unfortunately, this all came to an end. We will recall that when Yehuda Maccabee was engaged in his struggles at the beginning of the Maccabean period, he actually appealed to the Romans for the possibility of intervention. They did not intervene at that time, but it helped to stay some of the ambitions of the Assyrian Greeks in Israel at the time. But with the death of Shlomzion Hamalka in the year 67, her sons engaged in a brutal conflict over who would control Israel, who would be the next king, who would be the next high priest, and so on. They both independently appealed to the Romans, specifically in the figure of Pompey, shown here, a general, who ultimately ended up intervening in that fraternal conflict by invading the region and taking Jerusalem in the year 63. Hard to imagine a fraternal conflict like this with an appeal to an outside source turning out any differently. But at any rate, that's what happened. Pompey enters in the year 63 and effectively establishes Roman dominion over the land of Israel. The Hashmonaim continue, the dynasty goes on, and ultimately it will become the Herodian dynasty. Herod marries one of the last daughters of the Maccabean kingdom, but that's something that we'll have to explore in a further video. For now, though, we've had a quick look at the brief rise and tremendous expansion and the tremendous potential demonstrated by the dynasty of the Maccabees, and we'll have to continue with discussion of the internal religious developments in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. It's time now for us to just take a step back away from the political and military and certainly social history of the era of the Hashmonaim, and I'd like to look a little bit more at intellectual history. In order to do that, we're going to have to expand the chronological scope of the period I'd like to cover. I'd like to take a look at the Second Temple period, which extends in the conventional chronology from the year 539, when the exiles returned from Babylonia under the decree of Cyrus that we described a while ago, and began to rebuild the temple until the year 70 of the Common Era, which is the date normally associated with the destruction of the temple by the Romans. We're actually going to squeeze a little bit past that up to the year 200. So we're talking about a fairly large period of time right now, and I'd like to speak about some of the most important trends and two of those important intellectual products of the Jewish people at the time, specifically the Midrash in the next lecture and the Mishnah in the next lecture. So let's think a little bit though about what's happening intellectually and spiritually in the Jewish population after the return from exile. We have a period of time now which is moving from a locus of authority in revelation, the high period of the great prophets that we described a while ago, and their direct access to godly intent, which then they would share with people, whether or not the people would like it. And now we're looking into a period in which a lot of that text has been now recorded and is now in circulation. And this on top of the text of the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses. And now the locus of authority shifts from those people who are somehow immediately receiving the word of God, which then they distribute as instructions to people or as rebuke. And now it has to do with people who can interpret the existing texts that slowly become canonized in Scripture. This is a very important shift. It takes many hundreds of years, but it represents the rise of the rabbinic class. A whole different group of people who are not necessarily known for their somehow innate ability to history as well. I'm going to try and deal with both of these things in such a way that we can appreciate history as it develops on a human level, and at the same time understand a little bit about the way in which Jews understood these events on a religious level. Perhaps I should point out right now a beautiful passage from the Shire of Coleman's wonderful book from the Maccabees to the Mishnah, which covers the period that we're talking about today. He asks a great question about it. What is Judaism? Is Judaism like an ideal, aspirational set of beliefs and particular practices? And the closer a person adheres to that, that is normative Jewish behavior? Or do we say that Judaism is what Jews do, whether or not it is connected to this aspirational idea? The former question is answered best by a rabbi, which by the way I am not. The latter question is addressed more by a historian, and he will come and be dancing between these two poles from time to time, as trying to understand both what Jews ideally wanted for themselves, and in particular, the rabbis articulated what they wanted for the Jewish people, and on the other hand, we'll try to understand what Jews themselves are doing. In today's lecture, however, and the two that follow, we're going to be focusing more on the aspirational way of understanding what is Judaism and what do Jews do. Okay, enough introduction. Let's go straight to the material. So, one of the most important institutions that develops at this time is something called the Great Assembly. The Knesset Sabbath, the Great Assembly, the name Knesset in modern Israeli pronunciation is, of course, the deliberating body of the Israeli government, and it takes its name from this original institution. And 120 seats in it, just like today's Knesset, and so on. Now, the roots of the Great Assembly are lost in the mists of time. One might assume that perhaps this Great Assembly was created first under Ezra, that he is named, in fact, in some of the later literature as the leader of the Great Assembly. And we know in particular that Shimon HaTzadik, the Shimon the righteous one, was the last of the Great Assembly. That's a reference right there in the first opening paragraph of Pirkei Avot, one of the greatest statements of rabbinic philosophy in the ancient period. So it's hard to date precisely when Shimon HaTzadik lived. There are different opinions as to which Shimon the high priest was, and the Talmud places him in the late 4th century with the advent of Alexander into the region, but it's also not impossible that this could be a Shimon a little bit later, actually in the period of Hashmonaim, although that would make the Talmud problematic. At any rate, the actual membership of the Anshe Knesset Gedola was apparently high-level rabbis, which is exactly what the title is, and also some of the latest prophets were included. Chagai, Zechariah, Malachi, for example, this body, this deliberative body, that was also a legislative body. It's a great mystery. What exactly was it? How did they convene? Who was involved in it? But for the time being, we have to posit that this body did produce a significant amount of religious legislation. We begin to see the development of a new type of rabbi, which is really not used in prior texts in any amount of frequency. The term rabbi is derived from the Hebrew term rav, which means great or large. Since you would address someone, more highness, I guess in English, your greatness. And in Israel, the term used in great antiquity was Rabbi, it's the actual pronunciation, which means my greatness, my largeness, which is translated to be my teacher. That's more colloquial, more accurate in that regard, but it's not exactly what the term is literally. In Babylonia, the term Rav alone is preferred. The term rabbi, with that pronunciation, it's actually kind of this is not a prophet, this is not a king, this is not a priest. This is someone who's like an expert information worker. It's a class of people that rise to prominence in this Second Temple period, and in particular, in the last century before the Common Era, and the first century of the Common Era. That's the golden age of the rabbis. In many ways, that's the period in which we get a lot of the great writers. We talk about two major sections of in the next two lectures. And I want to just make one last point before we go on to the next level. One of the things that you see happen in a lot of popular histories, particularly those written for theologically inclined audiences, is this idea of writing history backwards, of trying to imagine what ancient history was, and looking at that aspirational ideal even of today, but certainly of the late antiquity, late first century, early second century, and positively backwards. The problem is we don't have contemporary texts that will allow us to really get a good look at what it meant to be a rabbi, let's say in the year 500 before the Common Era, or 800 before the Common Era. We don't really have a text. We do have texts from much, much later, like let's say 100 before the Common Era, that will tell us about something like 500 years earlier. But that, of course, is from a historical point of view, not as ideal as a contemporary period text. By the time we get to that weird year zero, but you know what I'm talking about, we'll have lots of interesting texts that are from outside of the biblical perspective that also give us some great ideas of what it was like socially. But for now, we have to work with the texts that we have and project backwards as conservatively as possible to try and understand history as it actually unfolds. Here's a beautiful image from John the construction of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. It apparently looked nothing like this. What an amazing kind of installation of images. At any rate, the reason why I illustrated this particular slide with artwork of today is because we should recall that around this time there is a big shift in the center of authority. Who do you put to for religious instruction, for religious inspiration? In the pre-Ezra period, or let's say the first temple period, that would certainly be the priest, the Kohen. The Kohen would be responsible to be connected to Jerusalem, to the temple rituals, to the sacrificial cult. That really was the main focus of Judaism. We have scattered tiny, interesting references in various biblical books to types of prayer, which were almost always done at the sanctuary in Jerusalem, or like Chana, for example, in the book of Samuel, at the tabernacle when it was in the traveling mode. But we don't have a lot of really great data of, who would you go to if you lived in, I don't know, Spot, or if you lived in Alexandria? Where would you get religious instruction for this early second temple period? There seems to be a shifting to away from the temple itself, although it retains the center, but it becomes more diffuse as people seek out religious instruction, and it becomes to move towards people who are masters of and the soul of the tradition, which, as we shall see, involves a lot more than just textual familiarity with the texts that would become canonized and form the Tanakh, but really masters a much larger amount of information, which is opposed to something we call oral Torah. The people who inherited this romantical authority and would ultimately become much more significant once the Torah is presented with the rabbis. They're the ones who are able to take the portable tradition and implant it in the diaspora and nourish it not only so that it thrives, but it flourishes. And at this point, we should try to understand what we mean by the Tanakh, what we mean by the this eventually forms the tripartite Bible, the Torah, the first 5 books, Nevi'im, which are most of the prophets, and finally Ketuvim, or writings, which includes some kind of miscellaneous works like Psalms, which are more like prayers, the wisdom literature, like the book of Proverbs, some other books which seem like they belong to prophets, like the Chronicles, and some fascinating miscellany, like Song of Songs, for example. Now, there's no question that these texts are circulating in the 2nd century, but we don't know exactly the process by which they were exactly canonized. The Talmud definitely mentions a specific number of the texts, but nowhere does it actually list all of the individual texts of the Bible, which is kind of accepted by the 1st century, which is a known thing. Yeah, this is what's included, these are the things which are not included. Now, there are a few passages in the Talmud which speak about whether or not this book should be included. Some decisions are made regarding, for example, Song of Songs and regarding Ecclesiastes. And other decisions are made regarding books which are definitely out. Books like Ben Sira, we talked about the book of Maccabees, for example. Those texts are excluded. The people who learn mastery not only of these texts that become the Bible, but also learn mastery of the interpretation of these texts. Those are the rabbis. And we should also point out one last detail here. They have different rules of interpretation depending on which book it is. The 5 books of Moses, the Torah, that is considered sacrosanct on the highest possible level. There are no accepted errors, there are no typos, other than obviously scribal ones, which would render the Torah scroll invalid for use. And there's a whole series of hermeneutic rules as to actually how does one interpret the written text of the Torah. What we're looking at, by the way, is the oldest existing text of the Dean of Ketuvim. Unfortunately, the Torah section was lost. It is the Aleppo Codex, which dates from the 10th century. And as you can see, there are a lot of Masoretic markings on the inside, which specifically indicate, for example, how the text is to be pronounced. So we'll talk more about this when we get to the Masoretic. Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff going on. That's kind of like an introduction to the rise of this new information class of the rabbis. Let's look at 2 of their major occupations, which was the recording of something called the Midrash and something else called the Mishnah. And that's 2 lectures. One of those fascinating aspects of the Hebrew is a method of interpreting the Torah, which is known as Midrash. This is a fascinating approach to the text of the Torah, specifically the first 5 books of Moses himself, but there are Midrashim on the rest of the Bible as well. Let us understand what exactly is this Midrash and how it is understood today. So, the golden era of the rabbinic hermeneutics, meaning the way in which rabbis understood the Torah, was towards the end of the period we discussed today. That is between years 100 before the Common Era and let's say up to about 200 of the Common Era, when the Mishnah was redacted. That does not mean to say, however, that all of the texts that are described in Midrash are from that period. They are really quoting much older statements which have been handed down as part of the oral tradition, and then eventually become recorded by class historical period known as the Tanaim, and the later class known as the Amoraim. More on that in a few lectures. So the texts that we're describing today, many of them can be dated with accuracy no earlier than, say, about the year 100 before the Common Era, but they're quoting much earlier traditions. So we see this, by the way, in other books as well. about Homer, for example, the Odyssey, then we have the classics. Literature also handed down as oral traditions until they were finally recorded in text. Now, the term midrash is a way of approaching the text of the Torah, of interpreting the text of the Torah. It comes from the word drash, which means to seek out, to request, or to examine. And it is fascinating and often quite disruptive means of understanding the meaning of the Torah text itself. It's really quite creative. In many ways, it's not dissimilar from a lot of modern literary techniques, such as deconstructionism and so on. Fascinating things in the text, often with multiple valences in contradictory directions. Absolutely fascinating. I should point out, it's very important to understand, that according to Jewish theology, midrash also comes from Sinai, that it is an oral tradition that goes all the way back to the written text itself, and as such has tremendous importance. However, when you have the drashim that move in different directions, or the drashim that seem to be highly hyperbolic in nature, it can be very difficult to understand what exactly they mean. Many approaches, particularly in the modern era, understand the midrash to be very poetic in nature rather than hard and fast and meant to be taken on a literal level. But I will leave that to the rabbis to figure out. I'm just a regular historian. So there is halachic midrash and there is Haggadic midrash. Halachic is an adjective, English form of an adjective, based on the word halakha, which means to walk or to travel. And this is the word used for Jewish law. There's much more to say about this as halakha is developed, especially when it's codified in the medieval period. But anyway, halachic midrash are midrashic readings of the text by the rabbis that inform non-Jewish behavior, hence halachic. So, for example, you'll see on the left here is a photograph of an IDF soldier who is wearing phylacteries or Hebrew tefillin. These are leather boxes that are commonly worn during weekday prayer. The box on the top contains several structural passages, and the box on the left arm also contains scriptural passages. There's a ritual for wrapping around the arm and so on, and prayers are read while these are done. Now, a question might arise, where does this come from? If you read the Bible itself, it says in Deuteronomy that you shall bind them, which appears to be a reference to the words of the Torah, as a sign upon your hands and as frontlets upon your eyes. Now, what exactly is a sign of your hand? What does that look like? Frontlets between your eyes, what does that also? So the Midrash steps in to give us some explanation. Let's have a quick look at one example. You note in the picture here that the box of tefillin on the arm is worn on the left arm, on the bicep, slightly tilted inwards towards the heart. So correctly. Let's have a look at how we get to that from the Midrash. So this is from the Midrash Halacha called Sifrei, which is written on the book of Devarim, or the Deuteronomy. And I've taken these citations from the amazing website Sefaria, which is a fantastic place to get Hebrew text that's huge and free and wide open. I love it. So here it is. I'll read the Hebrew. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Al Yad the Goba Shel Yad. The Torah says that you should wear the tefillin on your hand, and that means the high part of your hand. So what would that mean? Well, you think that's up towards the top. Maybe perhaps in a bulge in your bicep. You said it should be on the high part of the hand. But maybe it should be on the hand itself. And the text already says on your hand. Talmud and it will be for you as a sign upon your hands. For you as a sign, and not as a sign for others. Right? So you read what's happening here. The Midrash is kind of looking with a microscope at the text itself and trying to figure out, well, where do you put this box? You put it on the back of your hand, you put it on the forearm, where does it go? As well, the rest of the text says it shall be for you as a sign, something that's closer to you. So that would mean up here, which is close to the center of my body, my self part. So it's interesting. Midrash is investigating and asking. It's not written like, a series of rules. It's written like a give and take. We'll see about that in a mission. These words shall be on your heart. Davar shekeneged livcha. That he said, it means that it should be something close to your heart. Where is close to your heart and hand? That would clearly be your bicep. Right? So here's an example of midrash really picking apart the text, finding a couple of words. One is for you, and another one is your heart. Those are one word each in Hebrew, so on. So that's how you know where the tone should be going. It doesn't exist in the text itself. You have to unpack the text to get to the meaning. Now let's just go a little further. And midrash, by the way, goes deep and further. But good for you. Dalgar Achim, another interpretation that itself is not saying. Midrash would allow multiple interpretations. Yazba Zesko. When it says on your hand, it means your left hand. Why? Ata Zesko or Emilio. You say it's the left hand, maybe it's the right hand. Okay, I can't prove it to you for sure, but I can give you kind of an illusion. Look at the judge says, so then the Midrash goes on, I'll paraphrase the English of that, in the reference there where Gael kills Sisera by driving a tent peg through his temple gates. Her hand reaches out to the peg, and her right hand is holding the hammer. So there you go. Whenever it says hand on its own, without specifying right hand, must be its left hand. Okay, nice. That's not a proof, but it's at least one example. In number 9, when Rabbi Nathan says the same thing, that you combine binding with writing, so that means the hand that you do the binding with is the same hand that you do writing with. So most people, that is the right hand. And the Midrash will go on and on about the last part here, but there's so much of it. What about if you're naturally left-handed? What about if a person is an amputee? All kinds of things like this that Midrash will explore. And of course, this is just the beginning of a long exploration, which you'll also find in the topic. So Midrash is such a clear example of how the rabbis now, as information workers, are teasing out the meaning of the text and providing direct, clear instruction on halakha, how to behave. The other major area of Midrash, and I will argue that especially since the Talmud, the Haggadic Midrash is even more important. Unlike halakha, which deals primarily with what Jews should do, how they should act, Haggadah, on the other hand, which is basically what Haggadah, like a Passover Seder, it's the telling, refers to how Jews might want to think, refers to lessons of the text, philosophy, history, demography, metaphysics, all kinds of things about the text that reveals to us that doesn't necessarily specifically mandate a particular course of action, but does mandate some kind of thought process. So just to give you one example, the binding of Isaac, which is described in Genesis 22. So in that passage, when God first approaches Abraham and says, I want you to sacrifice Isaac, the actual text of God's request is a little more specific. It says, take now your son, your only son, whom you would love, even Isaac. Now the Midrash asks, why all this detail? Why not just say, take Isaac? What is this business of all these other phrases? So let's look at Bereshit Rabbah. Bereshit is from Genesis, once again from the amazing Sephardi website. And the phrase says, remember, Kachna has been done, etc. Take your son and so on. Amar-lo, and by the way, you'll notice that in the text doesn't bother quoting the rest of the verses. You really should know it. What are you doing with studying Midrash if you haven't studied the Torah? So God says to him, please take your son. They trained for these. So Abraham says back to God, this is not in the biblical text. This is the Midrash interpolating a dialogue that is not reproduced in the biblical text. How do we approach that interpolation? Is it imaginary? Is it a thought experiment? Is it actual? What exactly does it mean? That's the Rabbi. God's, and oh, by the way, if you're sensitive to language, that this is written in Aramaic rather than Hebrew, which indicates a sense of everything that's written down in text form, even though it could have been repeated over for much longer, further back in history, it's recorded certainly that the very much Jews spoke Aramaic or spoke Hebrew. Anyway, Abraham says to God, I've got two sons. Which son are you? Right? Don't forget Abraham has Ishmael, the oldest son, and Yitzchak, the youngest son, Isaac. And so God says to him, as your only son. And remember that the text in the Bible said, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, and Isaac. So God says to Abraham, your only son. So Abraham doesn't even know how to know exactly the people. Exactly the people. God, I don't understand. This one, Ishmael, is the only son of his mother. And this one, Isaac, is also the only son of his mother. Ishmael is the only son of Hagar. Isaac is the only son of Sarah. Which one? No, Asher. God says, okay, Abraham, the one that you love. Right? So, listen to what Adam says. He says, are there limits to a Christian's? Is it possible for me to measure which one I love more? If there's a limit to this, I don't know. So, finally, God says to him, no, says, okay, Isaac, that's right. I'm going to keep talking and move on with the English, obviously, with the translation. But basically, what's going on in this midrash is God is stretching out the conversation with Abraham. Or perhaps we can say that Abraham is stretching out the conversation. The conclusion of the midrash is that God stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished. Meaning, it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and form it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest as well that there are other readings of this midrash as well. That's one of the things about the midrash is that it's so rich and powerful deep meaning that you think so many profound thoughts as you try to work through the midrash. Also, note please that the midrash seems to be intrinsically opaque. It's not transparent. It doesn't give it to you on a platter. Everything the midrash is trying to say requires you to respond to it. Perhaps this is another way of understanding the word midrash itself. It's a search. It's a journey for meaning. It's an attempt to discover something. And in that sense, midrash is absolutely fascinating. Okay, let us go on. Next lecture, we talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular period of Jewish history. Let us now discuss the Mishnah. And as you can see from this photograph here, the Mishnah was, for the vast majority of Jewish history, the preserve exclusively of men. This is a highly androcentric activity. Yeshiva is, for most of Jewish history, a men's club where guys get together, typically in uniform like this, with kilos and white shirts, and they struggle to understand the meaning of the text. In the 20th century in particular, we see a lot of change. God willing, we'll speak about that change later on in this series, but for the time being, this is essentially a man's activity, but that's not where I'm going right now. Let's go to the text itself. One of the major things that happens towards the end of the period that we're discussing right now, right around the year 200 of the Common Era, is a fateful decision by Rabbi Hanassi, who is charged with the political leadership of the Jewish population in Israel. And remember, this is a good 150 years after the destruction of the temple, after tremendous devastation, persecution of the Jews, expansion of the diaspora of Jews taken into slavery, phenomenal economic pressures, all kinds of things are threatening to tear apart the Jewish people. And Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi decided to take a fairly dramatic step, which was heavily criticized at the time, of taking all this body of information, which is called the Torah, and recording it in writing. That is, taking something which has been for centuries handed down from rabbi to student, debated orally in study halls such as the one I showed you earlier, suddenly saying, you know what, now we're going to capture it in specific words on a page. They're going to be described, it's going to be text, it's going to be like the written Torah, which has more or less been canonized since the first century at any rate. And now we're going to take this intentionally flexible document and body of teachings, and we're going to freeze it in stone, canonize it much like the Bible has been canonized, and that's going to change the way Jews learn their Torah forever. It's also after the disastrous Bar Kokhba rebellion that results in even more devastation, particularly in the region of Jerusalem and Judean mountains. And so the Jews had a very, very difficult time in their history, politically, socially, economically, and especially religiously. So what Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi did, and we'll speak more about this God willing when we get to the second century in our discussions, he took the teachings that would become the Mishnah, but he specifically did not list it as a long code. He did not list all of the conclusions. He rather listed a series of debates. He listed a series where Rabbi X says this and Rabbi Y says that. And like if you're looking to the Mishnah to try to find the answer, how can I cook this chicken if it's kosher or not? You won't find that answer there. You have to enter into the debate because you see that Rabbi X says it is kosher, Rabbi Y says it isn't kosher. And the only way to know it is to actually engage in the debate and see how that debate eventually ends. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi does not offer that to you because he intentionally retained this open-ended dialogue necessary that is absolutely necessary. Let me give you a look at a couple of examples. So this is a passage from the Mishnah Peah. That's a tractate that describes how when you are harvesting the field, you have to leave a corner of the field behind for the cook. The word Peah means cook. The Peah, which is the corner of the field, the first fruits that you put in this was a sacrificial offering, the appearance in Jerusalem, like showing up, and the acts of kindness. And finally, the study of Torah. These, on the other hand, are the things which one enjoys the interest thereof in this world, but the principal value is next to it. And notice here, by the way, the rabbis make explicit reference to Olam Haba, as it were, which is not something you find in the Bible in the same way. Kibbud Avahim, honoring father and mother, right? With joy, kind of like an ancillary benefit of that particular commandment in this world, but the principal value, the reward, is the next one. And kindness to others, the Hava Shalom Ben Adam and bringing about peace between people, the Sabbath Torah, learning Torah. Well, that's the best of it. Okay, very nice. So that's the Mishnah. It's kind of an open-ended statement is supposed to be mindful more about these things, but there's no internal contradiction until you get to the very next passage, which says, "Ein pochasim b'peah l'shisha." You can't leave less than 1 part in 60 as the sacrificial offering of peah. What? You just told me that there's no shiur, there's no size to peah. Now, in the very next Mishnah, you're saying there's a size. The Mishnah gives even though I know I just said that there's no measure to it. It has to do with the greatness of the field, the size of the field, and according to the needs of the poor, and according to how much a field gives. So he just throws out the first Mishnah out the window. Now we go to the second Mishnah. Now we also don't have a clear large size. We have 1 in 60 that the rabbis give us, but we don't have a larger size. And then if you look at the third part of this Mishnah, which I'm not going to go into, then there's not only size in terms of how much area you have to divide, but when you have to divide it, where in the field you divide it, and so on. And so the Mishnah offers right away different approaches to the same question. And the only way you can really understand what you're supposed to do is by engaging, hopefully engaging with a study partner, and especially if engaging with a master, a rabbi, who will then give you the course of the debate and give you to a conclusion. That's how the Mishnah works. It is intrinsically dialectical in nature. You must engage it. You must ideally engage it with other communities as well. What's in the Mishnah? So the 6 orders of the Mishnah form the acronym Zman Naka, which means takes time, or if you like, time flies. And they are as follows. The first 3, making up the acronym Zman, or time, are C's, which are primarily dealing with agricultural law. We saw that in the Mishnah area. We just looked at, that's referring to agricultural laws in Israel, how to take the payout from the field. The second section is times, which primarily deals with holidays, the Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, things like that. The third section, which is the largest section, is Yom National. And this also gives us a sense of how androcentric the doctrine is. It's primarily written by men for men, and so it is about women. So the section on women deals with how does one marry a woman, how does one divorce a woman, how does one pay the divorce settlement, and all kinds of things like this that deal primarily with women. Then the fourth section is damages. And yes, there's a lot of yeshiva jokes about the sequence here. But damages are kind of like a classic section of the Mishnah. By the way, all of this forms the core of what would become later the Talmud. So the Talmud is essentially an extensive discussion of the Mishnah. More on that in later class. And then holy things, which deals primarily with the temple, sacrificial laws, and final purities, which deal with the complex laws of personal purity, such as the bathing and ritual immersion and so on. So those are the areas that are concerned to the Mishnah, divided into these 6 sections. The 6 sections are known as the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah, abbreviated that is known as Shas, and that's also an abbreviation for the Talmud because it follows the same order. So when someone learns Shas, they typically say they've learned the entire Talmud, usually the Babylonian Talmud, although the root of that term comes from the Mishnah. Let's just reflect for a moment now on the implications of this doctrine of the Mishnah. It's hugely important, immeasurably important in terms of the survival of the Jewish people. What we would not see achievement was to take a text which was rooted in revelation as a source of authority. First the revelation to Moses and Sinai, then the revelation to the prophets and so on, and firmly transform the chain of tradition in terms of sola into a text which is theoretically far more accessible to anyone. Now, he retained a lot of the transmission that requires engagement such that, it's not appropriate for a Jew to simply pick up the Mishnah and say, well, I'm going to learn the Mishnah, and I'm not going to ask anyone else what it means. I'm not going to engage with a rabbi or a study partner and so on. I'm just going to approach it based on my own, and hope for the best. That is not the traditional form of Jewish learning, certainly not what the Nasi intended by keeping the arcane equivalent of the nature of the Mishnah available. Rather, what the Nasi did was he cemented the need for a centripetal force in Jewish intellectual activity that Jews needed to gather to focus on this task. But at the same time, he allowed the entire Torah to become far more portable. Suddenly, in the absence of the temple, Jews could still engage in study as a religious activity, which certainly enshrined in the earliest passages. But a while ago, the Shema, for example, it talks about speaking out the words of Torah as you walk upon the path. But the Mishnah was a huge leap forward in preserving the Torah, and later being expanded in Talmud, and it really perpetuated itself to the present day. Okay, that's it for our very quick, brief lecture look at intellectual history and the rise of the rabbis. We're going to go back to looking at social history with the Roman period next. Thank you very much for watching. At this point, we shall have a brief look at the very consequent reign of King Herod, the Hebrew Herodotus. Herod reigned in Judea from 37 to the year 4 before the Common Era, put in place some of its most magnificent architecture that lasts to the present day in some cases, and had a dramatic impact on the nature of the relationship between several elements of the population. He was a tyrant, a madman, but a very effective administrator at the same time. And although he made tremendous efforts to try to win over the local population, he never quite managed to do so. He created a tremendously important image of the land of Israel far and wide. He really brought the fame and the prestige of the region into a much broader discussion and consensus in the world, but at the same time, he built an iron fist and was quite feared. The story of Herod's rise to power will give us a sense of what the times were like and the tremendous separation between the ruling classes and what the common person could have thought of as the ideals of Judaism. Have a look at this map here. So this is what the Roman Empire looked like in the middle of the 1st century before the Common Era. The blue area on the right represents the conquest of General Pompey that we mentioned very briefly recently, but it is in this context that we understand the precursor of Herod's rise to power. Basically, as we picked up last week, the last great of the queens of the Maccabean regime, Queen Shlomo Malka, Alexandria Salome, when she passed away, her two sons, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, got into a fratricidal conflict over who would be the king of Israel. Antipater was one of the Idumeans, as you recall, show you that for a second. Idumea was south of Judea, and this was a region that was forcibly conquered, and people there forcibly converted to Judaism under John Perkins, very controversial moment in Jewish history. Antipater was one of the descendants of that people. It was kind of like a nefarious figure in the last reigning years of the Rothschild. He advised Aristobulus, one of the brothers, to go out to the Nabateans, which would favor the kingdom that were in the south, but also in the east on the other side of the Dead Sea, and seek Nabatean aid to try and push his brother out of leadership. His brother decided to go to Pompey in particular. Pompey brought both figures before him and decided that Hyrcanus was likely the also, because he's heard about the temple, very curious to see exactly what is the ritual of the Jews, and so he desecrates it by his presence. He does not destroy the temple, but he actually walks into the Holy of Holies to investigate. What he finds there is rather surprised to see that there is nothing inside the Holy Zone, which Jews really do worship an invisible God. Here's a powerful painting by Jean Fouquet, 15th century, showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies. And you can see at the bottom the land Jew is living with corpses. He divides up the area into 4 distinct regions. So Judea actually has 4 pieces to it at this point. It is geographically landlocked, that is, from the Mediterranean, does have access to the Dead Sea. Working from the south, you see Idumea, to the east, you have Perea, this would be on the east bank of the Jordan River, and then there's the Samaritan land up to the north, the Galilee. These are the 4 regions that were assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, of course, Pompey gets locked into a major conflict with none other than Julius Caesar. What ends up happening is that Antipater, the Idumean, we'll call him, who was involved in the nefarious rebellion, he ends up joining with Caesar against Pompey. And when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater the de facto ruler of Judea. Hyrcanus, who's still around, is named simply Ethnarch, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have the force of rule that Antipater would have. Antipater, in turn, named his 2 sons to leadership positions. The elder son, Facial, was given the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son, Herod, was given control of the Galilee. At that point, Caesar was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Antipater himself was assassinated. Herod would revenge his father's murder somewhat later. But while this is all happening, the Parthians appear. These are people who live to the far east in the region of Babylonia. They come in, they completely take over the region for a short period of time. They crown Aristobulus' son. Remember, this is the other brother in the Civil War. So his son Antigonus is named as king. And they take Hyrcanus, his rival, and they physically maim him so he can't take the position of high priest. The role of high priest was exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it was not uncommon for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Facial, Herod's brother, is captured and ultimately commits suicide. Herod flees by way of Alexandria to Rome. In Rome, he's a big hit, and he ends up named the king of the Jews. So he returns back to Judea in year 39. The Parthians are driven out, and after an extensive struggle with a tremendous bloody conflict, he ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem in year 37, and of course the massacre of the local population. And so from that year 37, with his conquest of Jerusalem, then he reigns basically undisturbed until the year 4 before the Common Era. A Stalin-like period of time, and in many ways he rules over that years of Stalin in the Soviet Union as well. We will have plenty of occasions to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty, but we should also remember at the same time that he was not a typical despot. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control of the manner that he decided. He attempted from time to time to have councils with the local people. He attempted to intercede for them on behalf of Rome. He also forgave taxes for years of drought. There were a few things in the point which were exceptional in the reign. But the main positive element of his long rule of Israel was his role as a good witness in 3 specific areas where he was extremely significant. The first is, of course, in a major renovation of the temple grounds. This is a modern reconstruction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds. He lavishly decorated the entire facility. He built brand new walls. In fact, locations of the Hashmonaim, so you have to go into archaeological sites to see the lower levels. This was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over unsuccessfully the affections of the people. He knew that Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and he thought by magnifying it, he would develop greater connections with the larger population. And also, this did work, developed the fame of Jerusalem as a major capital of the ancient world. In fact, the fame of the eternal city did spread far and wide. Many people were very curious to see what is this great temple that the Jews worship at. He also, at the same time, maintained very strong connections with Rome. Although he himself was of somewhat dubious Jewish origin, he, of course, was Idumean, and there was always questions about how Jewish really Idumeans lived given their forced conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen of Rome. And in Jerusalem, it was difficult for him to express that well, although he did, for example, attempt at one point to erect a Roman eagle on the temple grounds, which offended the Jewish sensibilities so terribly that once it was taken down, he simply did not try it again. But in the port city that he built, Caesarea on the Mediterranean, he created essentially a Roman-style polis that was equal for a self-governing city, which had all of the trappings of the greatest Roman cities around the world, including this beautiful amphitheater and many other facilities that were much more Roman in style. And in fact, for the next couple of hundred years, the Romans would prefer Caesarea as their capital, as their main base. Even though Jerusalem had far greater status, it was much too Jewish, it was much too religious. Caesarea not only did it have better access to the sea and so on, but it had a culture that was far more welcoming of Roman nomads. There was a very large Jewish population in Caesarea, but it was essentially a Roman city on Jewish soil. One of my favorites of his constructions is this remarkable palace at the rocky outcrop of Masada, which is in the middle of the Judean desert. You can see the Dead Sea in the background there. This gorgeous facility, very remote and craggy. This summer palace, maybe this is a winter palace, I'm not really sure. But built with tremendous engineering, ingenuity, and also with aesthetic sensibility. I've climbed this mountain down to the top of Masada part of my coming of age experiences, and watching the sunrise over the mountains of Moab in Jordan is an absolutely amazing experience. One can only imagine what it would be like to have the palace, one of these several palaces. Right? That gives you a sense of his vision, his connection to the outside world that was dragged to him. However, as I mentioned, he failed to make a connection with the people as a whole. The population, from the very beginning of his rule, favored Antigonus, who was a legitimate leader from the Hashmonaim dynasty, even though it was a flawed dynasty, and his father and uncle had ruled miserably over who would control Israel. Nevertheless, Herod was never able to get over the taint of his association with the Judeans, and also his really force to impose his will on Jewish people was not seen with charity. In some cases, he was, if you look at this coin, for example, you get a sense of him trying to find a balancing position. This is a Herodian coin from his era, and on the left is depicted an eagle. This is the first time that a Jewish king, since the Persian era, had put any kind of living being as an image on a coin. This was considered something that was deeply offensive to the Jews of that era. We already mentioned the Roman temple grounds. And this coin was circulated primarily in Caesarea, but all the other coins that circulated elsewhere were free of images of human beings or animals and so on. So it's like he was to do some things for the Jewish people, but he really didn't believe it himself, and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. He failed to win over the people, and in particular the Pharisees, who we'll speak about shortly. They refused to take an oath to him, and his multiple acts of cruelty, the Christian scriptures describe incredibly awful extent to which he murdered thousands of infants. We may jump back to that a little later when we talk about the Christianity. Meant that he was never a popular child. He also had an incredibly bizarre and tragic family life. He married multiple wives, like many of these kind of Eastern kings, for various purposes to protect himself, usually unsuccessfully, with local populations, and married many wives. The most famous of them, and certainly the highest status of them, was Mariamne, who's shown the first slide here. Mariamne was the last princess from the line of the Maccabees, and through her, he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king coming from the Maccabees. Ultimately, however, he would murder Mariamne, and then in a fit of regret and rage, he would order her body preserved in honey, which is just bizarre because he wanted to be close to her even after death. He would also murder all of her sons in a fit of rage, that is, his own sons, by as he murdered many of his children and his wives, feeling that they were seeking, in some cases correctly, to overthrow him. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with madness and regret, and ultimately he passed away in the year 4 before the Common Era. And the legacy that he left to his successors extends to unfold in the first century in some very significant ways, resulting, for example, in the birth of Christianity, which occurs under his successors, and then the Great Revolt, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of the temple. Okay, that's a very quick bit of comparing. Let's continue the next lecture with a discussion of the Jewish population at this time. In particular, we're going to look at sectarianism before we return to the history. Thank you very much for watching. It is perhaps a common misconception that the Jews of the first century were somehow better than the Jews of the 21st century. They were more cooperative, more sensitive, more morally acute, and generally more politically aware of the realities that surrounded them. There are some theological arguments to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I'll leave that to the rabbis to discuss. But when it comes to a historical perspective, I am reminded of my father's oft-stated motto, "Plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose," which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. And the fractiousness of the Jewish community in the first century before the Common Era through the first century of the Common Era was absolutely incredible, and in many ways quite comparable to our own 2,000 years later. So I'd like to look at 3 groups today, very briefly, and then in a following video, I'd like to look at the fascinating incident of the Qumran community, most likely the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but I'll save that for another video. For today, let's just look at 3 major groups: the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Zealots. How we know about these groups, and in fact the names for these groups, comes to us almost entirely from the testimonies of Josephus, who we've discussed in great detail, but we will come back to again and again in the ancient period, and Philo. Philo we haven't spoken about very much yet. He is an important first century philosopher who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and he was one of the very important conduits of Jewish thought to the outside world. And both of them give us some insight into the range of Jewish political, religious, and social expression of this era. We can fill in the gaps from what remains from Josephus' testimonies with passages from the Talmud and the Midrash and the Torah and the Christian scriptures and so on. But we were really heavily reliant on the overall structure that we get from Josephus and Philo. And I'll try and point out some of the lacunae that we still have in their records of these groups. But for now, let's concentrate on the three main groups. The first one for sure we've got to consider are the so-called Pharisees. This is not a term that we find within the Jewish scriptures or within the Jewish writings such as the Mishnah and the Talmud and so on. They may be known as the pollution, which means that those who separate. It's an interesting term. The etymology is not quite certain. It could be that it was originally a term of opprobrium cast at the Pharisees because they somehow separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to explore that in just a second. And then perhaps the rabbis took this as an adequate designator of who they are and who they stood for. This happens actually very commonly in history where one group will find some kind of nasty label for another group, and the other group will end up taking that label on and saying, "Yeah, that's us." One example that is quite close to what we're talking about today would be the term Orthodox, which was originally hurled at the so-called Alphabet, the old believers, the traditionalist Jews of the 18th century in particular, and early 19th century. And the term was meant to be an insult. Orthodox means what belief, which is not at all entirely true, but we'll get to that in the series. And ultimately, the Orthodox, so to speak, took on that term and said, "Yeah, that's us. Who are the pollution? Who are the Pharisees?" They are, by scholarly consensus, identified with the rabbis, the meaning the people who laid claim to an ancestral tradition known as the Masorah that we've spoken about briefly over the past, and would ultimately be the survivors of this tumultuous time and would be the intellectual foundations of Jewish expression for thousands of years. Again, let me reiterate that during the first century before the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era, there were very many definitions of what is Judaism circulating, and many different groups were laying claim to that label. The Pharisees, or the rabbis of the pollution, were the ones who emerged successful. What to make of that multiplicity? Well, I guess it depends on how you feel about the rabbis. But this is definitely where Judaism connects itself through the tumultuous couple of centuries we're looking at to the distant past. Who were they? They were drawn largely from the middle and the lower classes, and generally speaking, not from the aristocracy. There were priests among them, Kohanim among them, but they were by and large not associated with the temple in a direct and controlling manner. Although there are some really fascinating recent analyses that suggest that the temple was in fact run according to Pharisaic principle, even though it was another group, the Sadducees, discussed next, who were primarily in control of much of the temple activity. They were known as popular teachers. They were known as people being exposed to the spiritually sensitive elements of the population, and they were kind of like charismatic leaders. Think, for example, of 18th century and 19th century Hasidic leaders gathering around them, the common people who come to them for spiritual guidance. That's not to say that they do not disdain the common people, so-called Amei Ha'aretz, which in Hebrew means people of the land, but is often shorthand, at least in Pharisaic writings, for people rabbi. That's a plural, meaning unlearned. And the rabbis actually made a very careful distinction. There's a discussion that's quite fascinating about how one would become a chaver, a colleague, which was like the membership of a faith circle by agreeing, not necessarily by mastering the massive amount of text, which was definitely the desiderat of the rabbis, but by agreeing to be strict about certain particular practices that had perhaps fallen into dispute. For example, to be very strict about taking a tie from one's trousers, to be very particular laws of diet or the laws of family behavior and so on. And so people would take on this status for a Beit Din of court. The rabbis, they would say, I am going to undertake to follow the laws of tithing, and they would be considered a chaver, a friend, a colleague, a member of the circle. So even though they tended to look down on the totally unwashed and unleavened, this was not an exclusive kind of thing. This was a sense where they wanted people to rise above their educational limitations as much as possible. And this was also not a monolithic approach to the Pharisees. But at any rate, some scholars suggest that that's perhaps why they were called Yerushin, or separators, because they held themselves above. At the same time, they were definitely much more popular with the broader population than any of the groups that we will be discussing both today and with the father lecture. I've already mentioned the connection with the temple very briefly. There's no question that they have very particular ideas about how the sacrificial ritual should be performed and by whom, and they felt that the appointment, often for a year or less, of a high priest by King Herod was completely illegitimate, that this should be something that is handed down, father to son within a legitimate line of priests and so on. But nevertheless, they had a very strong influence on the way that the temple was managed. How many were there? Well, Josephus offers the number 6,000 of them, which it's hard to know whether that's a big number or a small number. If it's referring to the leadership, I'd say that's a pretty big number. If it's referring to everybody who considers themselves a Pharisee, it's a very small number. We don't know very much about how to contrast that with the larger numbers of the whole. When you contrast that, however, with Josephus' reference to about 4,000 of the Essenes, which were a fairly radical group that we'll talk about in our next lecture, then you get the impression that they would have been very small indeed. At any rate, we have some sense of who they were and how they were connected to the larger population. They often found themselves at odds with the political leadership because they disagreed because their most important agenda item was following the Torah and following the Masorah, meaning the oral Torah that explained the Torah. And they had very little patience for the Hellenizing tendencies of the other classes, and especially of the ruling class under Herod and his successors. The next major group are the so-called Sadducees. They are known in Hebrew as the Tzdukim. That's where we get that strange word Sadducee from. And they derive their lineage from Tzadok HaKohen, a high priest named Tzadok, who goes all the way back to the Persian era. The Sadducees were very heavily invested in the temple ritual. They tended to be from the aristocratic classes. They had a very high concentration of priests among them for obvious reasons, but also they're known for their rather extreme Hellenization. There's probably an overlap between the Sadducees and the initial groups that advocated for more Hellenization during the Greek period. The Sadducees are often the enemies of the Pharisees in Pharisaic doctrines like the Talmud. Sadducees are often giving the rabbis the Housh a hard time, and you should have smart answers back. And there's so many reasons why their ideologies conflicted. The Sadducees had a series of beliefs which were heterodox compared to the Pharisaic beliefs, such as they do not believe in the world to come. It's not correct to suggest they do not believe in the oral Torah at all. It's impossible to follow the Torah itself without some additional commentary to explain how it's translated into real life. But they disagree definitely with the extent and scope and authority of the oral Torah that the rabbis have. They were frequently allied with the Romans, and as we approach the later part of the first century CE, of course, they'll be quite involved in the pro-Roman position vis-a-vis the Roman-Jewish war. Ultimately, they will disappear at the end of that war, and will have no further influence on the continuity of Jewish thought. There is, however, some overlap between certain ideas movements of the Sadducees and medieval movements like the Karaite movement that we'll have to discuss when we get there next semester. And finally, borrowing once again from Josephus' terminology, is a group called the Zealots. It would be more appropriate, however, to speak of multiple groups, all harboring a variety of ideologies at this point. Some of them were highly politically motivated, some of them were religiously motivated, some of them were simple criminals who engaged in brigandage and highway robbery, creating a greater atmosphere of discontent in the first century. The roots of the Zealots definitely go back to the disagreement over whether Herod should be king as Idumean or whether Antigonus should be king since he was one of the Maccabean line. And there was a tremendous amount of intra-Jewish violence associated with the various Zealot movements. Again, groups under this term without necessarily formally agreeing to belong to any kind of umbrella group. The most notorious of the Zealots were undoubtedly the so-called Sicari, literally dagger men, named after the short daggers that they would carry on their coats and engage in assassination of Jewish leaders who they disagreed with. Very nasty, very good time for a lot of intra-Jewish violence. This will escalate throughout the first century and will have a major contributing factor to the Roman-Jewish War that we'll be exploring as well. Okay, that's it for three of the main groups identified by Josephus and to a lesser degree by Philo. In the next video, let's talk about the mysterious Essenes and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you very much for watching. In 1947, just months before the modern state of Israel was to be born, a dramatic discovery came to light. A massive cache of ancient documents, scrolls, discovered in a series of caves in a very forbidding part of Israel, the Judean desert, not too far from the Dead Sea, hence the name Dead Sea Scrolls. The series of caves were located around a community known as Qumran, an ancient long since abandoned, and this promised to be the library of that community. The documents dated to approximately 150 before the Common Era to the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 of the Common Era, and they promised to shed a tremendous amount of light on the nature of Jewish society at this incredibly important time, including discussion perhaps of what it must have been like for the early Christians in this period. So let's have a very quick look at the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves and ask some questions about who wrote them and what exactly they say. So here's a map of the modern state of Israel on a satellite, and as you can see when we zoom in a little bit, the Qumran region and the caves are just to the west of the northern part of the Dead Sea. The location of these caves as a possible source of documents was actually known long before 1947. Documents would occasionally trickle out onto the black market, but the major discovery came out in 1947. Here's a look at the topography of the region. You can see these caves are far up in the hillside, and this would be a place where many outcasts from society or rebels against the regime, like the Bar Kokhba rebels, would ultimately be hiding out. And they're very difficult to get to and a great place to hide. The arid climate also helped preserve these documents, which would be absolutely fantastic. As I mentioned, the collection was positively dated from about 135 before the Common Era to about 68 of the Common Era, which exactly sandwiches the late period of the Hashmonaim, the reign of King Herod, the rise of the rabbis, and these fantastic things, and of course the period of the birth of Christianity, right up until the Great Revolt. So, very important period in Jewish history, and indeed it will not entire samples of works, but there are pieces of the entire Hebrew scriptures, with the exception, interestingly, of the book of Esther. And there are also many other documents in here that say a lot about what it must have been like to be Jewish at this particular point in history. So who were the authors of these documents, especially the ones other than the biblical texts, which of course were copied from earlier texts? We know quite a bit about the Qumran community. This, by the way, is an aerial view of their settlement. The documents were found far away in small caves that were quite inaccessible. So obviously they must have stored them there for safekeeping, and this was not actually where they lived. They lived down in the valley in, I think, these large communal areas. They describe their own community, particularly in many of their manuals of discipline, which are recorded in the scrolls. And so we get a sense of who they were, or at least how they lived. We know that the members of the Qumran community are Jewish, that they observed communal property, that is, they lived in a kind of, if you will, a strange kind of religious kibbutz-like environment where all property was held in common. But they had a very highly defined sense of religious mores. They dressed all in white. They had a very strict regimen of maintaining personal purity with a great series of ablutions after leaving oneself and so on. And they had all kinds of rituals about how they would gather in silence and twice a day with higher status people receiving first. And really fascinating kind of things to tell them, to talk to us about the specifics of their day. We know that they valued celibacy, although it's not clear if they were actually celibate. So it may be that celibacy was considered some kind of ideal, perhaps after one had children. Of course, having children, by the way, is a very positive idea of Judaism as a whole, and so they would not have been able to accept themselves from this until after they had fulfilled that quota, at least if they were thinking like the Pharisees were with the Masoretic tradition. They may be the so-called Essenes, a mysterious group that are named Josephus, and a lot of the neighbors that they indicate are those that the Essenes would have held. In their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as Essenes, so it's hard to make this label stick. The term Essene is of dubious etymology. It does not appear to be a Hebrew word. Josephus uses obviously the Greek alphabet is all that survives of his description of them. And there's a lot of guesses as to what that name actually could mean. But what the Qumran community call themselves are the sons of light. They often contrast themselves with other groups, and again, it's tempting to try and attach these labels to other groups that have no existed. There are the sons of darkness. Perhaps those are the Sadducees. And some theories point to the possibility that perhaps the Qumran community were like disaffected Sadducees. Certainly, their hyper attention to purity issues are not unlike those requirements that would have been mandatory for the Kohanim, and perhaps they felt that the conversion of the temple ritual under Herod required them to separate, maybe even earlier, maybe even during the Maccabean period, they may have separated. These are all questions. They also have a teacher of the righteousness, which may have been some kind of like historical figure, but it's very difficult to identify which historical figure would that have been. They were reckoned. And they also refer to a group of people called the seekers of smooth things. And some have opined that perhaps this refers to the Pharisees, perhaps that refers to the rabbis, because there are elements of the Qumran's behavior which definitely overlap with Pharisaic ideals as well. These are all great questions. I'm sure over the next century or so, people will discover more. There's a lot of fascinating things that we've discovered now. For example, looking at the DNA content of the animal skins that were used to write most of the Dead Sea Scrolls. As others, one of the most famous ones is written actually on copper. In terms of the content, what do the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say? So, first of all, the biblical texts are instructive in themselves. It is great to know that the biblical texts that fragmentary, they're partial texts, and in some cases they are expanded texts. There are larger books of the Bible, or like a book that we know that is in the Bible today, but the Qumran version is significantly larger and there's more material in it. So there's a lot of material that's studied here in terms of who these people put in it and how they fit with the rest of the Jewish world at the time. But it does indicate that there is definitely a growing consensus about what would be canonized as the Hebrew Scriptures, as generally believed that the full decision was made through the first century. Again, the Talmud does not have any extensive discussion of how it was decided to include certain bits and others not. There are a few scattered passages, but no systematic discussion. What's more fascinating about the Dead Sea Scrolls is that quite often they have their own commentaries on texts. Like, for example, a commentary on the Book of Nahum, which is absolutely fascinating and tells us so much more about how the Qumran community must have viewed themselves vis-a-vis other groups. And as I mentioned, it's hard to pin down exactly which groups they're referring to because there's so much euphemistic language. But for sure, we can determine that they felt that they were on the precipice of the Messianic age, that the Messiah would soon be revealed, really, within their lifetimes, and they were preparing themselves as a community to be caught up in the Messianic transformation. And this certainly feeds very well into the notion that the first century was just cooking in terms of the spiritual vortex and was right for the kind of movement that ultimately would express itself in Christianity, because the Dead Sea Scrolls are giving us a sense of a population that is preparing itself for this kind of moment. There's also, as I mentioned earlier, some fascinating manuals of behavior for conduct, which has overlaps with both the Pharisees, who are very interested in halakha and personal conduct, and also with the Sadducees, who are especially involved in issues of personal purity. And that gives us a general sense, I think, of what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's so much fascinating research, so much that is unknown about them still, but I'm very glad to have been able to talk about it with you for a few minutes. Let's go back now to Judea proper and try to understand something about the birth of Christianity within this larger historical context. Thank you for watching. Let's continue our discussion of Jewish history with three lectures, three short lectures that are going to look specifically at the birth of Christianity. This is obviously an incredibly important moment in world history, although if you ask most Jews in the first century, they probably would not have noted the appearance of this moment, which ultimately changed the world because it simply faded into the background of so many other things that were going on at that time. Let's begin first with a discussion of the political background. So, as you will recall from the previous lecture, Herod dies before the common era. The Romans are not thrilled with the idea of giving his descendants, that is, those who survived his multiple rages, the title of king. So, his eldest surviving son, Archelaus, was given the diminished title Ephraim, which means essentially ruler of the people, with not having nearly as much power as king per se. The real power vested in Archelaus was given the most important section of their business in Israel. He was given Judea itself, which is north and south, and Judea, the region conquered with the Hashemite group, and then also Samaria. His mother was actually Samaritan, and up until the Galilee region. This was the highest status region in the entire area. There's a mixed population of Jews and primarily Samaritans. His younger brother, Herod Antipas, was given much more Jewish Galilee region, and Perea, which is on the eastern part of the Jordan River. And another younger brother, Herod Philip, was given the region that was more recently conquered in today's Syria and Salome was given the region of the coast, which included Yahya, which is the Hebrew version of Yazda, a very important place later on in the first century, and also a little bit of territory on the River Valley. So that's basically how the territory was divided up. It didn't last long, however, because Archelaus was regarded as a true ruler and competent leader, and due to a significant amount of local pressure, the Romans decided to simply remove him from Europe, and he was exiled to the settlement of Vienna, which is in the south of France. And Roman America is actually not too bad to get exiled to the south of France, but this was not definitely an locals for the church. Though he is nevertheless the first local church in France out of 1645. And the Romans put in place Roman administrators were called first prefects, later called procurators. And even when we would have which came a little bit later in the first century, it was really the people who were the procurator, the person in charge of really having significant power. Two of the most important of these figures were Pontius Pilate, who was extremely important, of course, for the story of Decius Florus was very important to understanding the background of the fulfillment of that year 66. Now, in terms of the Jewish kings, there were two of them. They were both named Agrippa, also known as Agrippas. The first one, Herod Agrippa first, reigned in the year 41 to 44. The reason why his kingship was reinstated had less to do with politics in Judea, but more to do with politics in Rome. He was favored by incoming emperors, and as a result, he was given some territory back. A lot of interesting things to say about him as an individual, but I'd just like to focus on two things for our purposes today. First of all, he appears negatively in the Christian scriptures, which we'll talk about more in the next lecture. In the book of Acts, chapter 12 in particular, this is the Agrippa that actually does very badly in James and also in Peter. However, in the Talmudic tradition, he appears with some frequency as a sadly heroic figure, and this seems to have a significant amount of historical support. He seems to have been sort of a divided character. He was raised Roman and sensibilities that is not so much in keeping with the much more religious sensibilities of the population, especially on the poor countryside. And he would have been much more comfortable in the Roman context of Caesarea, for example. However, he did establish significant connections with the Pharisee and in many ways attempted to, at least feign sometimes support for Jewish efforts. The Talmud describes an unusual passage in which he cited from the Torah, and he comes upon a passage that essentially describes how he had an eudaimonia because his grandson, Herod, the man, would be invalidated from being a high priest. His eyes filled with tears, and the rabbis and their presence say, "You are our brother, Agrippas, you are our brother." And for this, incidentally, they were criticized because it was a sort of obsequious thing to say at the time. But nevertheless, the fascinating figure will take us too far off to discuss it. His son, as Marcus Julius Agrippa II, also called king, but not of Judea. Actually, in territories that are primarily not Jewish in the region of Syria that I showed you earlier. He actually was much more slavish imitator of Roman laws than his father. He actually backed the Roman side in the Jewish war and had very little to do with the actual governance of Judea proper. This remarkable piece of artwork, is actually inspired by a passage in Acts chapters 25 to 26, in which Paul, about the fulfillment of Satan's couple of lectures, was called to appear before Agrippa II, who had been elect, and also the procurator, Porcius Festus, and actually, that sounds pretty ironic, or maybe because of the procurator. And Agrippa II's sister Berenice much so that when synagogue will hold up prayer as they're called Binyan Hebrew, and only 10 adult males in this Christian Orthodox India, you will never count them by numbers. So you will count by numbers. You will recite a verse that has 10 words in it, or a lesson that has 10 words in it, and count people as you say the words, then you will go with them. But there is a revolt in year 6 over one of these lessons. There are reasons why these lessons, of course, shouldn't be taken, and there are several mentioned in the Torah, but again, outside of my student responsibility for this lecture. There's also a significant authority when Caligula, the Emperor shown here, decided that he, a little bit like Antiochus before, we talked about it correctly, decided to defile the temple courtyard by erecting a monument to himself, which would be completely out of keeping with Jewish sensibilities. Jews were very, very upset about this, and in fact, the Roman authorities were saying, Caligula, maybe this isn't such a great idea. They're kind of trying to slow walk the erection of a monument to himself. Luckily for the region, he was assassinated and was put an end to this rather strange attack. Not to make it up, but definitely we're dealing with a population that is suspicious of Roman activity and definitely distrustful of Romans and ready to convert. The Romans in particular, as we discussed on the Herald of Great like 50 odd years ago, they set up a base in Caesarea where it's much more amenable to Roman sensibilities, and it was primarily from Caesarea that most of the one of the most significant of these procurators I mentioned earlier was Pontius Pilate. Here's actually a fascinating story that I discovered a while ago that actually mentions his name, the second line here, which shows it. One last thing that's really crucial to understand about this period is that it is a period of phenomenal messianic effect. And the Holy Spirit the Roman identity scrolls, you got a sense of what some of these strange populations, perhaps as saints, may have been like, and what this would have said about the larger society. But what about specifically the messianic movement associated with early Christianity? So we know, for example, that Josephus, who gives our go-to source for the first century, he wrote a magnificent book called the Jewish War, which we described again in the structure and well. And another major work called the Jewish Antiquities, which is huge. Again, a lot to say about internal politics in the first century. He describes, for example, a so-called Egyptian prophet, probably a Jew from Egypt rather than an ethnically Egyptian individual, who actually got together with troops of followers to meet him on the Mount of Olives, and there his messianic was crushed, probably in the 40s. But what does he say about Jesus? So we have a passage in Josephus' writings, which is called the Testimonium Flavianum. Flavianum meaning from Flavian, the dynasty of emperors that adopted Josephus. His name is Emperor Flavius Josephus, so it's the Flavianum. And this is a really bizarre and much argued about passage. Here's the translation of it. But just reading the first part. About this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man. Somewhat bizarre thing for a Jew like Josephus to write. The idea of a human being possessing the qualities and attributes of God, identical sense being that this is a God man, very unusual for the Jews to say, and still remain within the parameters of Judaism. The first century, especially towards the end of it, we talk about how there was a split in terms of ministry made absolutely clear for the synagogue that is very effective. In this passage, he was the Messiah. Now, that is something when you get the story of his Jewish thought, a Messiah, the Hebrew is Mashiach, that's translated to Greek as Christos, it means essentially anointed one, or oil of the head of this one, chosen for being Jesus. You can see that passage. right? But others just so fall out of line, such as the Christ was Messiah. He was Messiah in Jewish thought. History stops at him. Right? He's a king. He takes over the population, makes Jewish independence, both spiritually and politically.